Hello, dreamers, and welcome to Haunted Sleep. Just a small heads up, there are a few ads during the first 10 minutes. After that, the experience is completely ad-free. These stories are created with care, and I hope you'll give them a chance. There's something special here that's hard to find elsewhere. If you enjoy the atmosphere, a like or a subscribe means more than you know, but only if you genuinely want to. Before we begin, tell us where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It's always comforting to see how connected we all are across the world. Now settle in, and let's begin our night together. I still remember this like it happened last week, even though it was a couple of years ago, and I was only 10 years old at the time, in grade 5, still small enough to feel like the world was a big, safe place, but just old enough to start questioning things and paying attention to strange little details around me. Our class was going on a summer camp trip for 2 nights, and for days beforehand that was all anyone talked about. We had never stayed away from home as a class before, so everyone was buzzing with this mix of excitement and nerves. I remember sitting on the bus with my backpack on my lap, my sleeping bag stuffed underneath my seat, and my friends around me, all of us pressed up against the windows trying to get the first glimpse of the camp through the trees. It was one of those warm days where the sky is a flat, bright blue and the air feels thick with sunlight, and as the bus turned down the gravel road that led to the camp, dust swirled up behind us, and the sound of stones clicking under the tires filled the bus. When we finally pulled into the camp parking lot, there were cabins and tall trees and a big field and a long, low mess hall with wide windows that reflected the sky. It all looked perfectly normal, like a place you might see on a brochure, and the adults were smiling and busy, calling out instructions and reading out cabin assignments, while we dragged our bags across the grass and argued in excited whispers about who would be in which bunk. My cabin was a long wooden building with a door at one end and a row of windows along the side. Inside it smelled like pine, dust, and old mattresses, and the floor creaked under our feet as we explored. There were bunk beds lined up along the walls, the kind where the metal frames squeak when you climb up, and in the middle was a narrow space where we could put our bags and suitcases. My friends and I rushed in and claimed our spots as fast as we could, because there is some unspoken rule that the best bunks get grabbed by whoever is quickest. I ended up on a top bunk along the far wall, near the corner but still close enough to talk to my friends without having to shout. It should have just been another bunk in another cabin, but that spot was where everything began. The first night, after all the unpacking and the silly camp songs and the awkward first dinner in the mess hall, we got ready for bed. Our teacher and the camp counselors said goodnight, reminded us about quiet hours, and turned off the big overhead lights. We were left with the soft glow of a small lamp in the corner, and the spill of faint light from under the cabin door. Everyone was still awake though, whispering and giggling and telling little stories to stretch the night out just a bit longer before sleep. My friends and I were gathered near my bunk, some sitting on the floor and some perched on their beds, while we took turns making up funny stories and then slowly, as it always seems to go with kids, drifting into scarier ones. At some point I got tired of just staring at the same knot in the wooden ceiling above me, so I rolled over on my stomach and let my hands slide along the edge of the mattress. That was when I saw it. On the side of the wooden frame of my bunk, in faint pencil writing, someone had scribbled a story. The words were thin and pale from time, but you could still read them if you leaned close. At first I thought it was just someone writing their name, or drawing a little picture like kids do anywhere there is wood or metal to scratch on, but as my eyes followed the lines I realized it was a whole short story, not just random doodles. Curious, I propped myself up on my elbows and started to read. I don't remember the exact wording now, not word for word, but the idea of it is burned into my memory. It went something like this. One night, a bunch of kids had decided to sneak out of their cabin when everyone was supposed to be asleep. They had slipped quietly out into the night and headed toward the mess hall, which at camp is like the main building where everyone eats. The sky above them had been completely clear, no clouds, no storm, just stars and darkness. When they got into the mess hall, they hadn't been scared or cautious. They had started messing around, ringing the little bell by the serving window, chasing each other around the tables, and jumping up and down on the benches, laughing and trying to keep their voices low enough not to get caught. Then, suddenly, there had been a flash of light and a crack of thunder so loud it shook the building. But when they looked out the windows, the sky had still been completely clear. No rain, no clouds, nothing that could explain the thunder and lightning. Freaked out, they had dropped everything and run back to their cabin as fast as they could, diving into their beds and pretending to be asleep. I remember feeling a shiver run down my spine as I finished reading, not because the story was so terrifying on the surface, but because of the way it was written. It sounded like something that had really happened to whoever wrote it. The description of the clear sky, the specific mention of the mess hall, the way they talked about running back to their cabin, it all felt very real. It did not read like just a made-up campfire story someone might tell to scare new kids. It felt like an account of a night that had actually taken place in that same camp, maybe even in our same cabin. I called my friends over to look, my voice low and serious, and they gathered around my bunk, leaning in to read the faint pencil writing on the wood. Some of them squinted and traced the letters with their fingers. A few of the girls laughed, and said it was just some kid trying to freak people out. They shrugged and went back to their beds, not giving it another thought. But me and a couple of others felt something different. It was like a small knot settling in our stomachs, a strange feeling that the story was true. As we lay back down and the cabin got quieter, I found it hard to shake that feeling. It was almost like the words on the wood were whispering in my mind. One night, a bunch of us decided to sneak out. The sky was completely clear. Flash of light. Crack of thunder. We ran back. I looked over at the corner of the cabin where the wall met the ceiling, where shadows collected, and suddenly it did not feel as harmless as before. The wooden beams overhead seemed darker. The spaces under the bunks looked a little more mysterious, and every squeak in the floor made me imagine footsteps. Eventually, though, the cabin calmed down. The whispers faded. Someone snored softly. The little lamp was turned off, and the only light left came from the soft glow outside and the faint reflection of the moon through the curtains. I pulled my sleeping bag up to my chin and tried to tell myself that it was all just in my head and that I was being silly. It's just an old scribble on a bunk, I told myself, probably there for years. Sometime in the middle of the night, when the air felt colder and the world seemed quieter than usual, I woke up. I did not sit up or look around right away. It was one of those times when you half wake up because of a feeling or a sound, and you lie there in the dark with your heart beating a little faster, trying to figure out why. At first all I could hear was the soft breathing of the girls around me and the occasional rustle of a sleeping bag. Then, without any warning, there was a sudden flash of light that lit up the cabin for a split second, sharp and bright, slashing across the walls and the ceiling. At the exact same time there was a crack of thunder so loud it felt like it rattled my bones. It was not a rumble that built up slowly like normal thunder. It was a single, sharp crack that split the night open and then disappeared. I remember squeezing my eyes shut, my heart racing, thinking instantly of the story on the bunk. For a moment, I wanted to get up and run to the window to see if it was storming, to see if rain was lashing down outside. But I did not move. Instead, I lay there frozen, feeling my fear press down on me like an extra blanket. And then, just as suddenly as it had all started, it was over. No more flashes. No more thunder. No sound of rain on the roof. The cabin went back to being quiet except for the breathing around me. I was so tired and so confused that I rolled over and was pulled back down into sleep almost against my will. Like someone had gently pushed my thoughts aside and told my brain to stop asking questions until morning. When I woke up the next morning, sunlight was pouring into the cabin through the windows, and birds were chirping outside. For a few minutes I lay there, stretching and blinking, and the memories of the night came back to me in little pieces. The flash of light. The crack of thunder. The feeling of my heart hammering in my chest. But in the bright morning, with my friends laughing and talking about breakfast and activities, it was so easy to doubt myself. I told myself that maybe it had just been a dream, the kind that feels real because your mind mixes real places and sounds with imagined things. I had read the story on the bunk right before falling asleep, I reminded myself, so it would make sense if my brain had used it as material for a midnight nightmare. I almost let myself believe that. I almost filed it away in the part of my mind reserved for strange, vivid dreams that fade quickly. Then, as we were getting dressed and brushing our hair and talking about the day ahead, one of my friends, one of the ones who had stood there with me reading the bunk story and feeling that strange sense of truth, looked at me and asked quietly, "Did you see that last night? The flash and the thunder?" My heart jumped. I turned to her and nodded slowly. "You saw it too?" I asked. She nodded, and then another girl, one of the believers, spoke up and said she had seen it as well, and heard it. The pattern became clear. The girls who had treated the writing on the bunk as nothing, who had laughed it off and rolled their eyes, looked at us blankly. They said they had slept straight through the night, and had not heard any thunder at all. There had been no storms, they insisted. They said we were making it up or had scared ourselves so much that we had shared the same dream. But those of us who had believed the story knew what we had experienced. We had all woken up. We had all seen the flash and heard the crack at the exact same time. My friend and I exchanged a look that said, without words, that something was not normal here. Later, when we were in the mess hall eating breakfast, I glanced out the windows at the sky. It was clear and bright, no sign of clouds, no dampness on the ground, nothing to suggest that there had been a storm at night. The counselors and teachers did not mention any bad weather either. The only thing that had happened was inside our cabin, among the few of us who had believed the words written on my bunk. As the day went on, we went through the usual camp activities, things that should have taken all our attention. We went canoeing on the lake, the water cool and calm against the sides of the boat, and we played games on the field, our legs and arms stretching and moving in the warm sun. We sat under trees in the shade for craft time and made bracelets and painted little pieces of wood. On the surface it was an ordinary camp day. We laughed, we got tired, we got a bit sunburnt. But underneath, for those of us who had been awake for that strange flash and thunder, there was a constant, soft worry buzzing at the back of our minds. Every time I passed the mess hall, I thought of the story carved into my bunk. Every time I looked up at the clear sky, I thought of that single crack of thunder that had come from nowhere. When night came again on the second day, I could feel the difference in my own body. Instead of the pure excited tiredness I had felt the first night, there was now an edge of nervousness around everything. As we got ready for bed, some of the girls were still laughing and being silly, but a few of us were quieter. The lights were turned off again, leaving us in semi-darkness, and for a while things felt normal. We lay there talking softly about the activities of the day, complaining good-naturedly about the food, whispering about which boys were cute, the kind of talk you hear in any cabin full of 10 and 11-year-old kids. At some point a group of girls went over to one of the windows and started looking out into the forest. The cabins were surrounded by trees, and at night those trees turned into tall black shapes, their leaves rustling softly like quiet breathing. I was not at the window at first. I was lying on my bunk, staring at the ceiling and trying to decide if I should just close my eyes and force myself not to think about anything scary. Then suddenly the girls at the window started freaking out. It was not the fake kind of squealing and dramatic gasping that kids do when they are telling a ghost story. It was sharp, real fear. They called for the rest of us to come look, their voices shaky and urgent. I scrambled out of my bunk and rushed to the window with the others. We jostled each other a bit, trying to find space to see, our faces pressed close to the cold glass. Outside, the night was deep and dark between the trunks of the trees, and a faint light from the cabin spilled out onto the clearing just before the forest. At first I saw nothing unusual, just the usual mix of tree trunks, bushes, and shadows. Then my eyes adjusted a bit more, and I saw her. There, between the trees, was a little girl, about 4 years old by the look of her, too small to be a camper in our group and too young to be there alone. She had dark brown hair that reached down to her shoulders, neat and smooth, and her skin looked very pale in the dim light, almost glowing against the darker background. She was wearing a dress that looked like a tiny white wedding dress or a very fancy pale dress with layers, the kind you might see on a flower girl in a wedding. It was too late at night for any child to be playing in the forest, but she looked completely at ease. She was skipping, of all things, skipping lightly through the trees as if the forest were her playground. Her feet seemed almost to float over the ground, and the hem of her dress bounced with each step. The other girls who had been at the window before me were whispering frantically that she had stopped earlier, and waved at them, lifting her little hand in a slow, deliberate motion like she was greeting them or acknowledging that she knew they were watching. By the time I got there, she had already started to move again, skipping away from the clearing and deeper into the forest. We watched, our breath fogging the glass a little, as she moved toward a large tree. She went behind it, her small body disappearing from view as she passed on one side, and we all waited for her to come out on the other side. She never did. We kept staring, counting in our heads how long it should have taken for her to appear again. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Nothing. The space where she should have come out stayed empty, the shadows still and untouched. It was as if she had simply melted into the tree or vanished into thin air. One of the girls gasped and pulled back from the window. Another said in a trembling voice that maybe she had just turned and gone another way, but even as she said it, she did not sound like she believed it. Our first instinct was not to hide, surprisingly, but to go out and find her. Even though we were scared, we were also worried. What if she was a real little girl, lost in the woods at night and needing help? So a group of us hurried to the door, pulling on whatever shoes we could reach, some of us only in socks or bare feet. We stepped out into the cool night air, the grass damp under our toes, and the sounds of the cabin behind us fading as we moved away. Outside, everything felt taller. The trees seemed to lean in, and the forest smelled like damp earth and leaves. We walked toward where we thought we had seen her, our eyes scanning the shadows, calling out softly, "Hello? Are you there? Are you lost?" But there was no answer. We checked behind the tree where she had vanished, half expecting to find her standing there, playing some silly hiding game. The ground was empty. There were no footprints that we could see in the dim light, no rustling in the bushes, no sign at all that a child had been there just moments before. After a while, one of us suggested that maybe we should go back inside before we got in trouble for being out of the cabin at night. It was only then that we realized how alone we felt, standing there in the dark with the huge trees looming all around us. We went back to the cabin and shut the door, the sudden barrier between us and the outside world making us feel slightly safer. Inside, everyone started talking at once, voices overlapping, each person rushing to describe what they had seen. The girls who had been at the window first insisted that the girl had looked directly at them, that she had smiled a little and waved, and then turned as if to invite them to come outside. They described the way her dress had shimmered a bit in the light, and how her dark hair contrasted with her pale skin. Those of us who had only caught the end of it confirmed that we had seen a small white figure skipping, and that we had seen her go behind the tree and not come out again. We tried to think of rational explanations. Maybe she belonged to a family staying at a nearby cabin we did not know about. Maybe she had run home quickly and we had just missed it. Maybe our eyes were playing tricks on us in the dark. But with each maybe, doubt crept in. Why would a 4-year-old be alone in the woods at night? Why wouldn't anyone call for her? Why would she vanish behind a single tree? The next day, when we tried to tell the teachers and counselors what we had seen, most of them smiled in that way adults do when kids tell them something they think is just a story or an overactive imagination. They said there were no other families on the site that night. They said no one had reported a missing child. Some of the other kids who had not seen anything rolled their eyes and told us we were just trying to scare everyone. But the group of us girls who had been there at the window and outside in the clearing knew what we had experienced. It had not felt like a shared hallucination. It had felt real. Just like the flash of light and the crack of thunder the night before, the strange things had only happened to the ones who believed, to the ones who had read the writing on the bunk and taken it seriously. It was as if believing opened some door that let something else slip through, like tuning into a channel that most people could not see or hear. After camp was over and we went back home, the memory of the trip stayed with me longer than I expected. At first I thought it would fade, that it would become just another funny story to tell about the time we went to summer camp and someone freaked out over a scribble on a bunk bed. But it did not fade. The picture of that little girl in the white dress skipping through the trees stayed clear in my mind. I could still see her small form, still imagine the way she had lifted her hand to wave according to the others. In the quiet of my own room at night, I sometimes thought about the story written in pencil and about how we had lived it in our own way, and about how, just like in that story, things had happened that had no obvious explanation. I would lie there and wonder who she had been. Had she been a real child once, someone who had gone to that camp long before us and never gone home? Had something happened to her in those woods or near that mess hall? Was that why she still walked there, waving at cabins and skipping through the trees in a white dress that looked too formal for a campground? No one else ever believed us, not really. But my friends and I who had been there still talk about it sometimes when we are together, even now that we are older. We still get that same shiver down our spines when we remember the flash of light and the thunder in a clear sky, and the sight of that little girl disappearing behind a tree she never came out from. We all know what we saw and what we felt. The story carved into my bunk that first night felt true in a way that is hard to describe, and what happened to us felt like part of that same truth. Like the camp itself was holding on to memories that occasionally replayed for those who were open to seeing them. The little girl, whether she was solid flesh once or always just a flicker from another time, feels as real in my memory as any other person I have ever met. None of us has seen her again since that trip, but none of us has forgotten those nights at camp, the scribbled words on the wood, the impossible thunder, and the small white figure skipping through the forest like she belonged to a world just slightly out of step with our own. I bought a rental property back in 2007, and at the time it just felt like a normal, sensible adult decision, nothing mysterious about it at all, just a little house that I hoped would help us financially in the long run. It was a fairly ordinary place, not an old creaking farmhouse or some huge Victorian mansion that you might expect to come with strange stories, just a regular house in a regular neighborhood, with a small yard, a set of stairs leading up to the bedrooms, and the usual mix of rooms and windows and doors. When we first got it, my brother and his wife needed somewhere to stay, so instead of renting it out right away to strangers, I let them live there for about 6 months. It felt comforting to have family in the house at first, like they would warm it up and make it feel lived in, and I did not think anything at all about ghosts or spirits or bad luck. In the very first week that they moved in, though, my sister-in-law fell down the stairs. At the time, I chalked it up to clumsiness or just one of those accidents that happen when you are getting used to a new place and its layout. She sprained her ankle badly, and of course we were all worried for her, but there was nothing about the fall that made us think of anything supernatural. The stairs themselves were not old wooden ones polished smooth with age and worn down by generations of footsteps. They were carpeted, with new carpeting that we had put in, and the stairway was relatively narrow and closed in, so if anything it felt safer and more secure, like you had the walls to steady yourself with if you needed to. There was no loose railing, no broken step, nothing obviously dangerous. We just assumed she had misstepped, maybe missed a stair in the dim light, and that was that. They stayed there the full 6 months, and aside from that unfortunate tumble, nothing else especially strange or noteworthy happened that any of us were aware of. When my brother and his wife moved out, they did not leave behind any stories about odd noises, strange feelings, or sights they could not explain. They simply packed up and went on with their lives, and I prepared to rent the place out more formally. After they left, I found a new tenant, a woman and her daughter, and everything seemed straightforward at first. They moved in, got settled, and I went back to my usual routine of checking in now and then, handling repairs when they came up, and just generally trying to be a responsible landlord. Then, in the first week of their stay, I heard that the mother had fallen down the stairs and broken her leg. She mentioned it in passing, as if she did not want to make a big deal out of it. But of course I was concerned, and also suddenly very aware of the fact that this was now the second person to fall down those same stairs in the first week of moving in. When she told me, I felt a little prickling sensation at the back of my mind, a quiet voice saying that this was more than just a coincidence. My sister-in-law had sprained her ankle on those steps, and now this tenant had broken her leg on them, both incidents happening in the first week they spent in that house. I stood there thinking about the stairs, about the new carpeting and the narrow stairway, and how they did not feel old or slippery at all, quite the opposite, and I remember this little feeling of unease settling inside me. I did not say anything to the tenant about my sister-in-law's fall at the time, and I certainly did not tell her that I found it strange. Out loud, I focused on asking if she was okay, if she needed anything, and whether she was going to be able to manage in the house while her leg healed. Inside, however, there was a small question mark that would only grow larger later. One day, my husband and I decided to go over to the property to do some landscaping. The tenant was at work, so we knew the house would be empty, and we just wanted to take advantage of the time and weather to tidy up the yard, trim some bushes, maybe clean up the flower beds and make the place look nice. We were outside working, minds occupied with weeds and mulch and tools, when the next door neighbor came over, curious about what we were doing. He walked up, said hello, and started chatting with us in that friendly way neighbors do when they see someone outside. We talked a bit about the yard, and then he asked if we had any other people in mind to rent the property to, because he knew the tenant had given notice and was planning to move away for a job transfer to another city. I told him we had some ideas but hadn't made any decisions yet. Then, as we stood there talking in the yard, the conversation took a turn I was not expecting. He mentioned something about this haunted house, almost casually, like he was referring to the weather or the local traffic. I stopped what I was doing and looked at him, puzzled, and asked him what he was talking about. I remember the way my voice came out, half joking, half actually wanting to know if he was serious. He looked back at me, saw I wasn't just laughing it off, and said, "Has your tenant not told you?" I felt a small tightening in my chest and told him no, she had not told me anything about the house being haunted. That was when he told me a story that has stuck with me ever since. He explained that before we bought the property, the house had sat vacant for a while. No one was living there, but occasionally someone, likely the owners or their agents, would come by to check on it, to make sure everything was okay, that no one had broken in, that nothing was leaking or falling apart. The odd thing, he said, was that almost every time they came, they would find an upstairs window open. Not just unlocked, but actually open. They would close it, lock it, make sure everything was sealed, and then leave. The next time they came back, the same window would be open again. There was no evidence of anyone forcing their way into the house, no broken locks, no muddy footprints, nothing disturbed downstairs. If anyone had tried to break in, the alarm system would have gone off, but it had never been triggered. It was as if someone inside the house was opening the window from the inside between visits, and there was no one actually living there who could have done it. That alone would have been unsettling, but then the neighbor said that our current tenant had told him some things as well. He told me that our tenant had said someone had pushed her down the stairs when she first moved in, and that she and her daughter heard and saw ghosts in the house. He did not seem to be exaggerating or trying to spook me for fun. He just repeated what he had been told, standing there in the daylight with his arms folded, as if sharing a piece of neighborhood gossip he thought I already knew. I started to laugh, partly because I was uncomfortable and partly because I did not know how else to respond in that moment, and I asked him, "Are you serious?" He looked me straight in the eye and said, "Yes, this is what she told me." The laughter died in my throat, and I suddenly felt very aware of the house standing there behind us, with its silent windows and closed door. That evening, after my husband and I went home, I could not stop thinking about what the neighbor had said, and I decided I needed to hear it directly from the tenant rather than just secondhand. I called her, intending at first simply to tell her that we had been landscaping in the yard and that the neighbor had come by. As we talked, I gently slipped in what the neighbor had told me, half expecting her to laugh and say he was making things up or had misunderstood her. Instead, she paused and then said, "Well, I did not want to tell you in case you thought I was crazy." That one sentence made my stomach drop, because it meant she had something she had been holding back, something she felt embarrassed or nervous about sharing with her landlord. She went on to explain that both she and her daughter were very sensitive to this type of stuff, meaning the supernatural, the presence of spirits, those things that many people either dismiss or take very seriously. She said that in the house, there was a little boy spirit who looked about 8 or 9 years old. She could sense him and sometimes see him. Her daughter, she said, was even more sensitive than she was, and the daughter told her that there was also a woman's spirit in the house. The way she described it, the boy seemed to like to play hide and seek. He was always running around, hiding behind furniture or around corners, darting out of sight as if playing a game. It did not sound like he was malevolent or trying to hurt anyone, just that he was very active and childlike in his behavior. I then asked her more directly about the stairs, because by that point the falls down the stairs felt like more than simple coincidences. She said, yes, without hesitation. Someone had pushed her, she told me, though she was not entirely sure who. She thought it could have been a bad spirit, not the little boy but something else, or maybe the woman, she did not know. The fall had not felt like a slip or a misstep to her. It had felt like a force from behind, like a hand on her back sending her down the stairs. That was terrifying to hear, especially when I thought back to my sister-in-law's fall and all the times I had walked up and down those stairs myself without ever feeling anything out of place. She told me that because of all this, she had had a priest come by to bless the house. She had hoped that a blessing would calm whatever was there, give her and her daughter some peace, and maybe encourage any restless spirits to move on. She also told me something else that made my skin prickle. She said that ever since she had told me she was moving, meaning ever since she had put in her notice and set the process in motion to leave the house, things had gotten worse at night. Every night now, she said, she heard tapping on the walls, like knuckles rapping quietly, sometimes in one room, sometimes in another, as if something invisible were roaming around making sure she knew it was there. She also heard the distinct sound of footsteps, someone walking around the house when there should have been no one there but her, and even then she was often in bed. These noises were not faint, uncertain things that could be blamed on the house settling or the pipes shifting. They were clear enough and persistent enough that they were disrupting her sleep, waking her up or keeping her from falling properly asleep in the first place. She said it was getting so bad that she could not function properly at work during the day because she was so exhausted. The idea that someone might be walking up and down her hallway in the middle of the night, unseen, made my heart race just hearing about it over the phone. As if all this was not enough, there was another incident. She had contacted a moving company to get a quote for her move, and a man from the company had come by to look at the house and get a sense of what would need to be moved. He walked around, taking stock of furniture and boxes, and at some point he went near the stairs. Suddenly, he lost his footing and fell down the entire staircase. Fortunately, the only thing hurt was his pride. He did not break any bones or suffer any serious injury. But it was another fall, on the same set of stairs, in the same house, in a pattern that was starting to feel too circular to ignore. When she told me this, I could practically see the staircase in my mind's eye, its carpet, its walls, the way it turned, and I almost shivered. Her daughter, who was away attending university in another city, called her at one point and told her she should be very careful. The daughter said that the little boy's spirit was mad that they were leaving. She said that he saw her mother as a kind of mother figure or caretaker, and that he did not want her to go. The idea that a ghost, especially that of a child, could feel anger or abandonment at the thought of a tenant moving out of a house made everything feel both sad and unsettling. On one hand, you imagine a lonely child's spirit attaching itself to whoever shows kindness or simply lives there. On the other hand, that same attachment could make things dangerous or frightening if the spirit reacts badly to change. In a twist that surprised everyone, the tenant's job transfer did not end up happening. The move was cancelled or delayed, and she ended up staying in the house instead of leaving it. She later told me that once the decision had been made that she was staying, the knocking at night stopped. The tapping on the walls and the sound of footsteps, which had become such a regular part of her nights that she had almost grown used to listening for them, simply ceased. The house went quiet again, at least in that regard, as if whatever had been protesting her impending departure had calmed down, satisfied that she was not going away after all. The little boy, if he really saw her as a mother, had gotten what he wanted. She stayed. And the house, with its quiet rooms and that narrow staircase, went back to being, on the surface, just another rental property in a quiet neighborhood. But for me, as the owner who had heard all these stories and seen the pattern of falls and strange events, it never again felt like just a house. Whenever I thought of it after that, I could not help but picture an unseen little boy playing hide and seek in the corners, a woman watching from somewhere just out of sight, and a pair of hands, small or large, I did not know, resting on someone's back at the top of the stairs, deciding whether this person should stay or go, and how hard they might be pushed either way. When my mother and I were traveling through British Columbia, Canada in 2009, we were in this adventurous phase of our lives where we wanted to find as many free camping areas as we could, and for the most part it was an amazing, almost magical experience. The kind of trip you look back on and think, yes, that was one of those special times that stand out in your memory. We drove along long stretches of highway, through forests and past lakes, stopping whenever we saw a little sign for camping or a side road that looked promising. Some of the places we found were incredible, almost too perfect to be real, like Chisinket Lake, which was one of the most pristine lakes I have ever seen in British Columbia. The water there seemed to glow with clarity, the trees around it framed the sky like a picture, and everything felt calm and clean, the kind of spot where you could breathe deep and feel like the whole world was peaceful. I only mention Chisinket Lake because not too far from it there is another lake called Takasi Lake, and that place became the setting for one of the most disturbing and unsettling experiences my mother and I have ever had. Looking back now, we both agree that we should never have camped there. There were warnings all around us, and we ignored them, mostly because we were tired, stubborn, and did not want to keep driving in the dark. The first sign that something was not right came even before we properly settled in. As we pulled up and looked around, there was a strange stench that would suddenly gush out of nowhere, hit us full force, and then vanish just as quickly as it had appeared. It did not drift gently like a normal smell or hang in the air the way the scent of a campfire or damp earth does. It came like a blast, like someone had opened an invisible door full of filth, and then slammed it shut again. It smelled like pure crap, like rotting waste, a harsh, foul odor that made us wrinkle our noses and pull back instinctively. It was bad enough that we walked around trying to find the source, expecting to see fresh animal droppings, a dead animal, a pile of garbage, something that would make sense of it all, but there was nothing. The ground was clear, the bushes were normal, the air would turn fresh again in seconds, and then later the smell would come back for a few moments, hit hard, and disappear again. At the time I was uneasy, but I pushed the feeling aside. Later, when I thought about it more, especially knowing what I believe about certain things, I remembered that this is often how people describe the smell connected to demons or imps, that sudden, overwhelming stench of something rotten or unclean that has no obvious physical source. That should have been a warning I took seriously, especially knowing this, but in that moment, tired and focused on practical things, I treated it like just another odd detail in nature. Even before we finished getting our gear out of the car, my mom looked around and said, almost immediately, that the place felt eerie. She stood there, eyes scanning the shoreline and the trees, and said, "Hey, it feels eerie here. We're so remote, and I don't like the way it smells here. Are you sure you want to stay? We can go back toward Burns Lake and camp someplace else." She was giving me an out, a chance to say, "You're right, let's leave, let's not push our luck." I should have listened to her, especially because I trusted her instincts and I knew she was sensitive to the feel of places. But my stubborn side took over. We had already been driving a long time that day, and my body was tired of being in the car. The sky was starting to darken, and my brain went into that mode where you just want to stop, set up camp, and be done with it for the night. So I answered her, "I don't feel like driving anymore. It's getting dark, and by the time we're done setting up camp, it will be dark out." I brushed off her uneasiness and my own doubts, focusing on the practical point that if we left, we would have to find somewhere else and possibly set up in full darkness. So we stayed. We set up camp, put up our tent, organized our stuff, and tried to act like this was just another camping spot on our trip. For a little while, as we settled into the routine of camp life, I convinced myself it would be fine. We used the lake that first evening to wash our hands and clean our dinner dishes. At first glance it seemed like a calm, ordinary lake, not as stunning as Chizinket, but still pretty in its own way. The water was still, the trees cast soft reflections on the surface, and there was a quiet that you get when you are far from towns and highways. That night, while we cooked and washed up, nothing natural bothered us. No ants crawled all over our food. There were no swarms of mosquitoes that sometimes attack campers at dusk. We did not hear people laughing or shouting from other campsites, because there were no other people around. It should have been peaceful, but instead, the silence felt too complete, as if the land itself were holding its breath. One thing that especially freaked my mother and me out, though we didn't talk about it too much at the time, was a place on the way down to the lake. There was a small path that ran to the side of the water, and near that path there was a patch of ground that looked very much like a shallow grave. The earth was sunken in just enough to look like something had been buried there, and the shape was long and narrow in a way that made us both think of a body. We did not poke at it, dig into it, or try to find out for sure what it was. We just noticed it, exchanged a look, and then agreed silently that whatever it was, we did not want to disturb it. As for the toilet, I personally refused to use the outhouse that was provided. It was one of those rough, isolated outhouses you sometimes see in very remote places, and in such an empty area, it felt even more cut off. Even though there was plenty of open space and wide plains around, hardly anyone ever drove by. That level of isolation, combined with my hatred of spiders and their webs, meant there was no way I was going to sit in that dark little box alone. I imagined spider webs on the ceiling, cobwebs on the seat, and things crawling up from the dark hole beneath, and my skin would crawl just thinking about it, so instead I would go behind the outhouse, away from the road, and do my business there where I felt a little more in control. When I was back there once, I noticed writing on the outside of the outhouse. It looked like someone had scribbled words or maybe carved them, but whatever had been written was too washed out by time and weather to read clearly. The letters were faded, smeared, only half there. I could not make sense of them, and in a way I was relieved. I had a strong feeling that whatever the words were, they would not be pleasant. I imagined curses, warnings, or crude messages left by other campers who had sensed something wrong there. The fact that I could not read it felt like a small mercy. That night turned out to be far from the quiet rest we were hoping for. At some point during the night I woke up suddenly, heart already beating too fast, filled with fear before I was fully aware of why. The first thing I heard was a sound not far off that, to my ears, sounded exactly like a bear. It was loud, heavy, something moving and making noises in the dark, close enough that I felt like it could easily find our tent. The first thoughts that came to my mind were panicked and vivid. Oh gosh, that bear might come to our tent, rip through the thin polyester fabric that is the only thing between us and it, and eat us. I pictured claws tearing through the tent, teeth flashing, and the three of us, my mother, my child, and me, completely helpless inside. The fear gripped me so tightly that it kept me awake for a long time. Every small sound outside felt magnified. I lay there tense, listening and waiting for something to happen, unable to relax. It seemed like the noise went on forever, though in reality I do not know how long it lasted, only that it felt like many long minutes of waiting to see if we were about to be attacked. Eventually, in my panic, I glanced over at my mom and at my daughter. They were both sleeping peacefully, their faces relaxed, blankets pulled up, bodies at ease. They did not look frightened or disturbed at all. That image started to calm me. I thought, if they are not scared, if they do not even seem to hear this, why should I let myself be paralyzed by it? Slowly, very slowly, I talked myself down from the edge. It took about an hour of lying there, breathing deeply, telling myself that panic would not help, before I could finally drift back to sleep. Later, after we had left that place behind us and had put some distance between ourselves and Takasi Lake, my mother told me about her own horrifying experience from that same night. At the time, We had not shared what we were hearing with each other, each of us locked in our own private fear, hoping not to wake the other. She told me that in the middle of the night she had heard what sounded like a pack of wolves running around the tent, circling it, moving quickly and heavily in the darkness. This detail was especially disturbing because my mother is not easily frightened by animals. We live in Alaska, and she has spent a lot of time in the wilderness. She has encountered bears, wolves, and other animals before and has never panicked the way many people would. She usually describes wild animals as curious, not automatically dangerous, and she has this strange ability to feel what they are trying to say with their presence. Often, when animals come near a campsite, she gets a sense from them, something like, "We're just curious, we're not going to harm you." And that helps her stay calm. But at that campsite, at Takasi Lake, she said she did not get any of that. The feeling that came with the sound of those wolves was nothing like curiosity. She told me that as she lay there listening to the sounds of what seemed like wolves running around, the sense she got from them was pure evil. There was no warmth, no neutrality, no sense of wild creatures just checking things out. It felt instead like a hostile, focused energy, something that wanted to scare and maybe even harm us. She knew instinctively that if she tried to shout at them, to say, "Hey, go away, leave us alone," the way she might with normal animals, it would not work the same way. In fact, she felt that saying anything at all, making any sudden movement, could trigger them, and that they might literally tear the tent open and tear us to shreds. She lay there, completely still, not saying a word, hardly daring to breathe loudly. She told me that the only thing that allowed her to stay quiet and not panic out loud was the sight of me and my child sleeping so peacefully. She did not want to wake us up into that fear, and she somehow felt that our peacefulness was a shield of some sort, a fragile calm in the middle of something dark circling outside. When we compared our experiences later, it struck us as incredibly strange that both of us had woken up in fear for our lives that night, but we had heard completely different things. I had heard what I thought was a bear making loud noises, close enough to make my imagination run wild. She had heard what she was sure was a pack of wolves running around the tent. Neither of us had heard what the other described. My mother asked me if I had heard the wolves, and I told her I had no idea what she was talking about. I'd only heard the noises I thought were a bear. I asked her if she had heard what I heard, and she said she had not. It was as if whatever was out there was choosing to present itself differently to each of us, tailoring the fear to our expectations and memories. For me, a bear was the obvious danger. For her, the idea of wolves circling the tent was the thing that triggered her instincts. That difference, combined with the fact that neither of us could confirm the other's sounds, made the whole experience feel even more unreal and disturbing. Not long ago, my mother and I were talking again about our time in Canada, and we revisited that night at Takasi Lake, trying once more to make sense of it. She shared with me what she felt was the best explanation so far. She believes that the reason we both woke up in fear, hearing different terrifying things, was that there were demons in that area trying to scare us, to drive us away from what they considered their sacred place. She thinks they were using sounds and feelings that would frighten us most, playing with our senses and our minds. Whether you believe in demons or not, it is hard to ignore the way everything at that lake felt wrong, layered with a kind of hostility that did not come from animals alone. When morning finally came, it felt like a rescue. The sky lightened, the shapes of the trees became normal again, and the oppressive fear eased a bit simply because it was day. Still, none of us had gotten much sleep, and we all felt wrung out and exhausted. We made our breakfast as quickly as we could, forcing food into our tired bodies because we knew we needed the energy to pack everything up and get out of there. As we did this, something else strange happened. There were two people out in a boat on the lake, drifting on the water not too far from the shore. At first I thought nothing of it. People go out on lakes in boats all the time. But as I watched them more closely, I realized they were just sitting there, staring straight at us. They did not smile, did not wave, did not look away when I glanced back. They simply stared. Wanting to be friendly and to break the tension I felt building in my chest, I lifted my hand and waved at them, a simple, "good morning," kind of wave. They did not wave back. They just kept staring, faces unreadable, eyes fixed on us as if we were intruders on their territory. The look they gave us felt like a clear message. You are on our land, and we don't want you here. Their silence, combined with their constant watching, added a new layer of discomfort to an already strange morning. I turned my attention back to the task at hand and walked down to the lake to wash our breakfast dishes, thinking that once we finished and packed everything, we could leave and put all this behind us. But when I looked at the water, my stomach tightened again. The lake did not look like it had the night before. Instead of being clear or softly reflective, the water was pitch black, so dark that it looked like liquid shadow. At first I thought it was a trick of the light, maybe the way the morning sky was reflecting, but as I moved closer, the blackness stayed thick and strange. I raised my arms and moved them so my shadow would fall on the water. And as I did that, the blackness seemed to shift in a different direction, not matching my movements the way a normal shadow should. That was when I realized that the darkness was not just a mirror of me, it was something in the water itself. Curious and uneasy, I dipped my hands into the water. Instead of feeling clear water glide past my fingers, I felt many small, wriggling bodies. Pulling my hands back, I looked down and finally understood what I was seeing. The black water was full of tiny black tadpoles, so many of them packed together that they made the whole surface look black. I had grown up in Sitka, Alaska, and as a kid I had seen tadpoles before. I remembered them being a greenish or strange murky color, and not that easy to find. You might catch a glimpse of a few in a pond or puddle if you looked hard enough. This was completely different. These tadpoles were so dark they were almost pure black, and there were so many that they changed the whole appearance of the lake near the shore. As I watched, I noticed little green dots appearing in the water among them, multiplying quickly. I realized, with some disgust and amazement, that this was probably tadpole poop, accumulating right in front of my eyes. The whole scene felt bizarre and unnatural, like the lake was some kind of breeding ground for more than just ordinary creatures. I stepped back from the shore and walked back to my mom, telling her that I was not able to wash the dishes there because the water was full of those black tadpoles and strange green dots. My mom has always had a strong sense of cleanliness and order, and she did not like the idea of leaving dishes dirty, even in such a strange place, so she decided to try a different part of the lake. She took the dishes and found a more difficult spot to reach, hoping that the water there would be clearer. She told me to start loading up the car while she dealt with the dishes. I did as she asked, gathering all the breakfast things and the bedding we had used that night, stuffing sleeping bags and rolling up blankets, trying to focus on the familiar routine of breaking camp instead of thinking about the black water and the staring people in the boat. When my mom came back from the lake, she told me something that made my skin crawl in a different way. She had found ant nests near the area where she had washed the dishes. We are from Alaska, where ant nests are usually underground and appear as small holes in the ground, maybe with a little ant trail running to and from food sources, but nothing dramatic. What she saw at Takasi Lake was not like that. She found ant nests that were humming, literally humming like beehives, full of activity. Each nest was huge, about 6 feet in diameter and around 4 feet high, like big mounds built up over time. And there were not just one but two of these massive nests. She described how the sound of them, the constant movement and humming, made her feel uneasy. It seemed very strange that in such a remote place, where hardly anyone went and there were no picnic grounds full of crumbs, these ants were living so large, building nests that seemed almost oversized for the environment. There was something unsettling about it, as if even the insects there were thriving off something different, something we could not see. When it came time to take down the tent, the ants made sure I knew they were there too. As we worked, they kept biting me, again and again, little sharp pinches that made me jump and smack at my legs and arms. They did not bite my mother, and they did not bite my child. It was only me they seemed to target. I could feel them crawling on me, finding ways under my clothes, making my skin sting. It was as if I had some kind of invisible sign on me that said, "Bite this one." And they obeyed. My mom and my kid were spared that particular discomfort, which I was grateful for, but it also felt like another strange, selective reaction from the environment, one more thing singling me out in that place. There was no nearby place to get potable water, so our next stop after leaving the campsite was a weird, rundown snack shop that was, despite its condition, oddly overpriced. It looked dilapidated from the outside, like it had not seen proper repairs in years. But it was one of the only options around, so we stopped there to buy water. While we were there, my mom accidentally opened the wrong door, thinking it might be another entrance, or maybe a restroom, and what she saw inside that room was something that stayed with her, and only deepened the feeling that this whole area was connected to darker things. In that room, sitting alone, she saw an old woman in a rocking chair. At first glance, the woman looked almost dead. Her skin had a greenish hue to it, not the healthy pink or brown of someone living a normal life, but a faded, almost sickly color that made my mother think of decay. The woman's face was full of wrinkles, layers of lines upon lines, as though time had etched deeply into her features. Her clothes were ragged, more like rags than proper clothing, hanging loosely on her thin body. She rocked in the chair slowly, like someone who had been sitting there for years with no one to care for her. My mother felt a wave of pity, because it looked as if no one was taking care of this woman at all, like she had been left there and forgotten. At the same time, there was something so eerie about her presence, especially in a room that looked unused and empty otherwise, that it frightened my mother. Horrified and unsettled, she quickly closed the door and hurried away, calling out for me in a scared and urgent tone, asking where I was. When my mom later told me about that woman, about her appearance, and the way the room felt, I thought back to a story I had heard from a preacher I knew from Africa named Eham, though I am not sure if I am spelling his name correctly. He was living somewhere in Canada then, and he had a past that was very unusual. He had once been a warlock before turning to God, and he had told me that in those days he could do things with his body that other people could not, like traveling from one place to another instantly, just by using the power of his mind. I had asked him once why he did not do those things anymore, why he had not used those abilities more often back then if they were so powerful. He told me that you cannot do something like that without paying a price. Every time a witch or warlock did certain things, like intense spiritual or magical work, they would lose something of themselves. It would make them old and unhealthy looking, draining their life and youth. The more they did it, the more it showed on their bodies, leaving them looking worn out long before their time. As my mother described the woman in the rocking chair, the greenish skin, the heavy wrinkles, the ragged clothes, I could not help thinking that maybe she was some kind of witch who had done too much of whatever she did, feeding off dark things, and had lost her youth and health in the process. She looked like a person who had burnt herself out chasing power or whatever thrill she got from her practices. Putting all of this together, the foul smell that came and went without a source, the eerie feeling my mother had from the start, the shallow grave-shaped patch of ground near the lake, the washed-out writing on the outhouse, the terrifying night of different animal sounds that only each of us individually heard. The sense of evil my mother got from the wolves, the staring people in the boat who would not wave back, the black tadpoles that turned the water into a living shadow, the huge humming ant nests, the ants biting only me, and the strange, almost corpse-like old woman in the rocking chair. It is hard for me to see Takasi Lake as just another random campsite we stopped at during our road trip. I have come to believe, as my mother does, that some witches and warlocks love to use free camping areas like that, places that hardly anyone knows about or visits often, as their own quiet spaces to do whatever it is they do best, whether that is rituals, summonings, or simply living close to whatever dark forces they serve. That would explain why the place felt so spiritually polluted, so wrong underneath its surface beauty. We had another odd experience later on the John Hart Highway, also in a remote free camping area, but that one, strange as it was, did not feel quite as intense and frightening as our demon encounters at Takasi Lake. That place stands out to both of us as a place where we were not wanted, where something tried hard to scare us away, and where we were foolish enough to stay the night anyway. The strange things that have happened in my house feel like they have been part of my life forever, as if they were woven into the walls long before I was even born, and sometimes when I sit, and really think about it, I realize that it is not only me but my whole family that seems to be followed by this kind of thing, almost like some invisible thread connecting us to haunted places and restless spirits. Especially on my mother's side, where one of my aunts lived in a house that everyone in the family openly called haunted, not in a joking way but in a serious, tired way, because her daughters were both terrorized in their bedrooms at night for years, hearing things and seeing things and waking up screaming. And now those daughters are grown up and have kids of their own, and, as strange as it sounds, their children also have experiences that sound a lot like what we went through. As if whatever troubled that house has not completely gone away but has instead somehow attached itself to our bloodline, or at least to our stories. So when I say that the experiences in my house have been happening to me for years, what I really mean is that there is a long history of this in my family, and I sometimes feel like I am just one more person in a line of people trying to live their lives while something unseen lives around them. When I try to sit down and mark the exact dates and ages when things started for me, like you would mark important events on a timeline, it is hard to do, because a lot of my past is blurred in my mind, and if I am being completely honest, I know that some of that blur is not just because time passes but because I have tried on purpose to block certain memories out. To push them down so I can function without always feeling like the scared child I used to be, lying awake in the dark listening for sounds that no one else seemed to hear. Even so, some nights stand out clearly. I remember one evening when my best friend was over at my house, and we were hanging out in my room the way teenagers do, lying on the bed, talking about everything and nothing, laughing, and sometimes falling into those more serious conversations you have late at night when the lights are off and the world feels smaller and quieter. By that point in my life I already knew, without any doubt in my mind, that there was a ghost in my house. This was not a question mark thing for me, not a maybe, or I imagine things. It was something I had accepted in the way you accept that your house has a creaky step or a draft near a window. Whether the ghost was male or female I could not say for sure, because it is not like it spoke to me in a voice I could recognize, but because it had been around for so long and felt like part of the house, I decided it needed a name. Something to make it feel less like an unknown and more like a presence I could talk about without always getting freaked out. I chose the name George, almost randomly at first, just something that popped into my mind, and strangely enough it stuck. After that, whenever I sensed something or something weird happened, I would think, "Okay, George, I know you're here." And he never seemed to object in any way I could understand, and in a strange way it made things a bit less frightening, like I was living with a roommate instead of something completely faceless. So that night, my best friend and I were lying in my room trying to go to sleep but failing, as usual, because like typical teenagers we were more interested in talking than resting. We had turned the main light off, and the room was dim, lit maybe by a little glow from outside or a small lamp that was off at that moment. In my room the only way to turn on the overhead light was by pulling on a string that hung down from the middle of the ceiling, right in the center of the room, so it was not something you could accidentally bump with your elbow or brush against without noticing. You had to reach up and tug on it on purpose. We were talking and starting to settle when, out of nowhere, the overhead light snapped on. It was not a flicker or a dimming, it was a full bright click, the way it usually comes on when someone pulls the cord, and the room was suddenly flooded with light. We both froze for a second because we knew we had not gotten up and we were too far from the string to have touched it. The shock of going from darkness to brightness so suddenly and for no obvious reason made our hearts jump. For a moment there was that prickly feeling on the back of my neck that I get when I know something has happened that I cannot explain in a normal way. My friend and I looked at each other with wide eyes, and then, trying to act like it was no big deal, we laughed it off, making jokes about ghosts not wanting us to sleep or maybe, George, wanting to join the conversation. Even though we laughed, underneath the jokes we were both unsettled, because we understood that something had interacted with the physical world in a way we could not see. The next day I told my father what had happened, expecting at least some curiosity or concern, but instead he made fun of me, as if I had told him the punchline of a silly joke. He shook his head and said I was going crazy, that there was no such thing as ghosts, and that I had spent too much time watching scary movies or listening to family stories. He knows that I call the ghost George, because at home I will sometimes say things like, "Okay, George, cut it out," when something strange happens, so he deliberately messed with me and said that I should stop saying there is a ghost named Kevin in our house, twisting the name on purpose, hoping to tease me out of my seriousness. I corrected him automatically and said, "It's not Kevin, his name is George," partly because the name had become important to me and partly because I wanted him to understand that I was not just making things up for fun. This had become a real part of my world. He rolled his eyes and went on with his day, and I was left with that lonely feeling you get when something real to you is dismissed by someone who should be on your side. That night I decided to sleep in the basement with my dog, thinking maybe the change of location would calm me down a bit. The basement was partly finished, and at that time the bed frame was there but had been taken apart so we could do some more work downstairs. The mattress was on the floor or in pieces, and the metal or wooden frame leaned against the wall. I lay down with my dog beside me, his familiar warmth and breathing making me feel a little safer. At some point in the night I was jolted awake by an extremely loud banging sound. For a moment, half asleep, I could not understand what had caused it, but out of the corner of my eye I saw the bed frame shaking violently, as if some invisible force had just smashed it hard against the wall. The sound was not like a small creak or a house noise. It was sharp and heavy, the kind of impact you would expect if a strong person had grabbed the frame and slammed it with all their might. That image sent a rush of fear through me, because I knew no one else was down there besides me and my dog. I sat there with my heart pounding, too scared to move, trying to convince myself it was nothing, but I could feel that it was not nothing. I tried to ignore it, telling myself that if I did not focus on it then maybe it would stop and I could at least rest, so I turned the TV on for background noise and a bit of light, hoping that the familiar sound of a show would drown out any other noises and distract my mind. I lay there watching the flicker of the screen, forcing myself to stare at it instead of looking around the room for shadows or movement. About half an hour later, though, my dog started to react in a way that scared me even more than the banging. All the hair on his back stood straight up, that ridge of fur that dogs get when they are on high alert or feel threatened, and he stared fixedly at the direction of the bed frame, his body rigid. He began to growl, a low, serious growl that I had heard him use only when he felt a real threat was present. Then his body started to shake slightly, not from cold but from tension and fear. Seeing my dog, who normally was brave and calm, act like that made me feel like the bottom had dropped out of my stomach. Animals are usually the first to sense things that humans cannot see. If he was that scared, then something was definitely there. At that point I was paralyzed by fear. My whole body felt heavy and numb, as if someone had poured cement into my veins. My mind raced with questions. What was there? Was it going to hurt us? Was something worse about to happen? But even though I wanted to run up the stairs and wake my dad, my legs would not move. I stayed where I was, clutching my dog, my fingers digging into his fur, shaking almost as much as he was. I could feel tears burning at the corners of my eyes, and I was on the verge of crying, but I held it in because it felt like even making a sound might attract whatever was there. The TV hummed quietly in the background, a strange contrast to the terror in the room. I ended up staying awake for the rest of the night, lying there in a tight ball, holding on to my dog like he was the only anchor I had, staring into the dimness and praying silently that nothing else would happen, because I knew that in that moment I did not have the strength to move or fight back against anything, physical or otherwise. When morning finally came and the light started to creep in, I felt like I had survived something, even though I could not fully explain what. Another experience that took place in the basement stays with me just as clearly, maybe even more, because of what I saw with my own eyes. I was down there again, this time watching TV more comfortably, trying to relax and enjoy a bit of downtime. The basement can be cozy when nothing strange is going on, and for a while it was just me on the couch, the screen glowing, and a kind of quiet that feels normal. Then I heard a knocking sound off to the side, not directly behind me but in a nearby area, like someone tapping on a wall or piece of furniture. It was distinct enough to catch my attention and make me pause the TV. I wanted to know what it was, and like many people in haunted situations, part of me was scared but another part was curious, wanting proof of something I had sensed for so long. I got up from the couch and turned toward the direction where the sound had come from. What I saw is hard to describe in words, and sometimes I wish I could scrub the image out of my mind, because it did not look human in the way a normal person does. And if it was once human, it had twisted into something else, something that radiated malice. Standing or half-forming in that space was a face, or what my brain recognized as a face, but it was distorted, stretched, and wrong. The best way I can explain it is by comparing it to the creature in the movie Jeepers Creepers 2, the one with the kids on the bus. There is a scene where that monster is spread out in a farmer's barn, pinned or displayed on the wall, and his face has this awful, drawn, unnatural look to it, like skin pulled over something that is not quite human. The thing I saw in my basement looked very much like that, like a version of that face staring out at me from the shadows, its features warped into something that suggested hunger or cruelty rather than anything kind. The moment my eyes registered what I was seeing, my body reacted instantly. I did not stand there analyzing it or trying to see more. I went straight into panic. I instantly burst into tears, the fear so overwhelming that it unlocked all the emotions I had been holding in for years. I screamed, a raw sound that I could not control, and I ran up the stairs as fast as my legs would carry me, my hands slamming against the walls and railing as I went. I did not stop at the top of the stairs or pause in the hallway. I rushed straight out of the house, out the door, into the open air, as if getting outside would somehow break whatever grip that image had on me. I stood outside shaking, my heart pounding so hard it felt like it might tear out of my chest, and I refused to go back in until someone else came home. The thought of being alone in that house, especially in that basement, after seeing that face made me feel like I was in danger, not just frightened but actually at risk. I stayed out there, trying to calm myself down, until another family member arrived, and only then did I go back in, sticking close to the areas that felt more alive, like the kitchen or living room, and avoiding the stairs that led down to the place where I had seen that thing. Experiences like that have left me with a constant sense that I am being watched. It is not just a simple paranoia. It feels like eyes are on me when no one else is there, like there is always someone in the next room, just out of sight, peering around the corner at whatever I am doing. Whether I am brushing my teeth, sitting at the table, or walking down the hallway, there is often this prickling on my skin that says, "You are not alone." And that is a very unsettling way to live. There have been many small but unnerving incidents too, the kind of things that make you doubt yourself for a second, and then slowly build a bigger picture. My video game consoles, for example, have turned on and off on their own, not once but multiple times. I will be sitting there playing and suddenly the system will shut down or restart. Or I will be in another room and hear the familiar startup sound when I know I did not touch the power button. It happened so often that one day I got angry instead of scared. I snapped and yelled out loud, telling George, or whoever it was, to give it up because I did not want to play a damn video game anymore if it was going to be messed with. Talking to an empty room like that sounds ridiculous when I say it back, but in that moment it felt like the only way to push back. Lights have turned on and off by themselves as well, not just the one time with my friend. There have been times when I leave a room with the light off and come back in to find it on. Or I am in a room with the light on, and it suddenly clicks off with no one at the switch. I constantly hear things that sound like objects falling to the floor, little thumps, clatters, the noise you hear when something small like a book or picture frame drops. But when I go to check, there is nothing there. Nothing has moved. Nothing lies on the floor, and yet the sound was so clear that I would have sworn something had fallen. My dog, who used to accompany me to the basement without hesitation, eventually refused to go down there at all. I would call him and he would stand at the top of the stairs, whining or backing away, eyes wide, ears back, making it very obvious that he did not want to cross that threshold. Animals can't explain themselves in words, but their behavior speaks loudly, and his refusal made me feel even more justified in my fear of that space. Around the house, pictures have fallen over when no one was near them. Frames that had been standing solidly for months suddenly tipped or landed face down for no apparent reason, even when the windows were closed and there was no breeze to blame. Sometimes I will hear the tiny sound of glass or wood hitting a surface and walk in to see a photo that used to stand proudly now lying flat, as if someone had brushed past it or deliberately knocked it over. These little things, taken alone, might be dismissed, but together they form a pattern that is hard to ignore. Strangely, all these experiences seem to be focused on me. Nothing like this happens to my dad, at least not in a way he notices or acknowledges. He does not see faces in the basement, or hear strange footsteps, and if something odd happens when he is around, he either does not connect it to anything or he shrugs it off entirely. There are times when this makes me feel like I am losing my mind, like maybe I am imagining all of it and building it up into something it is not. The doubt creeps in, especially when someone I love and live with insists that ghosts are not real and that I am exaggerating. But then I remember the nights when my friends were with me and they saw the lights turn on by themselves, or heard the strange noises, or felt the sudden cold in a room that should have been warm, and I realize that whatever is going on is not just in my head. Other people have witnessed pieces of it. My dog has reacted with fear. My cousins grew up with similar stories in another house entirely. All of this together makes me believe that yes, something is here. Something I have called George, but that might be more complicated than one simple name. Something that has been around for years and sometimes seems playful, other times deeply frightening, and almost always focused on me in ways that make everyday life feel like I am sharing my home with an invisible, unpredictable roommate who never really leaves. I have changed the names in this story to protect the people involved. But everything that happened is true to the best of my memory and to the way it lives in my heart. Because this was not just a file or a case number to me. It was something that touched my life very deeply and stayed with me long after the paperwork was filed away. When I was working as a social worker, I was assigned a case that at first seemed like any other difficult situation. But very quickly it became something much more personal. A father came to our office and asked for help to find a new home for his child. His name was Patrick, and his little boy's name was John. From the very beginning it was clear that Patrick loved his son with all his heart. He was a caring, involved father who wanted the very best for John, but he was also terminally ill with cancer, and the doctors had told him he only had about 6 months to live. At that time Patrick was around 35 years old and John was about 7. When I was assigned their case, I knew it would be hard, because the outcome was already written in a way, but I had no idea how much they would come to mean to me. As I slowly got to know Patrick, it did not feel like the usual professional relationship between a worker and a client. We became fast friends. There was this strange feeling of familiarity, like we had known each other in some other time or place, like he was an older brother who had been away and suddenly come back into my life. It did not hurt that he had the nicest Irish accent, warm and musical, which made even serious conversations sound gentle. When I was training to become a social worker, my instructors had warned me again and again to avoid becoming emotionally involved in the cases I handled, because they said that if we let ourselves get too close, it would only make it harder on us in the end, and we might not be able to think clearly when tough decisions had to be made. I understood that in theory and had tried to keep that rule in mind, but with Patrick and John it felt different from the start. It was almost impossible not to get emotionally invested. Their story pulled at me in a way I could not ignore. As we talked more, Patrick told me that he had come from Ireland to Canada about 15 years earlier to look for a better life. He said he fell in love with the country, with its open spaces and opportunities, and somewhere along the way he also fell in love with a beautiful Mexican woman named Maria. They dated for a while, and then got married. There were many people around them who were happy for them and their marriage, but there were also people who did not want them to get married, including Maria's uncle and her brother, who did not approve for their own reasons. In the end, all the pressure and problems became too much and Patrick and Maria separated, even though they loved each other. They went their separate ways and tried to build new lives. Over the years, they stayed in touch now and then, like old friends who still cared but did not know how to step back into each other's world. When Patrick talked about Maria, I could hear the regret in his voice. He confided in me that one of his big regrets in life was that he had not fought harder to keep her, that he had let other people's opinions come between them. I had to gently remind him that if they had not gone their separate ways, he might never have had John, this gorgeous, polite, kind little boy who was now the center of his world. Even when Patrick smiled at that thought, I could see that his regret for the past and his love for his son lived side by side in his heart. As a social worker, my official job was to do everything I could to find a permanent home for John for after Patrick passed away. But as time went on, I realized that my role in their lives was more than just ticking boxes and making phone calls. I became a friend to both of them, someone who sat with Patrick when he was tired and talked with John when he was scared or confused. I tried to help emotionally, even though many times I wanted to break down and cry when I saw what Patrick was going through, slowly losing his strength, and when I saw little John trying to prepare himself for his father's death, even though no 7-year-old should have to think about those things. Sometimes I would leave their home or the hospital and sit in my car, gripping the steering wheel, fighting back tears. But when I was with them, I held myself together as best I could because I felt that it would be a dishonor to Patrick's strength and the way he faced his situation if I collapsed in front of him. He did not hate the world or blame God for what had happened to him. He accepted his illness with a calm courage that I still admire to this day. He would joke sometimes, he would talk about memories from Ireland, he would talk about the future as if he were still going to be there, not to lie to himself or John, but to show his son that life still had meaning even when it was about to change forever. As time passed and our connection grew stronger, my own family also got to know Patrick and John. They came over for meals, we spent time together outside of formal meetings, and slowly they became like an extension of our family. My parents knew who they were, my relatives asked about them, and it was impossible to see them as just a case anymore. Yet even with all the effort I put in, right up to the very end, I could not find a permanent placement for John that felt right. I did not want to just place him anywhere. I wanted to honor Patrick's wish that his son would be somewhere safe, stable, and loving. Patrick died peacefully in his sleep on July 5, 2006. It still hurts to think about that date. Just a few days earlier, he had spent Canada Day weekend, July 1st, celebrating with John, trying to give his son one more happy memory of fireworks and flags and laughter. On the 3rd of July, he went into the hospital for an outpatient treatment. It was supposed to be a routine visit, not something that would keep him there for long. He went to sleep there and simply never woke up. His body was too tired, and his time had come. The night before I learned that Patrick had died, I had a vivid experience in my sleep. It was not a normal, random dream. It felt clear, bright, and different, like the dreams my mother and grandmother used to tell me about when they described seeing spirits, or receiving messages from people who had passed away. Like them, I have always been able to feel things in my dreams and through sensations that do not come from my 5 normal senses. In this dream, I saw Patrick standing in front of me. He did not look pale and sick like he had in his last days at the hospital. He had the healthy glow of a handsome Irish man in his prime. His skin had color, his eyes were bright, and he was smiling, not in a forced way but in a natural, peaceful way. I remember feeling both surprised and comforted. He spoke to me and told me that in the time he had known me, he had come to trust me deeply. He said that he knew I would know what to do for John. He told me he had complete faith in me and that he knew I would not fail him, that I would make sure John ended up where he was meant to be. His voice was calm and sure, and there was no trace of fear or pain in him. Then, just as suddenly as he had appeared, he was gone. The moment he vanished from the dream, I started to cry. It was as if all the emotion I had held back while he was alive finally broke through. But as I cried, I felt this wave of warmth wash over me, like someone wrapping me up in a big bear hug. It was so comforting and peaceful that I knew deep down it was Patrick, still there somehow, trying to let me know that he was okay and that I was not alone. My bedroom is right next to my parents', and my mother must have heard me crying, because she came into my room and gently woke me up. I opened my eyes, saw her worried face, and the first words that came out of my mouth were, "Patrick died." I just knew. In the morning, Patrick's lawyer called to say that Patrick had passed away in his sleep during the night, and what I had felt in my dream was confirmed. At the time of Patrick's death, John was staying with his godparents, an older couple who loved him very much and were doing their best to care for him, so I was constantly going over to their house to check on him, to see how he was coping, and to help with all the preparations for Patrick's funeral. Looking back now, I sometimes wonder how I managed to keep myself together through all of that. I was working long hours, dealing with my own grief, holding John's hand at the funeral home, making phone calls, and still trying to handle my other responsibilities. But somehow I did hold it together, and I know I did it for John. I told myself that it would not help anyone if the social worker assigned to help this child and his father was the one who broke down in tears all the time. I cried in private, but in front of John the first tried to be strong, a steady presence in a time when his whole world had been shaken apart. John's godparents were wonderful people, but they were already older, and it was clear that taking care of a young boy full-time, permanently, would be very hard on them physically and emotionally. I could see the love in their eyes when they looked at John, but I could also see the tiredness in their faces. So I filled out paperwork to have John stay with me and my family for a while, as a temporary measure while we continued to look for a permanent home, and in my heart I knew that if it came down to it I could love him as my own. I honestly thought I would face many hurdles to make that happen, considering the rules and procedures of the system, but then I learned something that left me shocked. Patrick had listed me, in his will, as one of the caregivers for John, right after John's godparents. That meant he had thought about me, trusted me, and formally written my name down as someone who could take his son if needed. When I found this out, I was floored. I had not expected it at all. It was a huge honor but also a huge responsibility. While John was staying with me, he told me something that gave me chills. He said that on the morning his father died, before anyone had told him anything, he heard his father's voice waking him up and saying, "Wake up, buddy, life's too short to sleep." John said that this was the exact phrase his father used every morning to wake him up, and he insisted that he had heard it clearly that day, just like all the other days. Only later did he find out that Patrick had already passed away by then. Hearing that made my heart ache, but it also made me feel, once again, that Patrick had reached out to his son one last time, using the words John knew best, to say goodbye or to remind him to keep living fully. As I continued my work, I shared the responsibility of taking care of John with his godparents. He spent some days with them, some with us, and we all tried to make his routine as stable and loving as possible, while I continued the search for a permanent home that would honor Patrick's wishes. One of those wishes was that John would not be raised by Patrick's second ex-wife, who was also John's birth mother. On paper, most people would assume that the child's mother should be the first option, and at first I did not fully understand why Patrick was so clear about not wanting John to live with her. He only told me that she had chosen her career over family, and had left them. He did not go into detail or badmouth her. He simply said he did not believe John would have a stable home with her. By law, I had to contact her and inform her of Patrick's death and of John's situation. When I finally reached her, I got the shock of my life. She told me, in a distant and almost cold way, that she did not want John and that she was willingly giving up her parental rights because she did not want to settle down. She explained that she was enjoying her career as a journalist and did not feel she could or wanted to take on the responsibility of raising a child. Hearing that cut deeply, because I had just spent days watching John cry for his father, and now here was his mother, choosing her own path without him. It also made me understand, in a painful but clear way, why Patrick had not wanted John to grow up in that environment. With that door closed, I kept searching. Patrick had grown up Catholic, and one of the conditions he had written down for John's future was that his son should continue to attend church every Sunday and be raised in the Catholic faith. Usually John's godparents took him to church, but one Sunday they could not, so I took him instead. I remember that day very clearly. We went into the church, and John went up to the front with the other children for the service while I sat in one of the back pews, quietly observing. The church was peaceful, with the usual soft light coming through the stained glass windows and the gentle sound of people praying. As I sat there, I closed my eyes for a moment and prayed in my own way. I did not use fancy words. I simply asked for a miracle, a sign, anything at all to guide me in helping John, because at that time I had begun to feel a horrible heaviness in the pit of my stomach, a feeling that I was running out of options and might not be able to fulfill Patrick's wish to place John in a home where he would feel safe but also have space and support to grow. I was scared of failing him. I did not know if that feeling came from my own stress or from something greater. As I finished my silent prayer and opened my eyes, the first thing I heard in the church was someone calling out to a woman named Maria. I did not see who said it or who they were calling, but the sound of that name echoed in my mind. It was like the name lit up and stayed floating in my thoughts. I sat there, and for the rest of the Mass, I kept hearing Maria in the back of my mind. At first I brushed it off as coincidence. Maria is a common name, especially in Catholic churches. But as the day went on, that name refused to leave me alone. It was only at the end of the day, after going through my tasks and thinking about John again and again, that it finally clicked into place. Maria was the name of Patrick's first ex-wife, the woman from Mexico he had married when he first came to Canada, the one he had told me he still loved and regretted letting go. Suddenly it felt less like a random name and more like a message. I knew it was far-fetched to think that she might be the answer, especially since they had been separated for years and I did not even know where she was living now, but my heart told me I had to at least try. Tracking down Maria was not easy. There were addresses that no longer worked, phone numbers that had been changed, little hiccups along the way that made the whole search feel like a maze. But I pushed through, step by step, because every time I thought about giving up, I would remember Patrick's face in my dream, his trust in me, and John's small shoulders shaking as he cried. Eventually I was able to find a way to contact her, and when I did, I explained gently that Patrick had died of cancer and that he had left behind their little John, who now needed a permanent home. I told her that his mother did not want him and had given up her parental rights, and that I had been left with the responsibility of finding him a family. As I spoke, I could hear Maria's breath catch. She broke down crying, grief pouring through the phone line. When she could finally speak, she asked me when Patrick had died. When I mentioned the date, July 5, 2006, her crying became heavier, almost uncontrollable. When she calmed down a bit, she told me something that made the hairs on my arms stand up. She said that for the past couple of months she had been thinking about Patrick more and more, wondering how he was doing and if he was okay. She had lost contact with him over time, but those feelings had grown stronger, until she finally started actively looking for him, hoping there might be a chance to reconnect and maybe even get back together. In her very own words, she told me, "I finally grew a spine and told my uncle and brother to mind their own business." She had found her courage and wanted to stand up for her own feelings at last. She also told me that on the day Patrick died, even though she did not know it at the time, she had felt a deep sense of grief that came over her suddenly and stayed for a while. She had no idea why she felt so sad that day, but she cried and grieved as if she had lost someone dear. Then, after some time, she felt a sudden calmness wrap around her, like being hugged. It was so strong and so peaceful that she felt sure it was Patrick reaching out to her from wherever he was. That experience renewed her determination to find him, because she took it as a sign that he wanted her to, and she was just about to give up when I called. Hearing her story and comparing it to my own dream of Patrick and the feeling of being hugged by him, I knew deep in my heart that none of this was random. When I asked Maria if she would be willing to adopt John, I held my breath. It was a big question and a huge responsibility to lay in front of someone, especially someone who was still grieving. But she said yes, without hesitation. She said she loved him even though she had not seen him in so long, and she wanted to give him the home his father would have wanted. That yes opened the door to a long process of paperwork, interviews, and legal steps. Anyone who has gone through adoption knows that the paperwork can drive even the calmest person a little crazy. There are forms for everything: background checks, home studies, references, and countless signatures. You need a lot of patience and persistence to see it through. There were moments of frustration, moments when some document got delayed or some office misplaced a file, but we kept going. I reminded myself that every signature, every stamp, every wait in a hallway was one more step toward giving John a stable, loving family again. In the end, all the effort paid off. The adoption went through. John, although he still greatly misses his father and always will, became settled in his new home with Maria. She treated him with warmth and kindness, and he slowly began to smile more, to talk about school and friends and future plans, not just about hospitals and funerals. Maria also respected Patrick's wish about raising John in the Catholic faith. She herself was Catholic, so it fit naturally into their life. She took him to church on Sundays, just as Patrick had wanted, and together they formed a new kind of family that held both grief and love. As for me, I still got to see John every once in a while. I would visit, catching up on how he was doing, watching him grow taller and more confident. He also continued to see his godparents, who remained an important part of his life. After everything settled and the adoption was finalized, I had another one of those warm, peaceful feelings that I had felt before from Patrick. It was like a gentle weight being lifted from my shoulders. I could almost feel him smiling somewhere, relieved and happy that his son was safe and loved. I knew, without needing anyone to tell me, that Patrick was pleased with where John had ended up. Out of all the cases I worked on as a social worker, many of them affected me both emotionally and physically, leaving me tired, stressed, or sad. But I think that Patrick and John's case stands above the rest in my memory. It was painful and beautiful at the same time. It showed me how love, regret, faith, and even what felt like signs from beyond can weave together to guide us, if we are willing to listen. And it reminded me that sometimes, even when the law and the system seem cold and distant, there are still miracles waiting quietly on the other side of a phone call, a church pew, or a dream. This story happened to me about 12 years ago, back when I was around 14 or 15, that strange age where you feel like you are supposed to be growing up and acting mature, but inside you are still very much a kid who gets scared of shadows and noises in the night. And I can admit now that I was definitely still afraid of the dark, and not just me but my older sister too. Even though she was a year older than me, and you might think that by 15 and 16 we would have grown out of that kind of thing. But honestly, sometimes fear does not care about your age, and just holds on anyway. We each had our own bedrooms in our one-level house, and if anyone had visited during the day they would have seen 2 separate beds, 2 separate little spaces with our own things, posters on the walls, drawers, maybe some clothes thrown around, and they would probably have assumed that we slept separately like proper teenagers. But the truth is that most nights we chose to sleep in the same room and even in the same bed. Just like when we were younger, because being together made the darkness feel less big and less scary. When we were kids we used to stay up late into the night having puppet shows with our stuffed animals. And we even had a name for our little show. We called it the Eddie and Wrinkles Show, and in our minds those 2 stuffed characters were stars, more famous than any cartoon, and we would talk to them, make silly voices, and imagine that we took them everywhere, even to the World Series in our fantasies. And it sounds really childish now, but those memories are warm and silly and somehow comforting even as I write this. I don't even know why that random detail popped into my head just now, but maybe it is because that kind of innocent, playful time is mixed up in my mind with the feeling of lying awake in the dark with my sister, whispering and laughing and trying not to be scared, all of it tangled together in one long memory. Before I explain exactly what happened that night, it helps to picture the layout of our house so you can understand how everything connects, and why what we saw and heard felt so strange. The house was a single-level, 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom place, simple and modest, not a huge maze or anything, but it had its own kind of character. When you walked in through the front door, you stepped into a little space where you could either keep walking straight ahead into the kitchen or turn right and go into the living room, which was the main area where we watched TV, sat on the couch, and spent time as a family. If you went through either the kitchen or the living room, you eventually came to what I like to call an intersection, because there was this little area where the spaces met and split, and from there you could choose a direction. If you turned left, you would find a set of stairs leading down to the basement, always a bit darker and cooler than the rest of the house. The kind of place that feels a little creepy even on normal days just because it is below ground and not as bright. If you look to your immediate right from that intersection, you would see the smallest bedroom, which is where my sister and I were sleeping at the time, huddled together at night even though technically it was only meant for one person. That small bedroom shared a wall with the living room, so sometimes we could hear the TV through the wall if someone stayed up late, or the muffled sound of voices. If, instead of turning right into that little bedroom, you kept walking straight down the hall, you would pass the stairs on your left, then just after them on that same left side was the bathroom, the only one in the house, and then next to that bathroom was the second bedroom, a bit bigger than the one my sister and I used at that time, and at the very end of the hall was the master bedroom where my parents slept. All of this was on one floor, so sound tended to travel easily from one room to another, especially at night when the house was quiet and every little creak or thump seemed louder than usual. At that time we had a small dog named Zoe, and she was a mix between a mini American husky and a poodle, which meant she was small but fluffy, with this cute energy that made her feel like part of the family rather than just a pet. She liked to follow us around, sit in the middle of the room while we did our homework, and curl up near us when we went to bed. On the night this first strange thing happened, my sister and I were asleep in the small bedroom that shared that wall with the living room, like I mentioned, and Zoe was sleeping right in the middle of the floor, probably feeling safe because she was in the same room as her humans. It was the middle of the night, the kind of time when everything is so still and dark that it feels like the world is holding its breath, and if I had to guess the time I would say it was around 2 or 3 in the morning. We were both sound asleep, no TV on, no music, no lights, just the quiet breathing of two scared of the dark sisters and a little dog in a dark room. Then, out of nowhere, Zoe let out this terrible, sharp yelp, the kind of sound a dog makes when it is hurt or suddenly frightened, almost like someone had kicked her hard in the ribs or stepped on her with full force. It was not a small whine or a little bark. It was a full-on painful yelp that cut through the silence and jolted us awake instantly, hearts racing before our eyes were even fully open. At the exact same moment that Zoe cried out and took off running into the living room as if something had scared or hurt her, the light in our bedroom turned on full blast, flooding the room with bright light. This was not just any light switch. This light had a dimmer on it, the type where you have to twist the knob all the way until it clicks to turn it on or off. So it was not the kind of thing that could be flipped by a slight bump or a loose wire. You had to actually turn it with some effort, and it clicked at the end of the motion. Yet there we were, sitting up in bed with our hearts pounding, the light blazing above us, and our dog gone from the room, having bolted off into the living room like something in the room had hurt or scared her. We both stared at each other, eyes wide, and then looked at the empty spot on the floor where Zoe had been moments before, and then at the light switch. No one else was in the room, and the door had been closed, so it was not as if someone had crept in playing a prank on us. The timing of it all, the yelp, the sudden movement, and the light turning on at the exact same moment, felt far too precise to be a coincidence. We were absolutely terrified, and even though we tried to be brave, there was no way we were going to turn the light off again that night. We kept it on, too scared to lie in the dark after that, and every time we looked toward the door or the walls we almost expected something else to happen. Zoe refused to come back into the bedroom at all that night. She stayed in the living room, away from whatever it was that had scared or hurt her in that small room, and this made us feel even more nervous because animals often sense things long before we do. The rest of that night felt long and restless, with us lying there under the blankets, lights blazing, eyes half open, listening to the quiet and hoping nothing else would happen. Years went by, and we grew older, and life moved on as it always does. More recently, my sister had a baby boy, Cooper, and he became the love of my life as well as hers, this little bundle of energy and cuteness that made everyone in the family smile just by existing. When he was about 4 months old, he began to sleep through the night at my sister's place without any problems. He would drift off and stay asleep until morning, no crying, no fussing, just peaceful baby sleep, which any parent or aunt will tell you feels like a miracle. Because he was doing so well at night, my sister started letting my mom take Cooper overnight sometimes, both so my sister could get some rest and because my mom adored her grandson and loved having him over. That is when something strange started happening again. Whenever Cooper slept at my mom's house, our childhood home, he would wake up screaming in the middle of the night, not just whining or fussing like a hungry baby, but full-on screaming, red-faced and inconsolable. He would cry and cry, and nothing seemed to calm him down for a while, and this was completely different from how he behaved at my sister's place. It got to the point where it became a pattern: sleep like an angel in his own home, wake up screaming at my mom's house. The first few times we thought maybe it was just that he was not used to the different environment. Or maybe the crib felt different, or the smells were unfamiliar. Babies are sensitive, after all. But as the pattern went on, I started to feel like there might be something more to it. In my heart, I began to think that maybe one or both of my deceased uncles, who had loved our family very much, were somehow checking up on him, watching over their great-nephew, and that the presence of those spirits might have been overwhelming or confusing for a baby who could sense more than we could explain. Perhaps they meant no harm at all and were just curious or protective, but in the small hours of the night, when everything is quiet and the veil between the living and the dead feels thinner, that kind of energy might have been frightening for a little boy who could not understand it. In January of this past year, I finally moved out of my parents' house, a big step that felt both exciting and a little scary. Before I moved, I had my own bedroom in the back part of the house, which was the second bedroom down the hall, directly across from the master bedroom where my parents slept. By this time I was used to the rhythms of the house, the way it creaked and breathed at night, the familiar noises of pipes or the fridge, and I knew my father's habits very well. My dad is the type of man who always has to say hello or at least make some kind of comment when you pass each other, especially at night. If you get up to grab a drink of water or to use the bathroom, and he happens to wake up or be in the kitchen, he will always speak, even if it is just a simple, "Hey," or "Couldn't sleep?" or something similar. It can be a little frustrating when you are half asleep and trying to stay in that sleepy zone, because his voice snaps you more fully awake, but it is also part of who he is. He likes to acknowledge people, to make sure you know he sees you. One night, not long before I moved out, I was asleep in my room when I woke up needing to use the bathroom. It was late, the house was dark, everyone else seemed to be asleep, and the familiar quiet of the night wrapped around everything. I got out of bed, padded down the hallway barefoot, and as I walked I could see straight ahead toward the kitchen and beyond that, into the living room. Because of the way the hall lined up with the opening into the kitchen, you could see the outlines of furniture, and sometimes a bit of the chairs or the table even in low light. As I approached, I looked toward the kitchen and saw what looked like the dark shadow of a person standing in there. The figure was outlined against the dim light coming from a clock or street light outside, and it had a very specific posture. He had his arms folded across his chest, one leg crossed casually in front of the other, and he was leaning against one of the kitchen chairs, as if he had been standing there for a while, just watching. The shape looked very much like a man, and at first, without even thinking deeply, I assumed it was my dad. That was the most logical explanation. He had gotten up at night, and was standing in the kitchen like he sometimes did, maybe thinking or just stretching his legs. But then, as I walked a little further and expected to hear his usual greeting, that automatic, "Hello," or some kind of remark, the figure stayed completely silent. He did not shift, he did not clear his throat, he did not make any sound at all. He just stood there, arms folded, one leg crossed in front, head turned in my direction as if he were looking right at me. The silence felt heavy, like the air had thickened. I suddenly remembered that my dad always talks when he sees someone up at night. That is just who he is. The fact that this figure said nothing, offered no note of recognition at all, sent a shiver down my spine. Something inside me whispered that this was not my father. My heart started to beat faster, and I felt a rush of confusion and fear. Wanting to be sure, I reached out and flicked on the light switch in the hallway that also lit part of the kitchen. In that instant, the moment the light came on, the figure simply vanished. There was no one there. The kitchen was empty, the chair was just a chair with no one leaning on it, and the shadows that had formed a clear outline were gone. It was as if the person had never existed. I stood there for a second, frozen, my mind racing to catch up with what my eyes had just seen and then not seen. I could have panicked, run back to my room, or woken my parents, but for some reason I didn't. Maybe I was too tired, maybe I had already accepted the idea that there were spirits in the house, or maybe I had grown used to strange things happening. I just shrugged my shoulders, told myself that whatever I had seen was either my imagination or something that did not want to harm me, and I went about my business, used the bathroom, and went back to bed. The next day, though, I told my mom what I had seen, describing the dark shadow standing there, the way it had looked so much like a man, the folded arms, the crossed leg, the lean against the chair, and then how it vanished the moment I turned on the light. My mom listened carefully, and I could see that she took my story seriously. She did not roll her eyes or call me silly. Instead, she called my sister and told her what I had experienced, and together they decided it was time to bless the house with holy water again, something my sister knew how to do. She came over, prayed, sprinkled holy water in the rooms, especially the areas where strange things had happened, and asked for protection and peace for the house and everyone who lived in it. The most remarkable part is what happened after that blessing. Since then, when Cooper sleeps at my parents' house, he has slept through the night, peaceful and calm, without waking up screaming and inconsolable like he used to. It is as if whatever energy or presence had been disturbing him was either calmed, pushed away, or reassured enough to leave him alone. Our dog Zoe is gone now, and so are some of those earlier nights of shared childish fear. But the memory of that yelp, that sudden burst of light, the screaming baby, and the silent shadow in the kitchen still stays with me. Even now that I live somewhere else, I look back on those events and feel that there are things in this world we cannot fully explain, that sometimes the people we loved who have passed on might be nearby, watching, or that other things might wander through our lives for reasons we do not understand. What comforts me is that, in the end, our house feels lighter, Cooper sleeps well, and whatever that shadow was, it has not shown itself again, leaving us with stories that still raise the hairs on our arms but also remind us of the strength of family, faith, and the strange, quiet ways the unseen world brushes against our own. It was a time in my life when a lot of very scary things were just starting to unfold, and even though I had already experienced some weird paranormal stuff with my friends, this period was different because it was tightly connected to my personal life and especially to my relationship with my girlfriend at the time. I feel like I cannot tell only one small piece of it, because one part of the story leads into the next and everything is linked together. So to really explain what happened, I have to tell it all from the beginning, including the messy, awkward, very honest parts about being a teenage boy full of hormones and confusion. When I was a kid and early teenager, I had this little group of friends who loved to go out at night and explore all the local haunted places. We thought we were brave ghost hunters, even though we were really just nervous kids with flashlights and big imaginations. I started hanging around those places in grade 9, poking around abandoned buildings, old roads, and graveyards people whispered about. But it was not until later, around grade 11, that the really strange and intense things began happening, the ones that left a mark on me and made me question what was out there beyond what you can see. Our group really came together around the time we started investigating local graveyards more seriously. We did not just go once or twice. We visited many different graveyards, some still in use, some old and almost forgotten, with worn stones and sinking plots. There were a lot of nights where absolutely nothing happened except us getting cold and bored. But then there were a few nights where the atmosphere changed, and we felt or saw things that made the hair stand up on the backs of our necks. In the middle of all that, there was my social life, messy and tangled and full of teenage drama. People joined our group, left it, got scared, came back, or drifted away, but only a small handful stayed with us through the really intense, frightening experiences. One of those people was a new girl who arrived like a fresh breeze and then never seemed to leave, no matter how weird things got. She was very pretty in a natural way, the kind of girl next door, who also had this little hint of grace and mystery about her that drew your attention. When she smiled, it felt like the whole room got a bit brighter, and when she giggled, it was the kind of sound that made every guy in the group smile whether he wanted to or not. She was relaxed and easygoing, not fussy or dramatic, and she knew how to keep up with the boys, which meant she did not complain when we stayed out too late or walked through muddy fields, and she never tried to be the center of attention. She was just always up for fun, and I think that simple mix of kindness, beauty, and bravery is why I fell for her. After a few months of hanging out in the group, it became obvious to everyone that something was growing between us. We started drifting toward each other naturally during every outing. We would sit beside each other in cars or on logs, walk side by side through graveyards and dark roads, and lean toward each other when we talked. For a long time we did not officially call it dating, but we were moving in that direction. Looking back, I think she kept coming out with us at night mostly because I was there, and if I am honest, I have to admit that in that same time I was often only going along with those late-night adventures because she was there too. If she had decided to stay home, I probably would have suddenly lost interest in ghosts for the night and stayed home too. Because we liked being together, we ended up going out a lot, just the two of us sometimes and other times with the group, and in a way that pushed our group to explore even more of our area. We almost wore out the map of our county from driving all over it. We went to barn parties, which for us were basically like the modern version of a rave, full of loud music and kids drinking in the middle of nowhere. We drove down country roads at crazy hours of the night looking for anything that sounded like an adventure or sounded like it might involve alcohol or excitement, and somehow we always seemed to find trouble instead. She lived in town, in an apartment building, and that place itself became important later, because it was where we held some really messed up Ouija sessions that caused problems of their own. Still, even before that, she already seemed to attract strange things. After she joined our group, our exposure to the paranormal seemed to double, or even triple. Looking back now, it feels like she was a magnet for ghosts and odd happenings, like wherever she went, the veil between our world and whatever is on the other side got a little thinner. Just before we officially started dating, we became extremely close and would often meet up just the two of us, separate from the rest of the group. I think of that period as the foreplay time in a relationship, not only in the physical sense but in an emotional sense too. It was that stage where both people know there is attraction, and they can tell the other feels the same, but neither has said it out loud or taken that final step. There is a lot of tension, a lot of joking and flirting, and a lot of deep talks that last late into the night. During that time, we talked about almost everything you can think of: the moon and the stars, what we believed about the afterlife, what happens to people when they die, the ghosts we thought we might have seen, and of course, being teenagers, we also talked a lot about sex. That topic came up more than once, and one of those conversations stuck in my mind very strongly. At the time, I remember it mainly because I was a horny teenage boy and the sexual part stood out to me. But later, when stranger things began to happen, I looked back on that talk and saw it in a different light. She told me one night, quite calmly and honestly, that she often had vivid sexual dreams and that she sometimes woke up having actual orgasms from those dreams. As she explained it, it was not just a random once-in-a-blue-moon experience. It was something that had happened many times. At the time, I am sure that most of what she said turned into background noise in my brain except for the words, "having orgasms," because that is how my teenage brain worked. I remember being fascinated and, honestly, very excited by the idea, but I did not think any deeper about why it might be happening or what else could be connected to it. I just saw it as this interesting, arousing thing she was telling me. It was only later, after we started dating and other things began to happen, that her words returned to me with a new meaning, and I began to wonder if there was more behind those dreams than just a vivid imagination. She often talked about hearing things at night that woke her up, like footsteps in the hallway or sounds in her room, and she sometimes felt as though someone was watching her, especially when she was in her bedroom or in the shower. She told me that a few times when she took long, hot showers, the kind that fog up the whole bathroom, she would see something strange in the mirror. As the steam built up and the mirror fogged over, little droplets of water would collect and run down, forming those clear paths through the foggy surface. It was in those streaks and shapes that she sometimes thought she saw a figure or a shadow move behind her when she finished showering and stepped out. It was quick, like a dark shape passing through the mist. Sometimes the sight would startle her so much that she would scream, and her father would come rushing to the bathroom door to check on her. She also told me that when we hung out in the basement of her building, sometimes with the lights completely off so it was pitch black except for a tiny bit of light from a doorway or a window, she would feel something touch her. To be honest, there were times when that was just me being a teenage boy trying to cop a feel. But there were other times when it definitely was not me, when I was too far away, when my hands were accounted for, and she would still flinch and say she felt a brush against her hair or her arm. For those times, I had no answer and no idea who or what it could have been. These strange events had been happening to her for so long that I think she had almost gotten used to them. She had learned to shrug them off and treat them as just another odd part of life, more annoying than terrifying most of the time. Once we officially started dating, things between us got very intense, very fast. She was a very sexual person, very open and free, but not in a trashy or desperate way. It was just part of how she expressed herself, and part of how we connected. Once the line was crossed and we became a couple, we were all over each other, like two Energizer bunnies hopped up on Red Bull. We both had high sex drives, and we were always looking for chances to be alone. That meant we became very skilled at finding dark, quiet, out-of-the-way spots for quick moments together, in parks, in fields, in cars, in basements, and many other places I probably should not list. We did a lot of naughty things, as I like to put it, and our relationship was full of passion. In the beginning, all I focused on was her body, the thrill of being alone together, and I paid little attention to anything else around us. But as time passed, some of the old habits from my ghost hunting days returned. I started to notice that in many of those places we picked, especially at night, I would get that familiar, uncomfortable feeling that we were not alone, that we were being watched by something just out of sight, or that the air had shifted in a strange way. I did not have her ability to shrug these feelings off easily. They bothered me. They did not bother me enough to stop hooking up with her, but they stuck in my mind, and I started keeping mental notes of the odd sensations and the strange little things that happened around us when we were together, especially in her room. After we had been together for a few months, we finally had an opportunity to spend the whole night together at her house, which felt like a big deal at that age. Her parents had to go out of town to visit some distant relative, and they did not want to drag her along and interrupt her schoolwork. So they left her at home by herself, trusting her to behave. Now that I am older, as a parent myself, I look back and wonder what on earth they were thinking leaving a teenage girl home alone like that when she had a boyfriend. But at the time I was not complaining. We saw it as the perfect chance, and we took full advantage of it. We stayed up late, fooling around, talking, laughing, and by the time things calmed down and we actually tried to sleep, it was very early in the morning and I was completely exhausted, physically and mentally. When we finally turned off the lights and laid down, I started to feel that uncomfortable sensation again, the one that says someone is watching you very closely. I remember lying there in the darkness of her room, my body tired and sore from the night's activities, and feeling the urge to get up and check around, to make sure no one was in the hallway or corner, but my body felt like lead and I just ignored it, telling myself I was too tired. Even though I stayed in bed, my mind did not fully relax. Part of me stayed alert and restless because it felt like something in the room was out of place. The room itself seemed to make little noises too, like the sound of soft footsteps or shifting weight, even though no one was moving. There were also moments when I had the strong sense that someone was leaning over me or staring right at my face. A couple of times I cracked when I opened expecting to see her leaning in or someone standing there, but I saw nothing. At first, we were lying together on the bed because she liked to cuddle, and she wrapped herself around me like I was a big stuffed toy. I do like cuddling, especially when I care about someone, but when it comes to getting serious sleep, I prefer some space. Eventually, the combination of her clinging and my uneasy feeling was too much, so I slipped off the bed, grabbed a pillow and a throw blanket, and decided to sleep on the floor beside the bed instead. Once I was on the floor, I finally started to slip into a deeper sleep. The strange noises in the room did not completely stop, but that intense, in your face, feeling faded a bit, and my tiredness took over. After a few hours, though, I was pulled out of that deep sleep by a quiet, muffled sound, like a soft moan. At first it was hard to wake myself up because my body was so heavy with fatigue, but the sound did not fade away. It continued, soft but steady, and finally I forced one eye open. My vision was blurry at first, but I slowly focused enough to see my girlfriend on the bed. She was sleeping, but her body was moving slightly under the sheets, shifting slowly, her face showing signs of pleasure. It was obvious she was having a very vivid sexual dream, one of the ones she had told me about, and it looked like she was in the middle of a good moment. That immediately caught my attention, and I woke up more fully, curiosity and concern mixing together. As I sat up a bit and tried to clear the fog from my mind, I became aware that something in the dim room looked different. There was a large, dark shadow above her bed, a shape that had not been there earlier. It was not just normal darkness. It seemed thicker, more solid, like a black cloud or figure hovering over her. As soon as my mind really focused on that shadow, as soon as I truly saw it and mentally locked onto it, it moved. It did not drift slowly or fade. It zipped fast, like it was startled by my attention, and shot back into the far corner of the room where there already was a natural shadow from the furniture and the angle of the light. Once it hid there, it blended in with the existing darkness, and I could no longer make it out clearly. It took a few minutes for what I had just seen to really sink in. During that time, my girlfriend's body relaxed again, the soft sound stopped, and she settled back into a still, silent sleep as if nothing had happened. I sat there, my heart pounding, trying to convince myself I had not imagined it, replaying the movement of that shadow over and over in my head. After that, I found it very hard to go back to sleep. I kept looking at the corner where the shadow had gone, staring into the darkness, half expecting it to jump out again. In the morning, once we were both awake and the sun was up, I told her what I had seen. I explained how she had been moaning in her sleep, how I had seen a large shadow hovering over her, and then darting away when I noticed it. She reacted by acting like she did not really believe me, saying maybe I was just dreaming or imagining things, but I could tell from the look in her eyes and the way she got a bit quiet that it bothered her deep down and that part of her did believe it was possible. It seemed to upset her more than she wanted to admit. Not long after that night, she began putting little trinkets and protective objects in her room, things she believed would ward off bad or unwanted spirits. She took it a step further and put a line of salt around the perimeter of her room, along the walls, all the way around, because she had heard that salt could form a kind of barrier against evil or harmful entities. For a little while after that, things seemed calmer. The strange touches, the intense dreams, and the sense of being watched seemed to fade, or at least lessen. We thought maybe the salt and her protective items had worked. But that peace did not last. Eventually we found a Ouija board and, being curious and foolish teenagers, we started messing with it, calling out to spirits and asking questions, and that opened a whole new door to trouble that added to everything else. Looking back now, I really believe she attracted these shadow-like creatures, whether they were actual spirits, demons, or something else. It was as if they were drawn to her energy, her sensitivity, or maybe to the combination of her personal life and our ghost hunting habits. After we broke up, our group fell apart too. People drifted away, moved on, or just stopped wanting to play with forces we did not understand. Strangely, once I was no longer close to her, most of the intense paranormal problems stopped happening to me. I still had small odd experiences now and then, but nothing as strong as what we went through together. I am thankful that those times are over because they were both exciting and deeply frightening, especially when the boundary between dreams, sex, and something dark in the corner of the room became so thin. Even now, when I think about that shadow and her stories of waking up from vivid sexual dreams, I sometimes wonder if something was visiting her at night long before I ever knew her. I can only hope that wherever she is now, she has found peace and that whatever was bothering her, watching her, and touching her in those long, strange nights has finally left her alone. Almost 4 years ago, I went on a family trip to Cancun, Mexico, at a time when Cancun was still healing from the heavy damage left behind by a hurricane, and although the city was coming back to life, you could see and feel the traces of what had happened everywhere around you, from half-finished buildings and broken palm trees to stretches of coastline where the sand had clearly been washed away and then carefully brought back. We stayed at a resort that had only recently been brought back from ruin, and you could tell it was still in the process of being put together again. There were no phones yet in the rooms, which felt strange in such a fancy place, and the big lobby looked empty and echoing because it had no furniture, just polished floors and walls with the sound of footsteps bouncing off them. Every day we stayed there, something new would appear. One day a row of chairs in the lobby, the next day a table or a plant, the next day some artwork on a wall, and it was almost like we were watching the resort slowly wake up and remember that it was supposed to be alive, busy, and welcoming. Despite the fact that it was unfinished in these little ways, the place was still beautiful, with its shining tiles, carefully arranged gardens, clear blue pools, and sweeping views of the ocean. And it honestly deserved the 5-star rating it had been given, at least in terms of how it looked and how the staff treated us. The air smelled of salt and new paint at the same time, a mix of nature and fresh construction, and wherever we walked there was that feeling of being in a place that had been broken and then carefully, almost lovingly, put back together. Because the resort was so new after the repairs, we were told that we were the very first guests to ever sleep in our particular room, which at first felt like a fun little honor, something special, as if we were helping break in a brand new space. When we opened the door the first time and stepped inside, everything smelled fresh, like new linens and recently cleaned floors. The furniture looked untouched, the beds were made perfectly, and nothing seemed worn or used. The room was spacious and laid out in a simple, comfortable way, with 2 large king-sized beds placed side by side, separated only by a single night table that sat between them like a little island. One bed was meant for my husband and me, and the other was for his teenage daughter and our 4-year-old daughter, who was still small enough to sleep soundly next to someone without kicking them too much. The night table between the beds held a lamp and a few basic items, and it felt like a neutral zone between the grown-ups and the kids, a quiet little divider in the middle of the room. The bathroom was nearby, with a closet right next to it, and the closet door was the kind that closed with a solid, noticeable sound. The first night there, we were tired from traveling but also excited, the way people always are on the first night of a vacation, and we went through all the usual motions of unpacking, deciding who would sleep where, tucking the children in, and taking a last look out at the balcony before finally turning off the lights and climbing into bed. The room fell into darkness except for the soft glow coming in around the curtains from outside lights, and the steady low hum of the air conditioner filled the background, smoothing out the usual little noises that come with any building as it settles for the night. Sometime in the middle of that first night, when I was lying somewhere between sleep and waking, I was pulled into full awareness by a sound that did not fit the quiet comfort of a new hotel room. At first it was small, a faint but clear tapping noise that seemed to be coming from right beside me, exactly at the spot where the night table stood between the beds. It was the sound of fingers lightly tapping on wood or on a hard surface, a soft, crisp tap tap tap, not random but in a kind of rhythm, almost as if someone was drumming their fingers while thinking or waiting. I lay there in the dark and listened, my eyes still closed, my mind slowly sharpening as I tried to tell myself it was probably just the building, or some kind of machinery, but the more I listened, the less that made sense. The tapping had a human quality to it, like fingers knocking in a pattern instead of the uneven ticking or creaking you'd get from pipes or walls. After the tapping came another sound, much louder and more startling, the solid slam of the closet door next to the bathroom. It was not a gentle click of a door easing shut, but a sharp, clear, repetitive slam, as if someone were opening the door and then pushing it closed firmly again and again. It did not happen once and stop. Instead, it repeated several times, adding to the tapping sound in a bizarre and almost rhythmical mix, like someone had decided to make their own strange little song out of the furniture in the room. I lay there frozen for a few long seconds, my heart beating faster, my mind scrambling for explanations. Maybe something was wrong with the latch of the closet door so that it came loose and fell shut, I thought. Maybe the air conditioner was causing a draft. Maybe one of the kids had gotten up and was playing around. In the morning, when the sun was up and the room was full of light again, I asked my husband if he had heard anything during the night, if he had woken up to the tapping or the slamming, but he just looked at me with a puzzled expression and said no, he had slept right through until morning and had not heard a thing. His calm answer made me feel as if maybe I had imagined it, or maybe I had only half-dreamed it, and although it still lingered in my mind, I tried to shrug it off. During the second night, after a long day of swimming, walking on the beach, and exploring, we went through the same nightly routine, tucking in the kids, turning off the lights, and lying down in what had already begun to feel like our room, our beds, our little temporary home. Once again, sometime deep in the night, when everyone should have been sound asleep, the same thing began to happen. I woke up to that familiar sound of finger tapping on the night table, the exact same light, rhythmic tap tap tap, as if someone invisible were standing there between the two beds, drumming their fingers thoughtfully on the wood. This time, I was more alert from the start because I recognized it. My skin prickled, and I tensed, listening hard. Then, along with the tapping of fingers, came the now familiar loud slam of the closet door by the bathroom, closing hard, opening again, closing again, in a pattern that made it sound almost intentional, like someone was trying to get our attention or make their presence known through noise. I lay in the bed, my eyes open in the dark, and my mind racing between, "There has to be a normal reason," and "This feels wrong." At one point, in the middle of listening to those sounds, I suddenly felt a clear, solid tap on my leg, about halfway down, as if someone had reached out and touched me with their fingers, not hard enough to hurt but firm enough to be completely unmistakable. It was not the tickle of a sheet or the brush of my own movement. It felt like a deliberate tap, like that quick little pat someone gives you to get your attention. I shot up from the bed, my heart jumping, my first thought being that maybe my daughter had climbed off her bed and come over to me in the dark. I turned my head quickly, expecting to see her standing next to me, clutching a blanket or toy, but there was no one there. Both children were still lying in their own bed, curled up under the covers, breathing softly, clearly asleep. The room looked still and quiet except for the echo of the tapping and the door noises still in my ears. That made the whole thing feel suddenly much more frightening, because the touch on my leg had felt so real and normal, the kind of thing only a living person should be able to do. In the morning, when the sun once again made everything seem less frightening, I told my husband about what I had heard and felt the night before. I described the tapping on the night table, the closet door slamming again and again, and the feeling of being tapped on my leg. This time, he admitted that he had heard the closet door slamming too, at least once or twice during the night, and that he had wondered what it was, but he had not heard the finger tapping the way I did. As for the tap on my leg, he was skeptical. He did not say I was lying, but I could see in his face that he thought maybe I had dreamt it, or maybe imagined it out of fear after waking up to the other noises. I understood why he might think that, and part of me even wanted to believe that explanation, because it was easier to think that my mind was playing tricks on me than to accept the idea that something unseen was moving around and touching things in our room. Still, the memory of that tap and the sound stayed sharp in my mind. As the nights of the vacation went on, the noises did not stop. Every night, in varying degrees, we heard the same odd soundtrack in our room, the finger tapping on the night table, light but steady, and the closet door slamming next to the bathroom, opening, closing, sometimes in short bursts, sometimes spaced farther apart, but always with that sense of repetition and intention. After a while, We stopped acting surprised and instead started talking about it in a more casual way, like a family might talk about a creaky staircase or a noisy fridge. Even my stepdaughter, who was a teenager and not easy to impress, admitted she had heard the sounds by then, especially the door, and knew they were not normal building noises. Despite being aware that something strange was happening in that room at night, we did not let it ruin our holiday. We still went to the beach by day, splashed in the clear water, laughed over meals, took pictures, explored, and enjoyed the warmth of Mexico. The resort staff stayed friendly and eager. Every morning a bit more furniture appeared, and the lobby slowly looked less empty. We swam in the pool, watched sunsets, and did all the usual family vacation things. The odd nightly activity became sort of an eerie side story rather than the main focus. We even half-joked about the idea that maybe the resort had a resident spirit or two. In our private talks, we tried to come up with explanations that made sense in the emotional context of the place. We thought about the hurricane that had torn through Cancun not too long before, about how many people might have been injured or killed in such a violent event, and how some of them might have died in buildings that stood where the resort was now, or even in that very hotel itself before it was repaired. It was easy to picture someone who had once stayed there, or someone who had worked there, who did not know they were gone and was still wandering the halls, curious or restless, tapping on furniture and closing doors. We also thought about the construction workers who had rebuilt the resort after the storm, working long hours in dangerous conditions with heavy materials and unstable structures. Maybe one of them had been killed in an accident, and their spirit had stayed behind, confused, still walking through the room where they had worked. We did not know any real facts. We were just spinning stories to make sense of the unseen guest we seemed to have. It even became a kind of good story to tell ourselves, a way to put the haunting into something like a respectful frame, as if we were sharing a room with someone who had suffered, rather than something purely terrifying. Eventually, the week came to an end. We checked out of the resort, waved goodbye to the staff, took one last look at the sea, and flew back home. Life returned to its usual pattern: work, school, errands, chores, family routines, and Cancun slowly slipped into the background of my mind, becoming just another warm, sunny memory filed away with other trips we had taken. The tapping and slamming we had heard became more like a story to tell in the right moment, something to pull out when ghosts or strange experiences came up in conversation, but not something that weighed on me every day. I did not lie awake at night thinking about it. I did not study the walls of my bedroom at home waiting for a sound. It was a weird and spooky part of our vacation, but it stayed there in my thoughts, sealed up in that hotel room like a closed drawer. Time passed, days, months, then years, and the events in Cancun faded, like the way you slowly forget the exact details of a dream. Almost 4 years after that trip, I was at home, sleeping in my own bed in my own familiar room, surrounded by the things I saw every day, the same furniture, the same colors, the same gentle noises of our house at night. My night table was next to my bed, like always, holding my lamp, maybe a glass of water, maybe a book or my phone. There was nothing unusual about the day that had just passed, nothing special to mark the night. I went to sleep like any other night, expecting to wake up in the morning and go about my business as usual. Sometime in the night, though, I was suddenly jolted awake by a sound that did not belong to my everyday life at home but belonged to that strange, unfinished hotel room in Cancun. It was the exact same kind of tapping on the night table, the same finger-like, light but clear tap 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 that I had heard 4 years earlier, in that room where we were the first guests. The moment I heard it, my entire body went cold, and I felt a strong rush of fear, as if the darkness around me had turned into something heavy and close. It scared me so much that I lay there frozen, listening, my mind instantly yanked out of the present, and plunged straight back into the memory of those nights in Cancun, even though I had not really thought deeply about them in a long time. I remembered the tapping between the beds, the closet door slamming, the touch on my leg, the way we had talked about hurricane victims and construction workers, the way we had learned to live with those sounds during that week. Now here I was, far away in time and space from that resort, lying in my own bed at home, and yet the same sound was back, as if something, or someone, had decided to follow me, or had only now found me again. The familiarity of the sound made it worse, not better, because this was not just any strange noise. It was a noise I recognized, one that carried a whole story behind it. In that moment, I knew that whatever had happened in Cancun was not completely over, and the thought that the tapping had reached me again, after years and across so much distance, left me wondering what it really was and whether it was trying to tell me that it had never been tied to just that room at all. I have always believed that there are things out there we cannot see, that there are paranormal entities or energies around us, and over the years I have read many stories, watched videos, and browsed through all kinds of supposed evidence, from blurry photos and strange recordings to long-written experiences like the one I am about to share. Even with that interest, I have always been very hesitant to talk about anything that happened to me personally, because most of my friends are skeptics who would just laugh, roll their eyes, or try to explain everything away in a way that made me feel silly for even bringing it up. So I kept most of my own experiences to myself. But after thinking about it for a long time, I decided I would finally write at least one of them down, not because it is the scariest or most dramatic ghost story in the world. It really is not, but because it still sticks with me all these years later, and somewhere in me I feel like this is the right place to share it. This happened almost 5 years ago, when my boyfriend at the time was working in a tiny little town in northwestern Ontario, the kind of small, quiet place that people jokingly call podunk, because it feels like the middle of nowhere. The closest major city, if you can even call it that, had a population of about 110,000, and that was an hour's drive away. The town he was working in had fewer than 1,000 people living there, so it was basically a small cluster of buildings, a few roads, some houses, a trailer park, and a lot of empty land and trees all around. He was living in a single wide trailer in the local trailer park together with a friend of his, another guy who worked the same kind of job. Both of them drove snowplows for work, dealing with the long, harsh winters that are so normal in that part of Canada. My boyfriend was on night shift at the time, which meant he left for work around 11:30 at night so he could start his shift at midnight and work through to 8 in the morning, clearing snow and making sure the roads were safe. His friend, who shared the trailer with him, had daytime shifts, so their schedules overlapped only a little. One evening, I was visiting them at the trailer. My boyfriend got ready for work, gave me a kiss goodbye, and headed out into the cold night. His friend and I stayed behind. We were on good terms, and since we were both awake and there was nothing else to do, we decided to watch a movie together in the living room to pass the time. Before I go into what happened, it helps to explain the layout of the trailer so you can picture it. The trailer was long and narrow, like most single-wides, with rooms arranged along a hallway and everything close together. If you walked in through the front door, you stepped right into the kitchen area. To your right, at the front of the trailer, was the living room, separated from the kitchen by a small closet that stood like a divider. At the very back of the trailer was the friend's bedroom, while my boyfriend's bedroom was off a short hallway in the middle, next to the small bathroom. So if you stood in the kitchen, you could look forward into the living room and backward down the hall toward the 2 bedrooms and the bathroom. In the living room there were 2 couches, one placed with its back against the closet wall, and another under the front windows at the very end of the trailer. I chose the couch that backed onto the closet because it was softer and more comfortable, and also because I liked being able to lean back and feel something solid behind me instead of open space. We put on a movie, settled in, and everything felt pretty normal at first. It was very cold outside that night, with the temperature dropping to around -25 to -28 degrees Celsius. The kind of deep cold where the air bites your face and everything creaks and snaps outside from the frost. As we watched the movie, I started to notice a sound coming from the closet behind me. At first it was very faint, just a soft tapping and scratching noise, almost like the sound you would make if you tried to pick a bit of paint or something off a wall with your index finger, a kind of delicate picking and scraping. The sound was coming from inside or behind the closet that separated the kitchen and living room. I turned my head a few times to look at it, half expecting to see something obvious like a coat swaying or something rubbing against the door, but there was nothing visible, just the closed closet. I told myself it was probably nothing unusual. In that kind of extreme cold, it is pretty normal for trailers, houses, and all kinds of structures to creak, pop, and crack as the material expands or contracts, so I dismissed the little tapping and scratching as just cold weather noises from the walls or the closet frame adjusting. We went back to watching the movie. About halfway through, something unrelated but dramatic happened. My boyfriend's friend suddenly got a phone call that was clearly bothering him. It turned out that his then-girlfriend had accidentally pocket-dialed him while she was out. When he answered or listened, he realized she was on a date with another guy. It was one of those awful, accidental revelations that you see in movies but hope never to experience in real life. You could see the shock and anger on his face. He was upset and hurt, and did not feel like sitting around anymore. Almost abruptly, he got up, threw on his coat, said he was heading back to the city, and left the trailer to make the hour-long drive back to confront his situation. Just like that, I was alone in the trailer. After he left, the atmosphere inside the trailer felt a bit different. Not scary at first, just quieter and more still. I turned my attention back to the movie, trying to lose myself in it, and ignore the awkwardness of what had just happened. But with only me there now, the little sounds coming from the closet seemed to become more noticeable. The tapping and the light scratching continued, and instead of happening only now and then, they started to come at shorter intervals. The sound did not really get louder. It was not like someone suddenly started banging or drumming hard. It was more that the tapping was happening more often, as if whatever was making the sound had moved closer or become more active. Again, I tried to brush it off as just the cold making the walls and closet creak, reminding myself that trailers are not exactly solid brick houses and they can make a lot of strange noises in harsh weather. Still, something about the way the tapping seemed so precise and regular bothered me deep down, but I told myself not to be silly. When the movie was nearly over, I decided to call my boyfriend to let him know what was going on. It was around 1:45 in the morning by then. I told him that his friend had left to go back to the city because of the phone incident, and that I was just going to finish the movie and then head to bed. I also mentioned, a bit casually, that there had been these weird tapping and scratching sounds coming from the closet behind the couch. Instead of being surprised, he chuckled and said, "Oh yeah, that's just our podunk poltergeist," as if it were an inside joke between him and his friend. He did not sound worried or serious, more like he was teasing, which put me at ease a little. We talked for another moment, wished each other good night, and then I hung up and turned everything off to go to sleep. I went to my boyfriend's room, got into his bed, and lay there in the dark listening to the soft hum of the trailer around me. For a while, nothing much happened. I relaxed gradually, my thoughts drifting, and I was just on the edge of falling asleep when I heard something that made all the tiredness drop away. From down the hallway came the unmistakable sound of footsteps. At first it was just one or two soft thuds, then more, as if someone was walking slowly along the hall toward the bedroom area. This on its own might not have been so scary. Trailers can echo, and sometimes you can mistake other noises for footsteps. But there was a specific detail about that hallway that made it much more distinct. There was one particular spot in the hall, one board or section of floor, that always squeaked very loudly if you stepped on it. Everyone who lived there knew exactly where that spot was, and at night, when people were trying to sleep, they would deliberately avoid stepping on it so they would not wake anyone up. It was one of those things you just automatically remember and go around without thinking. As I lay there listening in the darkness, I clearly heard that exact loud squeak from the hallway, in the familiar spot. That told me that whatever was walking down the hall was heavy enough and solid enough to step right on that known squeaky area, just like a real person would, except no one was supposed to be there. Thinking maybe the friend had changed his mind, turned around, and come back to the trailer, I rolled over and called out his name, expecting to hear him answer from the hall. I figured maybe he was upset and had forgotten about the squeaky spot in his hurry, or maybe he wanted to grab something he had left behind. But there was no answer. Instead, after my voice faded, all I could hear was the sound of more footsteps, heavier this time, like someone wearing boots and walking with force, combined with a strange movement under me. The trailer itself began to shake slightly, rocking side to side as if someone very heavy was stomping down the narrow hallway toward the rooms. It was not a gentle vibration like a far-off truck passing or wind rattling the trailer, but a clear, physical rocking that matched the heavy footsteps, like each step made the whole structure shift a bit. My heart started beating fast, and I became very aware of how alone I was at that moment. I will point out here that the night outside was calm and clear. There was no wind howling, no storm, nothing that could reasonably explain the trailer moving like that. The sky had been clear when the friend left, the air still, and even though it was bitterly cold, there were no gusts or bad weather that could have shaken the trailer. I lay there frozen, listening, wondering if I should get up and look or just stay where I was and hope it stopped. After a while, the footsteps faded away and the shaking stopped. I stayed awake for quite a long time after that, too wound up to drift back to sleep easily. Sometime just before morning, the exhaustion finally started to pull me under again. I know for sure I was awake though, when the friend finally returned, this time for real, around 7:30 in the morning to get ready for his own shift, which started at 8. I heard his car, the door opening, the real sounds of him moving around the kitchen and hallway, and I could tell the difference between those normal noises and whatever had moved through the trailer earlier in the night. During the time my boyfriend lived there, this was not the only night something like that happened. The tapping in the closet, the hallway footsteps, the floor squeaking, and that rocking feeling repeated on other occasions when either I or both of them were there. None of us ever felt anything particularly evil or threatening from it, though. There was no sense of anger, hatred, or danger attached to the experiences, at least not to us. Instead, we felt more surprised, puzzled, and strangely intrigued, like we were sharing the space with someone or something unseen that was just going about its own routine. Because of that, and because we were wary of doing anything that might make it worse, we never tried to directly communicate with whatever was there. We never took out a board, never tried talking into the air, never tried asking questions or inviting it to give us a sign. I personally am very cautious about that sort of thing. I worry that trying to communicate might accidentally open a door that I cannot close later or keep a spirit from moving on, holding it here when maybe it is supposed to go somewhere else. So we just accepted the strange activity as part of the place and carried on. One last detail that might or might not be important is the location of the trailer park itself. Directly across the road from the park, there was a graveyard. You could see the rows of headstones and the line of trees around it from where the trailers sat, especially in the daytime when everything was clear. I mention this not to say, "Oh, it must be haunted because there is a cemetery nearby," because I know that is a stereotype, and not every place next to a graveyard has ghosts. I don't want to imply directly that the presence of the graveyard was the cause of whatever was happening in the trailer. I only bring it up as a small side note, a detail that might be part of the bigger picture or might be completely unrelated. Maybe the trailer was spiritually active because of its own history, or because of the land, or because of something tied to the people staying in it. Maybe the little town had its own stories and energies that we did not know about. Or maybe it was nothing more than our poltergeist, as my boyfriend jokingly called it, walking the hall and tapping the closet in the long, silent hours of those freezing northern nights. Whatever it was, it left a mark on my memory, and even though it was not dramatic with apparitions or voices, the simple combination of tapping, the squeaky board, the heavy footsteps, and that unexplained rocking in a calm, windless night was enough for me to feel that something beyond the ordinary was sharing that space with us. I have always had experiences, for as long as I can remember, and when I think back to where it truly began for me, my mind always returns to one clear, disturbing moment from when I was about 5 years old, the day my grandfather passed away. At that age I did not really understand death in the way adults do. I only knew that people went away and did not come back, but it was a vague idea. On the day he died, before I was taken to the funeral home, I saw him in our basement as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. I remember going down the stairs, the cool air of the basement wrapping around me, and there he was, my grandfather, just as I always saw him, solid, familiar, not glowing or transparent, just standing there like he might have been looking for something or simply existing in our house as usual. At that point, people had already told me that he was gone, but in the simple, blunt way adults explain things to children. I knew he had died, but I did not understand what that meant, so seeing him there confused me more than anything. Then, later, when I was brought to the funeral and I saw his lifeless body lying in the casket, his skin pale and still, his eyes closed, his face oddly peaceful and yet completely wrong, I broke down and cried uncontrollably for hours, not because I missed him in the way people expect a grieving child to miss a grandparent, but because I absolutely could not understand how he could be in that box and also have been in our house at the same time. My young mind could not process the contradiction. It frightened me on a level I could not put into words, so that experience, instead of being comforting, became something that scared me deeply. Looking back now, I think that, as a result of that fear, I pushed everything else away for a long time. I closed myself off the best I could, and although I believe now that other things probably happened when I was still a child, I either ignored them or refused to think about them, almost as if I was turning my back on something I did not want to see. It was not until my teen years, when curiosity and anger and restlessness all started mixing together, that things really flared up again. During those years I began experimenting with Ouija boards, which I now, with the benefit of hindsight, do not recommend to anyone. At the time, though, it seemed like a way to get answers, a way to take control of something that had always felt out of my control. I did not see it as dangerous. I saw it as exciting. What I did not fully understand was that by using those boards again and again, I was essentially opening my home and my life to all kinds of spirits, and most of them were not gentle, friendly souls looking for closure. They felt more like a whirlwind of strangers pushing at the edges of our reality, and many of them were unwanted, aggressive, or simply chaotic. As soon as I started using the Ouija board regularly, the activity in my house spiked in a way that was impossible to ignore. Every night, without fail, I would hear someone shuffle up to my bedroom door, stop there, linger silently as if listening to see if I was asleep, and then slowly walk away. It was not just a vague creak on the stairs or a random house noise. It was the distinct sound of footsteps, that soft dragging or sliding sound of feet moving along the floor, growing nearer, stopping, and then retreating again. At first, as a teenager, I assumed it was my mother doing what mothers often do, checking to see if her child was asleep, making sure I was safe. I was a typical teen, full of attitude and frustration, and the idea that she was still checking on me annoyed me. Most of the time when I heard the steps, I would keep my eyes shut to avoid starting a conversation about why I was still awake or what I was doing. I did not want to get caught talking on the phone or reading when I was supposed to be sleeping. One night, though, after these nightly visits had happened for some time, I heard the familiar shuffle come right up to my door, pause there, and something in me snapped. I was tired of feeling watched and irritated at what I thought was my mother's constant hovering. So I sat up quickly, ready to call her out and tell her I was fine and did not need checking on. The hallway outside my room was visible from the bed, and when I looked, there was nothing there. No person, no shadow, no mother, no ghostly figure, nothing at all, just an empty doorway and a silent hall. My heart did a strange little flip, because this was not what I expected to see. After that night I found that I had more courage to look whenever I heard the shuffling. It continued for the next few weeks, night after night, and almost every time I forced myself to open my eyes and look toward the door. Each time, without exception, the result was the same. No one standing there, no trace of a body or figure, just a doorway leading into emptiness, even though the sound of shuffling feet had been so clear moments before. Around that time, one evening, I was talking on the phone with a friend, just having a normal teenage conversation, when I suddenly heard a crash from the basement, a noise so loud and violent that my first thought was that the television had fallen off its stand and smashed to the floor. It sounded like something heavy hitting something hard, a rattling clatter that made my stomach drop. I quickly told my friend to hold on, set the phone down, and went to investigate, my mind going through worst-case scenarios of broken glass, shattered electronics, or something dangerous. As I reached the top of the basement stairs, I heard another crash, this time from upstairs, in the opposite direction from where I was headed, another sound that was just as loud and awful. The sheer volume and physicality of the noise made me spin around and run to check upstairs instead. When I looked, nothing was out of place. The television was still on its stand, furniture was where it always was, nothing was broken, nothing had fallen. I checked the basement as well, cautiously, but again found no sign of damage, no clues at all. It was as if two violent, heavy impacts had occurred in our house without leaving so much as a scratch. When I returned to the phone and picked it up, my friend immediately asked me what that noise had been, confirming that she had heard the same crashes over the phone line. Later that night, after the strangeness of the crashes and the confusing searches, we also started experiencing something with the stove. Our oven had an old mechanical timer, the type you have to physically push in and turn in order to set it, and when it finished counting down, it would emit a distinct ding. That night, while no one was cooking, the timer suddenly dinged on its own. At first I thought I must have accidentally nudged it, but when I checked, it was set at 0. There was no way it could have counted down from anywhere. Over the next days and weeks, this happened multiple times. The stove timer would ding without anyone having set it, as if an invisible hand had pushed and turned it. Eventually, when the constant noise and the strange events became too much for me to carry alone, I gathered my courage and spoke to my mother about everything. The footsteps at my door, the crashes, the timer, all of it. When I mentioned the stove, she looked at me in that way mothers sometimes do when they are torn between wanting to protect their children and wanting to confide in them. She told me that many nights, when my brother and I were both out, she would be lying in bed half asleep and be woken by the sound of the oven timer dinging from the kitchen, even though she knew no one had said it, and she was too unsettled to go down and look every single time. It was both strangely comforting and deeply disturbing to hear that she had also experienced some of what I had. Not long after that, one morning, my mother came to my brother, who was about 13 at the time, and to me, I was about 15 then, and said in an almost joking but slightly annoyed tone, "You two are a little old to be having nightmares and crawling into my bed at night, don't you think?" My brother and I both stared at each other in confusion and shook our heads. Neither of us remembered ever going into her bed in the night, and at that age, the idea of snuggling up with our mother like small children was almost laughable. She seemed surprised by our reaction and said, "Well, then who has been sleeping here?" She led us into her bedroom and pointed at her bed. On her side, the sheets and blanket were barely disturbed, just the usual slight rumpling of one person sleeping in the same position. On the other side, however, the covers had been pulled back and moved as if someone had lain there, and the pillow had a clear, distinct impression of a head, like someone had been resting on it for hours. It was not a vague shape. It was detailed enough that it could not be brushed off as a random wrinkle. My mother has always been a very sound sleeper, barely moving in the night, and she never spreads herself over the whole bed. She sticks to her side. There was no way she had accidentally created that second impression on her own. Neither my brother nor I had any history of sleepwalking, and even if we had, we both knew we had not gone into her bed. There was simply no explanation that made sense. My mother, after looking at it and hearing us insist that we had not been there, decided quietly that it must be her father, my grandfather, visiting her in a way, keeping her company as she slept. Once she settled on that idea, she did not really want to talk about it anymore. She seemed to accept it as a kind of private comfort, and closed the subject. During all this time, I kept turning to the Ouija board, hoping for clear answers about what was going on, about who was there, about why they were bothering us, about what they wanted. In my teenage mind, the board felt like a tool, almost like a phone to the other side. But instead of giving me peace or clarity, it only seemed to draw more and more negative energy into our home. My own emotional state at the time probably did not help. I was an angry teenager, full of frustration and confusion, and that kind of energy seems to be like an open door to any spirit that wants to feed on chaos. Many of the spirits that came through pretended to be kind, wise, or friendly at first, saying things that made me feel special or understood, but then their words would twist, or the feeling around the board would turn heavier, and I would realize they were not what they claimed to be. One presence in particular, a spirit who called herself a lady named Betsy, stands out in my memory. One day, while I was using the Ouija board, the planchette slowly spelled out the letters HAMSTER, one after another, forming the word hamster. I barely had time to process it before, from the other room, I heard my hamster squeal loudly. She was in a little clear exercise ball at the time, rolling around safely on the floor as she always did, but something had clearly startled or hurt her. I rushed into the room, and when I reached down to pick up her ball and check on her, she reacted in a way she never had before. She bit me, hard and repeatedly, frantic and fearful, as if she saw or felt something that I could not. This was entirely out of character for her. She had always been gentle, never biting, never acting aggressive. That was the moment when something in me snapped. I felt invaded, angry, and afraid, not just for myself but for the small, innocent creature that depended on me. I realized that whatever I had invited into my home was not just whispering on a board. It was reaching out, touching things, maybe even hurting them. I lost my patience with the whole situation. I yelled out loud, in my room and into the air, that I wanted every spirit, every presence, every voice drawn by the Ouija boards out of my house, out of my life, right then and there. I told them they were not welcome anymore, that I did not want to speak to them, that they had to leave. I felt shaky and terrified, but also strangely firm. After that day, I never touched a Ouija board again. Slowly, over time, the activity in the house quieted down. The nightly footsteps faded, the crashes stopped, the stove timer no longer dinged by itself, and I began to sleep more than 2 hours at a time without waking up in fear. It was as if, once I slammed the doors shut on that particular form of contact, at least some of the chaos I had invited began to drain away. As I grew older and moved further into adulthood, the nature of my experiences changed. I no longer had constant, small disturbances in my home, but instead I began to see things in the world around me, in full daylight or in the quiet of the night, that were clearly not part of ordinary reality. On 2 separate occasions, I saw spirits with my own eyes in a way that left no room for doubt about what I had witnessed. The first time was in a restaurant during the day. The sun was out, people were around, everything was normal. I was sitting there, probably thinking about nothing in particular, when I saw a man walk straight through a closed door. He did not open it, did not touch the handle, did not hesitate. He just passed through it as if it were made of smoke. He looked solid to me, shaped like any ordinary man, and yet the action he performed was impossible for any living human being. I watched it happen with my own eyes, but for a few seconds my brain refused to accept what I had seen. I remember blinking, looking again, scanning the room, the door, the other people, and feeling this odd lag, as if my mind needed time to catch up to reality. Only after a minute or so did I fully register that I had just seen someone or something cross a barrier in a way that no one flesh and blood could. The second time was much later, late at night, when I was driving with my brother. It was around 3 in the morning, that strange dead time when the world feels thinner and more vulnerable. The road ahead was mostly empty, the darkness stretching out on either side. As we drove, I saw what looked like a man suddenly dart across the street in front of us, moving quickly from one side to the other. I reacted with annoyance first, making an irritated comment about why someone would run out into the road like that at 3 in the morning. My heart had jumped because I thought we might hit him. Then, in that same moment, I realized what I had actually seen. From the waist up, he looked like a man, like any man in dark clothes moving in a hurry. But from the waist down there was nothing normal. His legs were not truly there. They were a blur, almost like mist or smoke, not fully formed, and I could not see his feet touching the ground at all. It was as if he were half there and half not there. When I mentioned it to my brother and asked if he had seen the man crossing the road, he had no idea what I was talking about. He had seen nothing out of the ordinary, just an empty street. Experiences like that both fascinate and unnerve me. On one hand, they confirm that what I have always felt and believed is not just in my imagination. On the other hand, they raise new questions. Why did I see those two specifically? And why have I not seen more in that same undeniable way, when I know there are so many stories and so many energies around us? In more recent years, another dimension has opened up for me. I started to dream about people who have passed away, not only those I have known but also those I have never met. I talked about this before under an old account named Healer, which eventually expired, but the experiences themselves have continued. In these dreams, I sometimes see graphic, distressing images: a man shooting himself in the head, the act slow and detailed, his expression seared into my memory, a girl beaten so badly that her face is almost unrecognizable, sitting on bleachers and crying in pain and despair, people in all kinds of situations that suggest trauma, violence, or deep sorrow. These dreams are not vague or fuzzy. They feel sharper and more vivid than normal dreams. I remember what they are wearing, every pattern on their clothes, the exact shape of their faces, the way their hair falls, small scars, wrinkles, and expressions. I wake up with their images burned into my mind, even though as far as I know I have never met them in real life. It feels as if they are trying to show themselves to me, as if opening a photo album of their worst moments, and asking me to look, to witness, to know that they existed. At one point I met with a medium, someone sensitive to spirits, and she told me that I do have an ability to connect with the other side, but that I had spent so long shutting that part of myself down out of fear and confusion that all the spirits who wanted to speak with me were now gathered around me, waiting for their chance. She described them like an entourage, following me, lingering close, hoping that I would listen. This idea explained some things but also made me feel overwhelmed, as if I were walking through life surrounded by voices that I could not quite hear. My problem, the thing that frustrates and frightens me, is that they never actually speak to me in a way I can understand. They show me things, they appear in dreams, they walk through doors, they cross roads, but they do not tell me clearly who they are, what they want, or why they have come. On the rare occasions when I have tried to speak to them, to ask questions, the results have been so intense that I find myself pulling back again. One especially heavy night stands out in my mind. My grandfather, the same one I saw in the basement when I was 5, kept appearing in every single dream I had that night. No matter how many times I drifted in and out of sleep, no matter how the dream scenario changed, he was there, in the background, watching, standing in a doorway, sitting on a chair, always present. By the time I reached the last dream of the night, I was exhausted and emotionally strained. Finally, in the dream, I turned to him and shouted, "What do you want from me? Tell me what you want!" The moment I did that, the entire room in the dream started to shake violently, as if an earthquake had hit. The walls trembled, the floor shuddered under my feet, and everything that was around me rattled and vibrated. The sensation was so strong that even when I woke up, my heart was pounding, and for a moment I did not know if the shaking had been only in the dream, or if something had happened in the physical world as well. That kind of reaction, that overwhelming response to a simple plea, was enough to make me wary again. I am caught between fascination and fear, between a desire to understand and a deep instinct to protect myself. I know there is some kind of connection between me and whatever lies beyond, something that has followed me through childhood, teenage years, and into adulthood, shaping my memories and my sleep. I also know that whenever I open that door, even a crack, things rush in, vivid and demanding, and I am still trying to figure out how to handle that without losing myself in it. I had just moved into a new home, new for me at least, even though the house itself felt anything but new. From what I was told, it was around 300 years old, which is almost hard to imagine when you stand inside it and try to picture all the people who must have lived their lives in those same rooms, walked the same stairs, and breathed the same air. The house is very large, spread across 4 floors, and sometimes when I walk through it, it feels less like a home and more like some sort of old manor or small, forgotten estate that accidentally ended up with me as the latest tenant. I could describe every floor and hallway and doorway in detail, but honestly, most of what matters and most of what has happened so far is connected to one particular part of the house, the cellar. Still, before I get to that, there are a few things about the rest of the house that are important. From the beginning, I noticed that whenever I was in any of the rooms other than the cellar, the air always felt cold, not just a little chilly in the normal way, but the sort of cold that seeps into your skin and makes you feel like something is off. It did not matter if I turned the heat up high or made sure all the windows were closed. I would walk from room to room and feel that coldness hanging there, like the house kept a layer of winter inside it no matter what I did. It felt especially strange because logically, if the heating was on and the doors and windows were shut, the rooms should have warmed up at least a bit, but they never really did. It felt as if the warmth was either being pushed away or absorbed by something unseen. The house is not overcrowded with people. I live there with only 2 other roommates, Sura and Amy, so for such a big place, it often feels quiet and empty, as though the walls are waiting for more footsteps and more voices, but only get a handful of ours. You would think that with 3 people living there, we would run into each other constantly, but the size and layout of the house sometimes make it feel like each of us is in our own little world on a different level. There are long stretches of time when I am walking around or cooking or going from one floor to another, and I do not hear anyone else at all, and in those moments, the silence almost feels like it follows me. One of the things that unsettled me early on was the recurring feeling that someone or something was watching me when there was no one else in the room. It happens most often when I am cooking in the kitchen or when I am lying in bed trying to sleep. I will be at the counter chopping vegetables or stirring something on the stove, and I will suddenly feel eyes on me from behind or from a corner, like a presence is standing there, observing quietly. It is not always frightening. Sometimes it feels neutral, but the awareness of it makes me tense, and I find myself turning around more often than I would in a normal kitchen just to check if someone has walked in without me hearing. When I am trying to sleep, it is even more unnerving. I lie there in the darkness, listening to the faint sounds of the house settling, and the sensation grows that someone is standing near the bed or just inside the doorway, not moving, just watching. There have been nights where I have pulled the blanket up higher or forced myself to roll over and face the wall because I do not want to look at the part of the room where I feel that gaze coming from. One evening, when I was taking a bath and trying to relax, I had an experience that left me shaky in a way that was hard to dismiss. I was lying back in the tub, the water warm around me, steam fogging up the mirror, the soft sound of water lapping against the sides. The shower curtain was pulled closed around the tub to keep the heat in. In my peripheral vision, on the right side, I suddenly saw the curtain move, not just a little sway that could come from a draft, but shifting sideways by about a foot, as if something or someone had brushed against it or pushed it. I did not hear footsteps or see a clear figure, but immediately after I noticed the movement, I saw a white mist just at the edge of my sight. It appeared for half a second, a quick faint cloud against the air, and then vanished completely. It was so fast that if I had not been paying attention, I might have convinced myself later that I imagined it entirely, just a trick of the steam and the dim light. Even as I sat there, I tried to tell myself it might have been my imagination or the steam swirling in an odd way, but a part of me knew it had felt different. It was not like ordinary fog, it was more concentrated, more intentional. I was spooked enough that I finished my bath more quickly than I had planned and kept glancing over the top of the curtain as I got dressed, half expecting something else to happen. The part of the house that draws my attention most, though, and where nearly everything strange seems to gather, is the cellar. It is not a large space compared to the rest of the house, but it has a very strong presence. You enter the cellar through a set of double doors. When you open them, you immediately face a short flight of stairs, about 6 steps or so, leading down. That transition from the upper floor to the cellar feels like walking from one world into another. One of the first things that struck me as odd is that the cellar floor is carpeted. You expect stone or cold concrete in such an old house, especially in a cellar, but instead there is carpet underfoot, which feels strangely soft and almost out of place in that dim underground space. After you go down the stairs, there is a fairly wide hallway that stretches in front of you, but you only walk straight for about 2 seconds before it opens up into a much larger area. That open area is still mostly unused. We have not decorated it or tried to make it into a cozy space. Right now, It mostly holds our boxes, stacked up in various places, waiting to be unpacked or maybe forgotten. The lighting in the cellar is quite dim, which adds to the overall atmosphere. Instead of bright ceiling lights or modern lamps, the main sources of light are lanterns mounted on the walls. When lit, they cast a soft, uneven glow that leaves lots of shadows in corners and along the floor. The light flickers slightly and makes everything look older. There are also wine racks along some of the walls, dark wooden structures, some empty, some with a few forgotten bottles. When I stand there and look around, the carpet, the lanterns, the wine racks, the cold air, and the old stone or brick walls behind it all make the place feel ancient, far older than any modern basement or storage room, as if it really had been a cellar used hundreds of years ago to store wine, food, and who knows what else, back in times when people did not have electricity or central heating. The memory of all those years seems to cling to the air. About 2 days ago, I went down into the cellar alone to retrieve one of my boxes. I opened the double doors, walked down the steps, moved through the brief hallway, and into the open area, where the boxes were stacked. The lantern light was low but enough to see. As I stepped forward, focused on figuring out which box was mine, I suddenly felt something touch my face. It was very distinct, not a breeze or a spider web or my hair brushing my cheek. It was the clear sensation of a hand lightly brushing against my skin. The touch was cold, but not icy in a painful way. It was soft and gentle, like the way a mother might stroke her child's cheek to comfort them after a nightmare. There was something almost tender in it, and that made it even more unsettling because I knew there was no one else in that cellar with me. I froze in place, my body going still, my mind going blank for a few seconds. I stood there like that, absolutely stunned, for about 10 seconds, trying to process what had just happened, replaying the sensation in my mind. Then fear rushed in all at once, and I bolted. I turned and ran up the stairs, back through the doors, and into the rest of the house, my heart pounding. I felt ridiculous running, but in that moment, instinct took over, and all I wanted was to get away from that space. The next time I went down to the cellar, I did not go alone. I asked one of my roommates, Sura, to come with me, because I needed someone else there to either confirm or dispel what I had felt before. All three of us, me, Sura, and Amy, believe very much in spirits, ghosts, entities, whatever word you want to use for them. We have talked about these things before and share an interest in them, so I knew I would not be laughed at if I told her what happened. I explained to her that I had felt a cold hand brush my face, and that it had left me too frightened to go back down by myself. She agreed to come along. We opened the cellar doors, went down the stairs together, and walked into that open area where our boxes were piled. I was nervous but determined to retrieve what I needed and not run away this time. What happened next is something I will always remember clearly, and I am relieved that I do not have to rely only on my own memory because I know for certain that I was not imagining it or dreaming. I have another person's witness in this. As I reached for one of my boxes, bending slightly and placing my hand on it to lift it, I saw, out of the corner of my eye and then more directly, a black shadow in the rough shape of a hand rest gently over my own. It was not solid in the way a human hand is solid, but it had form. I could see the outline of fingers and the curve of the wrist. The shadow hand lay over mine for a moment, then began to move. Slowly, deliberately, the dark shape trailed up along my arm, gliding over my skin, leaving a cold feeling as it went. It reached my shoulder, then brushed against my cheek in that same tender motion I had felt before, as if cupping or stroking my face. Then it moved upward to smooth my hair back gently, like someone pushing hair away from my forehead, and after that, it faded away and disappeared. I did not only see it, I felt that entire motion exactly where I saw it happen, the coldness and the pressure of something that was not air. Beside me, I could feel that Sura had gone rigid. When I looked at her afterward, she told me that she had seen the shadow hand as well, that she had watched it moving over me and had been too startled to react or speak. She had just been completely frozen, her mind trying to catch up with what her eyes were seeing. Despite how shaken I was, I still wanted to get my box and leave rather than drop everything and run again. I quickly lifted it into my arms, trying to push down the urge to sprint upstairs, and started back toward the stairs. Sura stayed close beside me, and I could tell from the way she moved that she was scared too. Her steps were faster than usual, and she kept looking around the cellar. We were walking side by side when suddenly, without warning, it felt as if we both ran straight into something that was not there. There was no wall in front of us, no pillar, no furniture, but we both stopped short as though we had hit an invisible barrier. My body jerked forward slightly, then bounced back, and at almost the exact same moment, right in front of us, about a foot away, a large wooden block fell from above and crashed onto the floor. The sound startled us both, and we fell backward and down from the shock of it. The block was heavy and solid and landed right where we would have been if that invisible force had not stopped us. For a second or two, we just sat there, breathing hard, trying to understand what had happened. When we got back to our feet and examined the block more closely, we realized it did not seem to be part of the ceiling. There was no obvious hole or missing piece above where it had fallen. The ceiling looked intact, as though nothing had broken off from it. The block looked like something that had been added or stored somewhere higher up, not something that naturally belonged to the structure of the house. But when we looked around, we could not find any place where it obviously fit. The space it had almost hit us and felt like a warning, or, depending on how you look at it, another act of protection, first stopping us, then dropping the block, as if to say, "Look what could have happened!" Just today, after talking about these events and our shared belief in the supernatural, we decided to try to communicate directly with whatever was in the cellar using a Ouija board. All three of us, me, Sura, and Amy, went down this time. We brought candles with us and carried the Ouija board carefully down the cellar steps, through the double doors, past the dim lanterns, and into the open area. We arranged the candles around us and lit them one by one, adding their flickering light to that of the lanterns on the walls. Then we sat in a circle on the carpeted floor, the board placed between us. The atmosphere felt heavy and charged, like the air right before a storm. We placed our fingers lightly on the planchette, that small piece that slides over the letters and words, and took a minute to focus. The first question we asked was a simple one. "Is anyone here?" As soon as the words left our mouths, the planchette moved. It did not drift slowly or hesitantly, it did not circle the board as if searching. It went directly, immediately, to "Yes." Seeing it move under our fingers with that much certainty sent a shiver through me. Amy stiffened and then whispered that she could feel someone standing beside her, that the sensation of a presence close to her right side was strong and made her skin crawl. She said it felt like being watched up close, as if someone was leaning down or standing just behind her shoulder. The fear in her voice was clear, and since she was so unnerved, we adjusted ourselves slightly, shifting our circle a bit away from the spot where she felt the presence and regrouping. We decided to keep asking questions. The next one we asked was, "What is your name?" The planchette started to move again almost immediately, sliding across the board in smooth, confident motions. It spelled out David, Davide. It did not pause between letters or jerk around in confusion. The movements were steady and sure. I remember thinking that the name sounded like a male name, perhaps a variation of David, so I assumed, perhaps too quickly, that the spirit we were speaking to was a man. There was something eerie in the way the planchette responded without hesitation, as if this entity had been waiting for someone to ask its name. We went on, asking more questions. One of them was, "How old are you?" Again, there was no hesitation. The planchette glided over the letters and spelled out centuries, centuries. That answer made the tiny hairs on my neck rise. It implied that this ghost, or whatever it was, had been around for hundreds of years, watching the world change, the house age, people come and go. It fit with the age of the house, but it was also a chilling thought, to imagine something lingering here, waiting for that long. Then came the question that changed the entire tone of the session. "Why are you here?" We all waited, our fingers resting lightly on the planchette, our breaths held. The piece began to move again, quicker this time, and spelled out TOPROTECTYOU. "To protect you." That answer hit me hard, especially when I thought about the hand brushing my face gently, the way the shadow had smoothed my hair, and the invisible wall that had stopped us right before the wooden block fell. It almost made a kind of terrible sense. But before we had time to process that answer or ask anything else in response, everything in the cellar changed in a single instant. Right after the boards spelled out, "To protect you," all of the lanterns and candles went out at the same time. One moment they were burning, small flames dancing in the still air, and the next they were gone, plunging us into darkness. The sudden shift from dim light to complete blackness made my heart jump into my throat. There was no warning, no breeze that we could feel, nothing that should have caused the flames to die all at once. At that exact same moment, from one of the corners of the room, we heard a sound that made our blood run cold, a low, quiet, menacing growl. It did not sound like any animal I know, and it did not sound like a person clearing their throat or making a noise. It sounded demonic, if I had to put a word to it, as if something inhuman was lurking in the shadows, letting us know that it was there and that it was not friendly. The growl was not loud in volume, but it was deep and full of threat. Frightened almost beyond thinking clearly, the three of us reacted in the same way. We hurriedly moved the planchette to "Goodbye" on the board because we all had heard that if you start a session, you should always close it properly, no matter how scared you are. Then, leaving the board and candles and everything else where they were, we scrambled to our feet and ran for the stairs, our hands fumbling for the door, our pulses racing. We did not look back. We only stopped when we were upstairs, away from the cellar, the door closed behind us, all of us breathing hard and staring at each other with wide eyes, each of us knowing that whatever is in that cellar is real, and that whatever called itself Davide and claimed to be there to protect us might not be the only presence down there. It happened in the early hours of Thursday, November 17th, 2011, after what had started out as a completely normal, ordinary night, the kind of night that blends in with all the others until something unforgettable suddenly breaks it apart. The evening before, I followed my usual routine after coming home from the gym. I washed up, feeling the familiar ache in my muscles from the workout, then I sat down to have dinner, enjoying the comfort of a meal after a long day. After that I relaxed in front of the TV, watching one of my usual Tamil soap operas, letting the drama on the screen pull my mind away from real life for a while. When the show was over and I felt that heaviness in my eyes that meant sleep was near, I turned everything off, went to my room, and went to bed, already thinking ahead to work the next morning. There was nothing unusual in the air, nothing that hinted that the night was going to be different from all the others before it. Sometime around 2:30 in the morning, while I was deeply asleep, I became aware, in that strange hazy in-between place where you are not fully awake yet not completely dreaming, of a feeling like a fog forming around me. It was not just a visual sense, not just seeing mist, but a feeling, as if the space around my body had thickened, as though the air itself was becoming soft and cloudy and pressing close to my skin, wrapping around me in a way that was both gentle and strange. Out of that fog, a shape began to stand out, slowly at first, and then more clearly, and with a shock that was both emotional and physical, I realized that it was my grandmother. She looked like herself, the way I remembered her, and seeing her there in that fog made my heart jump because she had already passed away, and yet here she was, solid and present in this almost dreamlike state. Beside her was another shape, but this one was less clear. It was the shadow of a small child, but I could not see who it was. I could not see a face, I could not tell the child's gender, or pick out any details of clothing or features. It was just a small figure standing next to her, like a silhouette, like an outline cut out of darkness. My grandmother spoke to me, and her voice sounded the way it always had, carrying the same familiar strength and warmth, but under it there was urgency. She told me that he was in trouble and that I needed to help him. Hearing her say he made it clear that the child beside her was a boy, but that only confused me more, because even though I now knew the child was male, I still had no idea who he was. I did not recognize him. I could not connect him to any specific person in my life. and the vagueness of his identity combined with the seriousness in my grandmother's words left me feeling lost. At that point, the experience shifted abruptly. I woke up with a sharp, sudden pain in my stomach, as if someone had sucker punched me hard in the gut. It was not a small discomfort, not the sort of ache you'd get from eating too much or lying in a strange position. It was a deep, shock pain that made me groan out loud. I felt like all the breath had been knocked out of me, and I was left gasping and stunned, lying there staring into the darkness. I tried to get out of bed so that I could go to the washroom, thinking maybe that would help or that the movement would clear my head, but as I pushed myself up, it felt like the fog from my strange vision or dream was still around me, hanging there heavy and thick. My limbs felt heavy, my thoughts were cloudy, and I had this strange sense of being wrapped in something I could not see. I could not shake off the feeling of wrongness, of intensity, of something looming. Feeling overwhelmed and unsettled, I reached for my phone and called my mom, my voice unsteady as I told her about seeing my grandmother in the fog, and what she had said about the boy in trouble. Even as I said the words out loud, they felt surreal, like a story I was making up, but at the same time they were painfully real inside me. My mom, being who she is, did not dismiss me. She listened, then came and made me some chai tea, the familiar warmth of the cup in my hands and the smell of the spices offering a bit of comfort. She told me to go back to bed and get some more rest, to try and sleep, but as I lay back down and my eyes closed again, I could not shake the feeling that something was going to happen. It was not a vague unease. It was an intense, almost physical certainty that something bad was on its way, like standing at the edge of a storm before the first drop of rain. The feeling stayed with me like a weight on my chest. When I got up later to get ready for work at my usual time, the sense of my grandmother's presence was still there. It was like she was standing just outside the edge of my vision, just behind my shoulder, watching me and repeating in silence that I needed to help him. Even though I could not see her now with my physical eyes the way I had in the fog-like experience earlier, I could feel her, as if her love and concern were pressing up against me and guiding my thoughts. Driven by a mixture of fear, instinct, and duty, I did something that probably felt strange or even crazy to anyone on the outside. I began calling every family member I could think of who had small children. Cousins, nieces, nephews, anyone with a child. I went through them in my mind and picked up the phone. It was early in the morning, earlier than most people would want to receive a call, and I suspect that a lot of them thought I had lost my mind a little, or that I had had some kind of strange dream that I was overreacting to. But I could not ignore the feeling. I could not bring myself to just shrug it off and go on with my day. I asked if their kids were okay, if everyone was safe, if anything had happened, and they reassured me that everything was normal, their children were asleep, nothing was wrong. I even called 2 of my best friends who had children, and even though they told me their kids were sleeping, I insisted that they get out of bed and go check on them physically. I needed them to actually look and make sure every child was breathing, warm, and safe. They did, and they came back to the phone telling me that yes, their kids were fine. After those calls, I started to question myself. I began to think that maybe I really was losing it, that my fear had pushed me into a place where I was imagining connections that were not there. Still, the feeling did not fully leave, but I tried to carry on. I went out, grabbed my usual coffee and bagel from Tim Hortons, letting the normal ritual calm me a bit, and then headed to work, telling myself that if something was truly going to happen, it would happen whether or not I worried myself sick. I had been at work for about an hour, around 9:30 in the morning, settling into the rhythm of the day, when my phone rang. I looked at the display and saw that it was the daycare of my friend Diana's son. The daycare staff sounded urgent and frightened. They told me that Josh had stopped breathing and that they had taken him to Toronto's sick kids hospital. I froze. My heart nearly stopped. It felt like the world had snapped into a new, terrifying clarity. The daycare explained that Diana had put me down as an emergency contact for Josh, and when they tried calling her and could not reach her, they called me instead. In that moment, the fog, my grandmother's words, the pain in my stomach, the certainty that something was going to happen, all came crashing together in my mind, and it was like a shock of cold truth running through me. I almost had a heart attack right then. That morning, one of the people I had called in my frantic early morning check-in was Diana, and she had told me Josh was okay, that he was sleeping, and now here I was being told he had stopped breathing. I do not honestly know how I got to the hospital. The drive there is mostly a blur in my memory. I remember grabbing my things, I remember leaving work in a rush, but I do not clearly remember the route I took, what streets I turned on, or exactly how fast I was going. I am sure that in my panic and desperation I probably broke a few traffic laws, went over the speed limit, or changed lanes too quickly, but all I could focus on was getting to Toronto's sick kids as fast as possible. The only thing I remember clearly doing in that chaotic time was repeatedly trying to get in contact with Diana. She is my best friend, and I knew she needed to be there. I called her again and again, and at first there was no answer. Eventually, after a few tries, I was able to get through. Diana works as an event planner, and at that time she had been in a meeting with her phone on silent, completely unaware of what was happening. When she finally answered, I told her bluntly and urgently to get to the hospital as soon as possible, that Josh was there, that he had stopped breathing and had been taken by ambulance. In hindsight, I think maybe I should have gone to pick her up first and then gone to the hospital with her. But in that moment, all my thoughts, all my fear, were centered on Josh and the fact that he was in trouble. I also called Brian, who was Diana's boyfriend, and told him what was going on. Brian works in the downtown area, closer to the hospital, so he was able to get there before either of us. Diana and I have been best friends since the 3rd grade. We went to school together, grew up together, and were attached at the hip through so many phases of our lives. I know her history like a story written across the years. When we were younger, her big brother had finished law school and moved to Michigan with his wife and kids, settling down there. Around the time Diana graduated from high school, her father got a job with the city of Sarnia in Sarnia, Ontario, and Diana's parents decided to relocate there. Diana, however, had been accepted to the University of Toronto and did not want to leave. Their house in the city where we lived was fully paid off, and it was decided that instead of selling it, Diana would stay there. She moved into the master bedroom and began renting out the other rooms to cover costs and bring in some money while she studied. We continued our lives. We went to school, shared experiences, and tried to build our futures. During her time at university, Diana met a guy she thought was the love of her life. His name was Kevin. He was an accounting student, 2 years ahead of her, and he had the kind of outward charm and good looks that make a strong first impression. He was handsome, and on the surface, he seemed like a good catch, but from the beginning I did not like him. He gave off bad vibes that I could not ignore. There was something in his attitude, in the way he looked at people, in the little things he said that made me wary. I told Diana as much. I told her I did not trust him and that something about him felt wrong, but like so many people who are in love, Diana was blinded by her feelings. She saw his outer charm, his smile, his attention, and could not see past it to the darker things that I suspected were there. After both of them graduated, they got married, with Diana believing that this was the beginning of her dream life. That is when the real problem started. Diana had always wanted a big family. She dreamed of having children as soon as possible, of being a mother and filling her house with laughter and little feet running around. Kevin, on the other hand, did not share that eagerness. He told her that he wanted them both to be in strong, stable working positions before they had kids, that they should wait a while and focus on building careers first. At first, Diana accepted this reasoning. It sounded sensible on the surface, and she tried to put her dreams of immediate motherhood aside, but deep inside her, that longing for children never went away. Then, one day, she found out she was pregnant. She was overjoyed, glowing with happiness, finally feeling like her wish was coming true. But Kevin did not react the same way. Instead of happiness, he responded with anger and rejection. He wanted her to get an abortion. Diana, being Catholic, was firmly against abortion. Kevin knew this about her. He knew that her faith and her personal beliefs would make such a decision extremely painful and likely impossible for her. When she refused to consider an abortion, he suggested that she carry the child to term and then give the baby up for adoption. Again, being Diana, with her big heart and long-held dream of being a mother, she refused. She wanted this child. She had always wanted a child, and now that she was pregnant, she could not imagine giving that baby away. Things escalated between them, and Kevin eventually forced her into a cruel choice: him or the child. Diana chose the child. That choice tore their marriage apart, and they got a divorce. Kevin, being who he is, refused to accept responsibility even then. He claimed that he should not have to pay child support because, in his words, he always wore protection, and therefore the child could not possibly be his. A DNA test was ordered and done after Josh was born, and as anyone with common sense might expect, the result proved that Kevin was indeed the father. The judge told him he had to pay child support, and he was not happy, but the law was clear. Later, after some time had passed, Diana met Brian. They met when she was hired to plan the wedding of Brian's sister, and during the planning process, they spent a lot of time together. They hit it off quickly. Brian was kind, supportive, grounded, and very different from Kevin. Even though Diana still carried emotional wounds from her first marriage, Brian's patience and love slowly helped her heal. They started a relationship, and their bond grew. They now plan on getting married next year, with Josh, who is the light of Diana's life, acting as the ring bearer at their wedding. Brian has also decided to adopt Josh legally as his own son. To Josh, Brian is the only father he has ever really known, because although Kevin is forced by the courts to pay child support, he has made it very clear that he wants nothing to do with Josh as a person. He does not call, he does not visit, and he has never tried to be a part of Josh's life. Back to the events of that day, Josh was taken to the hospital because he had stopped breathing at the daycare. This is one of the frightening symptoms associated with the condition he was born with. Josh was born with a hole in his heart, a serious congenital problem that had already made his first years of life incredibly difficult. By the age of 2, he had already undergone 5 surgeries to try to repair his heart and close that hole. He was so small and had already endured so much. When the daycare called 911 and the ambulance took him to Toronto's sick kids, the doctors and staff there acted quickly. They were able to stabilize him and get him breathing again, pulling him back from the edge he had slipped toward. While all of this was happening, I tried to support Diana and her family in whatever way I could. I ended up calling Diana's parents in Sarnia to tell them what had happened to their grandson. They immediately decided to come to Toronto, and I went to pick them up at the airport, wanting to help however I could so that Diana and Brian could stay at the hospital and focus on Josh. On the drive back to the hospital with Diana's parents in the car, her mother asked if Kevin had been contacted. Nobody had called him yet, and in truth, none of us really wanted to. He had made it so clear that he wanted nothing to do with Josh, but Diana's mom said that it was not right not to call him. He was still the biological father, and she felt that he should at least be informed. I still had Kevin's number from the past, so I called him. While I drove, I explained briefly what had happened, that Josh was in the hospital, that he had stopped breathing and was in serious condition. Just as I had guessed, Kevin responded in the worst possible way. He told me coldly not to call him, that he did not want to hear about it, that it was already bad enough that he was being forced to pay child support, and he did not want to deal with some stupid sick kid. He even went so far as to say that he hoped Josh died so that Diana would be miserable, revealing the depth of his cruelty and bitterness. Hearing those words made my blood boil. I told him exactly what I thought of him in no uncertain terms. I told him that Josh was God's gift to Diana, a precious child, and that God would not take him away from her just to satisfy someone's twisted hope for revenge. As of that Saturday, a few days after the incident at daycare, Josh had been stabilized in the hospital. The doctors were monitoring him carefully and were hopeful that they could perform one more operation, the final surgery needed to fully close the hole in his heart and give him a much better chance at a normal, healthy life. When I listened to the doctors explain the plan and the hope they had for his recovery, I felt something wash over me, something powerful and calming. It was an overpowering sense of peace running through my body from head to toe, as if a warm light had been poured over me from the inside. In that moment, I felt strongly that it was a sign from my grandmother, the same grandmother who had appeared to me in the fog that early morning, telling me that he was in trouble. Now she was letting me know that everything was going to be okay. The fear that had gripped me loosened, replaced by quiet certainty. I told Diana and her family what I felt, explaining that I believed my grandmother was watching over Josh, and that she was sending us this feeling of peace as reassurance. In the middle of the machines, the hospital smells, the worry, and the exhaustion, that sense of being held and reassured by something beyond us gave us all a little strength to keep going and to believe that Josh's story was not going to end there. I had been sleeping over at a friend's house that night, the kind of visit we had done many times before, so at first nothing about it felt special or strange. She lived in a lower to middle class area, one of those neighborhoods where the little grouping of apartments had all kinds of people packed together in a small space, families and single people and older tenants all mixed in. Her place was a modest 2-bedroom apartment that she shared with her mother and her younger brother. Her mom worked nights and wasn't home that evening, which was normal, and her brother was there as usual, quiet and shy, the type who mostly kept to himself whenever I was around. He was not a prankster, not the kind of boy who would go around playing tricks or doing jump scares, so I never really had to worry about him trying to scare me on purpose. The layout of the apartment was something that always stood out to me. The main part was this odd open concept living area that took up most of the place. The rest of it was a long hallway that ran along one side, where there was a walk-in closet, the bathroom, and the 2 bedrooms. In the main area there was a kind of triangular wall in the middle, like someone had tried to break up the space but only half committed to it. On one side of that triangular wall was the kitchen, with its counters and stove and cupboards. Along the smaller portion of the wall was a little stretch of hallway from the entrance door, and on the larger side was the living room, with a couch and TV and a coffee table. Because of this strange shape and the way everything was open, if I stood in the spot where the kitchen opened into the living room, I could see and hear everyone who was home at the time, all 3 of us, without anyone being able to sneak up behind me or creep in silently from some hidden corner. There were no blind spots. From where I usually stood or sat, I could tell if my friend was in the bathroom, if her brother was in the living room, and if anyone came in from the front door. I also wasn't standing near the balcony door that night, and there was no wind or breeze that could explain anything moving or brushing against me. I say this because I know how people like to jump to all the rational explanations first, and I want to make it very clear that none of those simple things fit what happened to me that night, so I hope you will at least hear me out before you decide I was just imagining things or letting my mind play tricks on me. We had been watching television, because that was what we usually did together, just hanging out and talking and watching whatever was on. That night we had chosen a ghost movie, which felt like a good idea at the time. It was a warm summer night, the kind where the air feels soft and heavy and you do not want to move too much because you are already warm enough. Nothing seemed strange about the evening to start. We were just doing what many friends do, staying up late, talking, relaxing. At some point during the movie, I got on the phone. I was either talking to my mom or to my not-so-great boyfriend at the time. I cannot remember which for sure now, but it was one of those 2 people I always seemed to be talking to. My friend left the room to go to the washroom, and her brother stayed in the living room, sitting on the couch, watching TV. From where I stood, in that open space between the kitchen and the living room, I could see her brother clearly sitting there, his attention on the screen, and I knew for a fact my friend was still in the bathroom because I had heard the door close and the water running, and she had not come out yet. I was standing there, half focused on the movie in the background and half absorbed in my phone conversation, when I felt something on my back. It was a sensation that made every hair on my body stand up. It felt like a single fingertip sliding down from the top of my back to somewhere near the middle, tracing a line along my skin. The strange thing about it was that it was not quite cold, and not quite hot. It was something in between, like a strip of air at the wrong temperature compared to everything else, or like some kind of energy that you feel more than you can describe. It was not like a draft or a small gust of wind, and it did not feel like the brush of my own hair, because that night I was wearing a tank top and my hair was pulled down over the left side of my shoulder, resting in front, completely away from the right side of my back. The touch I felt was more in the right and middle part, in a place where nothing should have been touching me. For a few seconds, my mind tried to find the simplest explanation. My first thought was that it must have been my friend messing around with me. That would have been like her, to try to sneak up and poke me or run her finger down my back in a creepy way just to make me jump, especially since we were watching a ghost movie. But the layout of the apartment told me she was still in the bathroom, and I had not heard the door open or her footsteps. I still had the phone pressed against my ear, the voice on the other end talking, but my attention started to drift away from the call and toward this strange sensation. Before I could fully process the touch, I heard something whisper my name. It was not loud, and yet it filled the air around me. It did not sound like it came from a specific direction, like from behind me or right by my ear. It was more like it came from everywhere at once, as if someone or something had leaned into my space so completely that their voice touched every inch of me. My name was said softly, almost like a caress, and the sound wrapped around me in a way that made my skin crawl. The whisper did not have a clear male or female tone, but if I absolutely had to label it, I would say it was more masculine than anything else, the kind of low softness that some men have when they whisper close to your ear. As soon as that whisper reached me, I froze completely. My body would not move. The person on the other end of the phone seemed to fade away from my awareness, like their voice was sliding into the background and being pushed out by this new presence. I could no longer focus on what they were saying. Instead, all I could do was feel this horrible mix of sickness and fear and coldness. My stomach turned over. My chest felt tight. The room did not get colder in a normal way, but something inside me did. It felt like a creepy caress, like invisible fingers had brushed my back and then curled around my name. In that moment, when I felt trapped in my own body, I told myself that if I ignored it, it would go away. It sounds childish, but that was the only thing that came to mind. Pretend it is not there. Do not react, and maybe whatever it is will lose interest. I glanced back at her brother. He was still sitting on the couch, eyes on the television, calm and unaware. It was obvious that he had heard nothing. He did not react to the whisper, did not look over in confusion, did not seem to feel any change in the room at all. I called out for my friend, my voice sounding strange even to my own ears, and she answered from the bathroom, her voice muffled through the door. She was still in there. It was then that I realized that, from start to finish, all of this had taken less than a minute. Even though for me it felt like time had stopped and stretched out, like those few seconds had dragged on forever, with every heartbeat thudding in my ears. I just knew in that moment that something unseen was there with me, close enough to touch me and speak my name, or that I was losing my mind. In that instant, I honestly did not know which was worse, the idea that there was some invisible presence in the apartment with us, watching me, able to touch my skin and whisper my name, or the idea that my brain had somehow created all of this while I was awake, in a well-lit room with other people around, for no reason at all. It felt like an invasion on every level, like something had crossed a line it should not have crossed. I was not dreaming. I was not half asleep. I was standing fully awake in that bright, open room. I even pinched myself, hard, like people always say to do, and the pain was sharp and real. I told the person I was on the phone with that I would talk to them later and ended the call, not wanting to try to explain what had just happened, not when I barely understood it myself. When my friend finally came out of the washroom and walked into the living room, she took one look at me and stopped. She saw right away that something was wrong. I must have looked pale and shaken because her face shifted from her usual easy expression to one of worry. She asked me what was wrong, her voice careful, but I just shook my head and told her it was nothing and that I would tell her later. I could see in her eyes that she did not believe the nothing part, but she also did not push me, probably figuring that I had just had a fight over the phone with my mom or my boyfriend. She knew I had been on the phone, and it would not have been unusual for me to hang up upset after a tense conversation with either of them. It was easier for both of us to leave it at that for the moment. I just did not want to talk about it yet, not while it still felt so raw and close, and not while I was still standing in the same spot where it had happened. Later that night, when it was time to go to sleep, I found that I could not relax, not in the way I normally might at a sleepover. Usually, I would not have thought twice about crashing on the couch or even on the floor, but this time I could not bring myself to lie down in the usual place. There was a couch in my friend's room, next to her closet, and normally I would have slept there, but I ended up dragging my pillow and blankets so that I could sleep on the floor next to her mattress instead. I felt like a little child again, wanting to be as close as possible to someone else, to hear her breathing and feel that I was not alone. A big part of the reason I avoided the couch was her closet. Her closet door was one of those that for some reason never closed properly. It was stuck in this half-open, half-shut position, always a dark gap where you could not see much inside unless the room light was on. In that closet, on one of the shelves, she kept her spirit board, the one that we had bought her as a joke a couple of years earlier from Toys R Us. Back when we bought it, we had not taken it seriously at all. We thought it was funny that a toy store sold spirit boards, so we grabbed one, giggled over it, and tried it out in my basement, and even once in a graveyard, hoping something spooky might happen. We never had any luck with it, no planchette movement, no voices, nothing at all, so I never really believed that particular board was powerful, or that it really worked, but over time I had heard people say that it is not the tool itself that matters as much as the intent behind it, and that sometimes, even a toy, can open doors if you are serious enough. Thinking about that board sitting there just beyond that half-open door, in the dark, made me deeply uncomfortable after what I had experienced in the living room. I did not want to be right next to it with my guard down. That night neither of us slept well. We were both jittery and on edge, although she did not yet know everything that was going on inside my head. The room was quiet and dim, but for me it was full of shadows that felt thicker than normal. Every time I started to drift towards sleep, I had the awful feeling that something was watching me from the darker corners of her room. I kept imagining eyes forming in those patches of shadow, fixed on me, unblinking. More than once, as my mind floated towards sleep, I could swear that I heard my name whispered again, soft, and just out of reach, as if something was standing just above me, leaning down, waiting until I was right on the edge of unconsciousness to call me back. It felt as though whenever I approached that deeper level of sleep, something would whisper my name, and tug me back up to waking again, snatching me away from rest. It was exhausting and unnerving. Even now, long after that night, I still get chills thinking about it. I have had strange experiences before, but never that concrete, while I was fully awake. When I was a child, I used to suffer from sleep paralysis nightmares. They were reoccurring and terrible, the kind of dreams where you wake up but cannot move, and yet you feel or see things in the room with you, dark figures or pressing weights on your chest. Those dreams left a mark on me and haunted me for a long time. For a while, as I got older, they faded, and I thought I was free of them, but in the past couple of years, they have begun to come back. I have started having the same kinds of dreams again, the heavy dread, the inability to move, the sense that something is in the room with me. When those things happen and I wake up certain there is something there, watching me from the corner or standing beside the bed, I can eventually write it off as a nightmare. I can tell myself that I was still partly asleep, that my brain was playing tricks on me, that it belonged to that strange space between dreaming and waking. I do not have to fully accept that anything was really there, because the dream world is an easy place to tuck those things away. But that night at my friend's apartment was different. That time, I had been completely awake, standing upright in a well-lit house with other people around, people I could see. The TV was on. The lights were on. Her brother was sitting right there. The bathroom door was closed with my friend behind it. I was not alone in a dark room or trapped in my own half-sleeping mind. That setting, the brightness and the normalcy of it, made what happened feel so much worse. It was as if whatever touched my back and whispered my name had chosen a moment when I would have no easy excuses, when I could not say later, "Oh, I must have been dreaming," or "I was half asleep." There is something deeply disturbing about having an experience like that in broad light, in a place where you logically should feel safe. That is why I wanted to share it, to tell other people who might have felt the same kind of fear and violation, so I would not have to keep it all bottled up and wonder alone if I was losing my mind. I wanted to talk to others who have had that same icy certainty that something unseen was there with them, close enough to touch and speak, without being completely scoffed at or brushed aside as if I had simply let my imagination get the better of me. When I moved in with my husband 4 years ago, I knew I was moving into the kind of place that carries a lot of history, the kind that has had many lives before ours and probably has memories clinging to every beam and nail. He lives, and now I do too, on a 100-acre farm in West Quebec, Canada. The land around the house stretches out in every direction, fields and trees and old outbuildings scattered across the property, so that sometimes it feels like we own our own little world, cut off from everyone else. The house itself is small and humble and has a strange, old-fashioned charm. It started out as a simple hunting shanty, just a tiny shelter for people coming out to the land, and then over time it was added onto and turned into a proper house with lath and plaster walls and creaking floors that show just how old it is. We were told it is over 150 years old, and when you walk through the rooms and up the narrow stairs, you can feel that age under your feet and in the way the light hits the walls. There are 2 bedrooms and a bathroom upstairs, and the ceilings slant down in odd angles so that in some places you have to duck your head or lean a little to avoid bumping into them. That slanting roofline and the low, tucked-away corners make the upstairs feel cozy in the daytime and a bit eerie at night, especially when the wind blows or the house settles and the old boards creak. My husband bought the farm from a man whose family had lived here since the land was first settled, back in the day, long before either of us were born. That means the same people had been on this land for generations, living, working, fighting, celebrating, and probably dying here, leaving their marks behind in big ways and small ones. The man we bought the house from told us some stories, but you can tell there are many things that were never written down or spoken out loud, and sometimes I feel like the land remembers them even if we do not. This man's father was known to be a drunk, and we saw the proof of that with our own eyes when we started cleaning up after we moved in and began exploring all the old outbuildings on the property. There is a barn, a shed, and a few other structures, and they all felt like they had been used for everything under the sun over the years. As we opened doors that had not been opened in a long time and moved aside old tools and boxes, we found hundreds of empty liquor bottles hidden away in corners, behind piles of junk, and in odd hiding places that made us shake our heads. Some of them were old glass bottles covered in dust and cobwebs, others were more recent, but they were everywhere, tucked into spots where someone must have thought no one would ever find them. It was easy to imagine the old man stumbling out to the barn or the shed with a bottle in his hand, taking a few swigs, and then tucking the empty away instead of throwing it out where someone might see just how much he was drinking. The more we cleaned, the more it felt like we were walking through pieces of other people's lives, and I started to wonder what kind of energy that much sadness, addiction, and secrecy might leave behind in a place. The first really creepy thing that happened after I moved in was the knock at the door. It was one of those moments that seems small when you describe it, but it felt big and strange when it happened. It was a clear, distinct knock, 3 sharp raps on the door, not a scratch or a tap or a sound that could be mistaken for something else. My dog heard it too and started barking right away, his body stiff and alert as he ran toward the door, which told me that it was not just my imagination or some weird creak in the wood. I went to the door, expecting to see someone standing there, maybe a delivery person or a neighbor, even though we do not get many visitors. But when I opened it, there was no one there. The yard was empty. The road in front of the house was empty. There were no cars, no people, no signs of anyone walking away or playing a trick. We are the only house on our street, and our nearest neighbor is at least a mile away, maybe more, so it is not the kind of place where kids go door to door playing pranks and running off to hide. You can see a long way down the road in both directions, and there was nothing. My husband and I looked at each other, but we did not say a whole lot. We both love this place and do not want to create drama or stir up anything that might be here. We have a quiet understanding between us that there might be someone or something else that shares the house and the land with us, and we both feel that if we leave it in peace, maybe it will do the same for us. So we did not mention it too much, but that knock stayed in the back of my mind clear as day. The next thing that happened was a lot harder to brush aside. We were in the barn one day, cleaning up the drunken old man's tools and trying to organize the space so that my husband could use it for his own work. The barn is old, with high ceilings and beams that look like they have been there forever, darkened by time and dust. There are tools hanging everywhere, some of them rusted and some still in decent shape, and the whole place smells of old wood, oil, and earth. In the middle of this cleanup, there was a huge saw blade hanging on the wall, about 4 feet across, the kind that used to be used on old tractors or saw rigs. It was heavy and solid, more like a piece of machinery than a hand tool, and it was hanging on a 9-inch nail that had been hammered deep into the wall. The blade was hooked through the hole in the center, resting there securely, or so we thought. My husband was standing underneath it, directly below, cleaning up some dirt and junk from the floor. He had bent down, and was focused on what he was doing when suddenly, without any warning, the saw blade fell off the nail and came down. It hit him on the hand. For a second, my heart jumped into my throat because that huge metal blade falling from that height could have done serious damage if it had landed just a little differently. Thank goodness he was wearing thick leather gloves, and somehow the way it landed did not cut or injure him. He was physically unharmed, though definitely rattled, and I was shaken too. We both stood there staring at the blade and the nail, trying to understand how it had happened. The nail was so long and driven in so far that the heavy blade should have been secure unless someone reached up and physically lifted it off the nail and pulled it away from the wall. There was no bump, no shove, no obvious movement that could have caused it, and the way it fell made no simple sense. The timing also felt strange, that it fell right when my husband was under it. It unnerved him enough that he moved out from under that spot right away, and I could tell he did not want to think too much about what it might mean, but it was hard not to wonder if something, or someone, had nudged it. For a while after that, things went back to normal, or at least as normal as they get on an old farm with strange feelings in the air. We had chores to do, animals to look after, and land to maintain, and life has a way of distracting you from odd moments when there is work to be done. But then, just the other week, when I thought maybe things had settled down, another small but unsettling thing happened, this time in the kitchen. I was doing the dishes, standing at the sink with my hands in warm, soapy water, in my own little world of plates and cups and thoughts. I finished washing a plate and turned, reaching toward the cupboard above me to put it away, already planning the next thing I would wash. As I reached out, the cupboard door opened on its own for me, swinging open at exactly the right moment as if someone on the other side had anticipated my movement and was holding it open. It was not like the door was already ajar or that I brushed it with my hand. It was properly shut, and then it opened right when I needed it to. For a second I froze, plate in hand, staring at that open door and feeling that strange mix of comfort and fear. On one hand, it was such a simple, helpful gesture, like someone trying to make my work easier, like a quiet, "Let me help you with that," which made it feel almost kind. On the other hand, the idea that something unseen was aware of what I was doing and was close enough and strong enough to move the cupboard for me made my skin prickle. It was so weird and unexpected that my first reaction was not to call out or make a joke. Instead, I clamped down on the urge to say anything at all. I put the plate away, finished what I was doing, and decided not to mention it right away to my husband because I did not want to make it feel bigger or scarier than it already did in my mind. About 3 minutes later, before I had fully shaken off the feeling from the cupboard opening by itself, something else happened that connected to it in a way that was hard to ignore. My husband was in another part of the house, and we were both moving around doing our own things when suddenly he saw someone walk past one of our windows. It was quick, just a shape moving across his line of sight, like a person walking by the outside of the house. From his angle, it would be the kind of movement you see when a neighbor or visitor comes up the path toward the door. He called out or reacted enough that I knew something was wrong, and when he told me what he had seen, we both went outside right away to check. We expected to find someone there, maybe a lost visitor or someone who had pulled into the drive. But once again, just like with the knock at the door, the yard was empty. There was no one walking away, no car parked, no sign of a person. The gravel driveway was quiet. The road beyond it was clear. The grass and trees were still, and we were standing there alone in the open air. The fact that these two things happened so close together in time, the cupboard opening as if someone was helping me and then my husband seeing someone walk by, made the air feel thick with questions. It was very strange and left both of us unsettled, even though we tried not to let it show too much. A couple of days after that, when we had just started to calm down, the lights in the house began to flicker on and off in a way that was clearly not just a normal power issue. It started on one side of the house, with the lights dimming suddenly and then brightening again, and then going off for a second before coming back on. At first, we thought it might be a simple electrical problem, a loose wire or something with the breaker, because that is the logical thing to assume in an old house like ours. But the way it happened, several times in a row, felt different from a one-time glitch. The lights would flicker, go off and on, settle for a moment, and then start again, like something or someone was playing with the switch. My husband, being practical, went out to the breaker box to check if something had tripped or come loose. He opened it up, inspected everything, and did not see anything wrong. To be extra sure, he went through each switch and turned them off, one by one, and then turned them back on again, methodically resetting everything as if he were rebooting the entire electrical system of the house. Satisfied that he had done everything he could, he came back inside. We both thought that would be the end of it. But not long after he stepped back into the house, the same lights on that same side of the house started flickering again, on and off, in that same strange, rhythmic way. It was as if whatever was causing it was not in the breaker or in the wires, but in the house itself, or in something we could not see. It was only the lights on one side of the house that were doing this, not the whole place, which made it feel even stranger. If it had been a big power surge or a problem coming in from outside, we expected everything to flicker, but it was just those specific fixtures. We stood there for a while, watching the lights go on and off, not sure what to do or say. We exchanged a look that said everything we were thinking, that same unspoken understanding that maybe the house we live in is not entirely empty, that maybe some part of its long history is still here with us, watching, knocking, nudging, and sometimes even helping, in its own strange way. Let me start by saying that I have never really known where I stand when it comes to ghosts and hauntings and all that stuff, because I have always been the kind of person who believes more in feelings and vibes than in labels like ghost or spirit. I tend to trust the way a place feels, the kind of energy people give off, and the way an environment can seem welcoming or threatening without anything obvious happening. Those little gut reactions, those moments when the hair on the back of your neck stands up for no clear reason, have usually turned out to be more right for me than anything I could explain logically. But even with that, I never imagined that I would move into a house where all those vague ideas would suddenly feel like they were being tested all at once. Recently, myself, 3 of my friends, and my girlfriend all moved into a house together that we are renting. A couple of us are students trying to keep our school and work lives balanced, and the others are working full-time, so we were very focused on finding someplace cheap, someplace that would not drain us each month and would be close enough to school and downtown that we would not have to spend a lot on transportation. After searching around, we found this pretty large house that fit what we thought we needed almost too perfectly. It was in a good location, not far from campus or downtown, and the rent worked out to about $250 a person, which is extremely cheap for this area where people usually pay somewhere between $400 and $500 each for a place like this. At first we assumed that the only reason the rent was so low was because the house is old and has had almost no renovations done to it except for what absolutely had to be done over the years. So we thought we were just getting a good deal on an old place that needed some love, and we were happy with that. We went to view the house before deciding, and on that first visit we were mostly focused on the space, how we would lay things out, who would get which room, and how close we would be to everything. The house seemed a bit strange, but we chalked that up to its age and design. We did not really think too deeply about anything else. We officially moved in on the 30th of November, carrying boxes and furniture through the front door, trying to get settled before exams and work shifts swallowed us up again. Almost right away, though, some of the people who helped us move and my girlfriend especially started talking about getting really bad vibes from the house. They said they felt uneasy for no clear reason, like something in the place did not want them there or was watching them. One girl who had come to help us refused to even enter the room that connects to the hallway leading to the basement. She stopped in the doorway, said she did not like how it felt, and stayed away from that part of the house the whole time. That reaction stood out to me, because she is not usually dramatic or easily spooked, but once we were done moving and everyone went home, we just tried to focus on settling in and getting used to living with 5 people in a 3-bedroom house. To give you a better idea of the setting, I should describe the house itself, because its layout is part of what makes everything that has happened feel so strange. It is a 1.5-story house, which means that the upstairs has those awkward low ceilings that slant inward at weird angles, so you have to duck a bit if you are tall. The upper level feels almost like an attic that someone decided to turn into real bedrooms. The lighting fixtures throughout the house are old-fashioned, the kind that stick out from the wall on little arms rather than hanging neatly from the ceiling, and they give off that slightly yellowish glow that makes everything look a bit older. We were told that the wiring had all been redone a couple of years ago, and it seems to work fine in general, though the house still uses fuses instead of a modern breaker system, which is another reminder of how old it really is. The basement is a whole different world. It is very small and cramped, more like a crawl space in some spots, and the only way to get down there is through a trap door in the floor. You pull it up and clamber down, and once you are there, you basically find only the furnace, the water heater, and the fuse box. There are no extra rooms down there, no finished areas, just pipes, machinery, and that heavy underground air. Since the day we moved in, each of us has experienced different weird things in the house, and at first we explained them all away as part of adjusting to an old place and sharing space with so many people. Old houses creak, pipes make noise, random things break, and when 5 people with different habits and schedules live together, it is easy to blame unusual sounds and misplaced items on each other. That is what we did for the first while. But tonight, while 3 of us were hanging out together, we started talking about all the strange things that had happened one by one, and for the first time we put them all together and realized just how many there were. That led us to do some research online about hauntings and signs of spirits, not because we were convinced, but because we wanted to see if what we had experienced lined up with anything. By the end of that talk and that little bit of research, we came to a quiet, uneasy conclusion that our house might actually be haunted, or at the very least there is something going on that is not easily explained. I will try to describe some of the things that have happened so you can understand why we feel this way now. One of the first things we noticed was how the temperature in the house seems to vary in ways that do not make sense. It is normal for some rooms to be a little warmer or cooler than others, especially in an old house with imperfect insulation, but here the changes are more extreme and strangely patterned. My bedroom, for example, is almost never in a comfortable middle range. It is either extremely hot, to the point where I feel like I am suffocating, or very, very cold, like all the warmth has been sucked out of the air. Other rooms have their own patterns. Our kitchen is always colder than everywhere else, no matter what we set the thermostat to. You step from the hallway into the kitchen and feel like you have crossed into a different temperature zone. The living room is the weirdest because the temperature changes depending on where you stand or sit in it. One spot on the couch is fine, another feels like someone has opened a window you cannot see. At first we blamed this on the fact that 5 people with different preferences were all changing the thermostat, but when we actually checked, we saw that the temperature never really left the 65 to 70 range officially. The thermostat said things were stable even when our bodies told us they were not. Then there were the lights. In our living room, the light fixture is a dimmer type, so you can turn the knob to make the lights brighter or dimmer depending on what you want. On 2 different occasions, the lights started flickering for no apparent reason. I am not talking about a single flicker, and then everything is fine. They flickered repeatedly in a way that made it hard to ignore. We tried fiddling with the dimmer, turning it up and down, all the way bright, all the way dim, and no matter what we did with the knob, the lights kept flickering. We then switched the light fully off and back on again, hoping it was just a loose connection in the switch. But the flickering continued for a while and then eventually stopped completely on its own, as if whatever was causing it had lost interest. Another night, I went out to our detached garage to clean up a mess from a party we had had the night before. The garage is separate from the house, and you have to walk across the yard to get to it. When I turned on the light in there, it was extremely dim, much dimmer than usual, to the point that I could barely see what I was doing, even though the bulb itself was working. The light was technically on, but the amount of light it gave off was weak and strange. On top of that, as I stood there in that dimness, I was hit by a wave of weird feeling, like the air was thick and watching me. It was not just that I was tired or hungover or in a bad mood, something about the space felt wrong. I wanted to turn around and go right back into the house, but I had to clean up, so I started picking up bottles and trash even though I felt like someone was standing just out of sight. After a couple of minutes, with no change in the bulb or anything I could see, the light suddenly brightened to its usual level, snapping from extremely dim to normal as if someone had turned a hidden dial. The strange feeling in the room eased at the same time, and I remember standing there just looking at the light, wondering what had just happened. Two of the guys I live with have both, on different occasions, mentioned hearing noises coming from the hallway that connects the kitchen to the trap door leading down to the basement. This hallway is a narrow space that also has a side door leading to the outside. One night last week, the two of them were in the kitchen late at night, having a cigarette and talking quietly, when the trap door suddenly slammed shut for no apparent reason. It was not half open or hanging loosely, it was down in place, and then it moved and slammed hard enough to make them jump and stop talking mid-sentence. There was no one standing near it. No draft in the house could have moved it like that. It was the kind of slam you associate with someone being annoyed or trying to get your attention. The hallway that leads from that trapdoor to the kitchen also has that side door I mentioned earlier, the one that goes directly outside. In theory, it is the more convenient door to use if you are going out to the yard or to the garage, because it is closer, but strangely, none of us use it. We cannot fully explain why. We just avoid it. We find ourselves walking the long way around rather than going through that hallway and that door, especially at night. For me personally, that hallway and the room connected to it give off very bad vibes. I avoid it completely after dark and only go near it during daylight hours if I have to. That room has laundry hookups, but we do not have our machines moved in yet, so for now it is mostly empty except for some boxes and a bunch of empty bottles and cans we are storing there to take back later. Even so, the space never feels empty. I have always had some trouble sleeping, and in this house it has not been any easier. The other night, around 5 in the morning, I woke up and decided to go downstairs to use the bathroom. I figured I might as well take down some dishes from upstairs too, to put them in the sink while I was up and moving. I did not want to turn on the bedroom light because I did not want to wake up my girlfriend, so I left the room quietly and headed to the top of the stairs in the dark, holding the dishes in my hand, using the faint light from the street outside to see just enough to walk. When I reached the top of the stairs and started to take my first step down, I suddenly heard a rustling sound from the bottom of the stairs, like someone moving around or shifting their weight on the floor. That alone would have been enough to freak me out, but then I heard a weird growling or chewing, eating sort of noise coming from the same area. It was not like a normal house noise. It sounded low and animal-like, but we have no pets, and it was 5 in the morning, a time when no one else in the house should have been standing at the bottom of the stairs making that kind of noise. The combination of the rustling and that strange sound sent a bolt of fear straight through me. I did not go down to check what it was. I did not call out. I completely panicked, turned around, and ran back into my room, heart pounding, dishes still in my hands. I woke up my girlfriend and told her what I had just heard. We both ended up staying awake for the rest of the night, and refused to leave the room until it was daylight. It felt childish, but the fear was real and heavy, and neither of us wanted to test what might be waiting in the dark at the bottom of those stairs. At different times, everyone in the house has said that they have heard strange noises, scratching, rustling, creaking, and other sounds that do not fit into any easy explanation. At first we kept telling ourselves that this is what happens in an old house, especially one with many people in it who all have different sleeping schedules. We figured that someone must be up walking around each time, even if we did not know exactly who, and that the building itself might be expanding or settling, making noises that were more noticeable because they were unfamiliar. But the more it happened, the less convincing that explanation became. Tonight, for example, the guy who lives in the room next to mine said that he heard a scratching noise coming from the basement. It was not a vague creak. It was a clear scratching sound, like something trying to claw at wood or move through something down there. We do not have any pets, and the way the house and basement are sealed means it would be very hard for an animal to get inside without us noticing. Still, the sound was there. On top of all that, we have had more than a couple of electronic malfunctions that, when you add them all up, seem like more than just bad luck. Our internet, for example, randomly cuts off, but only from my computer and my girlfriend's computer. The others in the house stay connected just fine, even the laptop that one of the guys keeps in our room. He will still have a connection while our two devices lose it, which is frustrating and odd. The adapter that lets us hook cable up to our TV also refuses to work in this house, even though it worked perfectly in other houses before we moved here. Our wireless printer, which had been fine before, no longer works now that it is here. One roommate's computer completely stopped working the day after we moved in. It would not turn on properly and had to be taken in to get fixed. Certain electrical outlets in the house also stopped working randomly, and only seemed to work sometimes, without any clear pattern of overload or reset. Last week, I came home from work and went straight to the kitchen to make dinner. I turned on a few things, lights, maybe a small appliance, and suddenly a fuse blew. The power to part of the house went out. I went down to the basement, changed the fuse, and headed back upstairs. As soon as I stepped into the kitchen and tried to do anything again, the fuse blew instantly, as if something was waiting for me to return. I went back down, unplugged some stuff, changed the fuse again, and tried to be careful, but the same thing happened. The fuse went out the second I came back into the kitchen area. At that point, I called my roommate to come help. We both went downstairs, changed the fuse together, and then came back up, and that time everything worked fine. It was as if the problem had chosen to appear and disappear on its own terms. Beyond the electrical issues, there is also the way things in the house seem to get moved around or misplaced. With 5 people living together, you expect some level of mess and confusion, and we definitely have that, especially in the kitchen, which is almost always a mess with lots of dishes and containers spread around. It is normal for small things to get moved when someone is cooking or cleaning. But what I have noticed feels like more than that. It often feels like the entire setting of the kitchen changes between one visit and the next, not just 1 or 2 dishes moved to a different spot. Every time I go in there, it seems like everything has been shifted just enough to make it feel unfamiliar, like someone invisible has been rearranging things. I kept telling myself that living with lots of people meant I was just noticing their movements late. But this morning something happened that made me question that explanation again. I went downstairs to grab my USB stick from the table in the living area. I was sure I had left it there. When I looked, it was not there. I checked around, but did not see it. I went back upstairs and asked my girlfriend if she knew where it was. She went downstairs herself, walked over to the same table, and came back up with the USB stick in her hand, saying it had been sitting right there. I swear it was not there when I looked for it. I had stared at that spot and seen nothing. Another time, just this morning, I was looking for my wallet. I always keep my wallet in my coat pocket, and I went straight to my coat, checked the pocket, and found nothing. I searched other spots, looked around, and could not find it. I had to leave for work, so I eventually gave up and left the house without my wallet, annoyed and confused. A short way down the street, I reached into my pocket for something else, and my wallet was suddenly there, in the same coat pocket I had checked carefully just a short time before. That moment really got to me because I knew I had checked that pocket properly, not just a quick pat, and it had been empty. Yet somehow the wallet was there now, like it had appeared after I left the house. I should also mention something about our landlords, because their presence in this whole story is its own kind of strange. They are a couple in their early 50s, and from the beginning they have seemed really, really odd. We found out that they are swingers, which explains some of their behavior, but the vibes they give off are still unusual. It is not that they feel clearly bad or clearly good, it is more like they are surrounded by this aura of secrecy, like they are always half smiling about something they know that we do not. They give off the feeling that they are up to something or hiding something, but we initially decided to chalk that up to their private lifestyle and the fact that we do not know them well. Still, given everything that has happened, it is hard not to wonder if they know more about the house than they have told us. On top of all of these specific events, there is the general, lingering feeling that almost everyone in the house has had at one time or another, the feeling of not being alone, even when you know everyone else is out, the sense that you are being watched, especially in certain rooms or at certain times of night. My girlfriend is especially sensitive to this. She feels very uneasy in the house after dark and refuses to go downstairs by herself at night. She will ask me or someone else to go with her, even if it is just for a quick trip to get a drink or use the bathroom, which is not like her in other places. When I put all of this together in my mind, the strange temperature changes, the flickering lights, the odd behavior of electronics, the noises in the hallway and basement, the slamming trapdoor, the dim then suddenly bright garage light, the misplaced objects reappearing, the weird landlords, and that constant sense of being watched. I find myself caught between wanting to find logical explanations for each thing and feeling like maybe there is something else here, something we cannot easily name or measure. I still do not know if I truly believe in ghosts, and I am not ready to say for sure that a ghost is living with us, but I also cannot ignore how many things have happened in such a short time, and how many of them line up with the kinds of stories you hear about haunted houses. Almost all of these occurrences have at least somewhat logical explanations if you look at them one by one, which is why I have hesitated to call it a haunting. Old houses have faulty wiring, drafty rooms, and strange acoustics. Busy lives lead to lost items and miscommunications. But when you consider everything as a whole, the pattern feels harder to dismiss. I find myself wondering if I am overthinking things or if we really are living in a place with a spirit, or some kind of energy that is trying to make itself noticed. I am not sure exactly what I am asking by sharing all this. Maybe I want to know if I am crazy for even considering the idea that the house is haunted. Maybe I want to hear if other people have gone through similar things and what they did about it. Maybe I want someone to tell me that it is all explainable and that I should not worry. Or maybe I want someone to confirm that my instincts are not completely off. All I know is that, over the last 4 or 5 days, the activities, as we have started calling them, either have been happening more often or we have started noticing them more, and it has reached the point where I can no longer just shrug it all off without at least acknowledging that something very strange is going on in this old, cheap house that we now call home. When I try to remember exactly when all of this happened, I always land somewhere in my early 20s, maybe 5 or 6 years ago now, back when I was living by myself for the first time in a small apartment in Montreal and still trying to figure out who I was and what I wanted out of life and love, the way people in their early 20s often are without fully realizing it until later on. At the time, a boyfriend had recently broken up with me, and even though the relationship had not been very long, not some epic multi-year romance or anything like that, I was still pretty bummed out over it in that way that only a fresh breakup can make you feel, where your mind keeps looping back over little conversations and moments, trying to figure out what you did wrong or what you could have done differently. Even when you know logically it probably would have ended the same way anyway. I had moved into the apartment in July, that sticky, hot time of year when Montreal feels almost like it is melting under the sun, and I remember at first I was just excited to have my own place, my own little space in the city, even though it was small and not fancy. It was mine, and that felt important. Not long after I settled in, though, little things started to happen that I did not pay a lot of attention to at first because they seemed minor. Sometimes I would hear the sound my cell phone made when I received a text message, that specific little tone that you'd get used to recognizing even in a noisy room. The sound would ring clearly through the apartment, and I would automatically reach for my phone, expecting to see some message from a friend, my ex, or my family, only to find that there was nothing new there. No missed texts, no notifications, nothing at all to account for the sound I had just heard. The first few times this happened, I just brushed it off. I thought maybe there was some glitch, maybe I had set another app to make a similar sound, or maybe I had imagined it because I was so used to hearing that tone and half expecting my phone to go off all the time. It did not seem like anything worth worrying about, and it certainly did not occur to me that it might be connected to anything strange or paranormal. It was just one of those little odd things that you shrug at and keep going with your day. That summer drifted into fall, and the guy I mentioned, the one who would end up breaking up with me, came into my life and then went back out of it in a relatively short span of time. We were not together long enough to build a whole life together, but he had still become part of my daily routine and emotional landscape. So when he ended things in October, I felt the loss more than I expected. I was lonely in a way I had not anticipated, and I think part of me did not want to come home to an empty apartment where all the quiet corners reminded me that someone was missing. To fill that emotional gap, or maybe just to bring some new life and sound into my space, I decided to get a pair of finches. There was something comforting about the idea of having small, living creatures around me, something that depended on me and would fill the silence with chirping and movement instead of letting my thoughts circle endlessly around my ex and what had gone wrong. When I brought the finches home and settled their little cage in the apartment, I quickly noticed that they had their own distinct personalities and preferences. They really liked Ella Fitzgerald and the Beatles, their little bodies seeming to perk up when those songs came through the speakers, as if the melodies and rhythms pleased them. On the other hand, whenever I put on Nirvana, they seemed less impressed, and their reactions told me in their own way that grunge was not really their thing. It made me smile to think of these tiny birds having musical taste and helped lighten the sadness that still clung to me from the breakup. One day, not too long after I had gotten the finches, I decided to let them out of their cage so they could stretch their wings and hop around a bit in the apartment. I had done this a few times already, and they seemed to enjoy the freedom, so it felt like a nice way to spend some time with them. I was sitting on my bed, and the birds were also on the bed, hopping around and fluffing their feathers, exploring in that curious but cautious way that birds often do. I picked up my guitar, an instrument that had always been a kind of emotional outlet for me, and started to play. The song I chose was one I had written myself called "The Ghost in the Wall." Despite its title, it had not originally been meant as anything literal about spirits or hauntings. It was a metaphorical song, which made everything that happened later feel a little ironic and strange in retrospect. The song was actually about another relationship that had ended before the most recent one, a past story of love and pain that I had turned into lyrics and chords as a way to process it. That previous relationship had been an off-again, on-again thing that went on for about 2 years, full of ups and downs and the kind of emotional push and pull that leaves marks on you even after it is finally over. I did eventually get back together with the guy that song was about, but at the time I was in the phase where I was using music to try to understand what had already happened. When I was still with the more recent boyfriend, the one who had just broken up with me, I would sometimes play "The Ghost in the Wall" for him, even though he probably did not realize what or who the song was really about. Whenever I played it, he had a habit of accompanying me by whistling along, adding his own simple melody to the music in this almost playful, affectionate way. It became one of those small, shared rituals that couples develop without even thinking about it, so the sound of his whistling layered over that specific song became embedded in my mind as something that belonged to the two of us. On this particular day, I was sitting on my bed with my finches wandering nearby, playing "The Ghost in the Wall" on my guitar and singing softly to myself. The apartment was quiet except for my voice and the gentle sounds of the birds moving around on the blanket. Then, out of nowhere, clear and unmistakable, someone or something began to whistle along with me exactly the way my ex-boyfriend used to do when he and I had been together. The tune of the whistling matched the way he had always done it, following the shape of the melody in a very human, intentional way. The sound gave me such a start that my fingers froze on the strings and I stopped playing immediately. I did not just ease to a stop. I stopped dead, my whole body going tense as the whistling carried on for a moment, and then faded. My first instinct was to look at the finches. They were the only other living beings in the room, and even though I knew deep down that birds do not usually whistle in such a distinctly human way, I still needed to rule them out, to see if maybe my mind was playing tricks on me by mixing their sounds with my memories. I looked at them, and they were just standing there on the bed, staring back at me with their tiny bright eyes, their feathers smooth and still, their bodies relaxed, as if they were saying with their expressions, "Hi, we're finches," and absolutely nothing else. They were not chirping, they were not moving their beaks, and they were definitely not whistling. The whistling I had just heard did not sound like them at all. One of the birds had a very chirpy, bright little voice and the other had a deeper, almost prehistoric sounding squawk that reminded me of something much older and wilder than its small body would suggest. Neither of them had vocalizations that sounded even remotely like a person whistling. The sound I had heard had been distinctly human in tone, rhythm, and pitch. My mind scrambled for explanations because that is what we do when something happens that does not fit our understanding of the world. I wondered if maybe my ex-boyfriend was visiting one of my neighbors in the building. He was friends with several of them, and that is actually how I had met him in the first place, so it was not impossible that he could be nearby without my knowing it. I thought that maybe he had heard me through the floor or the wall playing that song and, knowing his habit of whistling along, had decided to whistle too, maybe even as a way to freak me out or send me some strange message without directly talking to me. But as I replayed the sound in my head and thought about how it had felt when I heard it, that explanation did not sit right either. The whistling had not sounded muffled or distant, the way it would if it were coming from another apartment, or from outside through a window. It had not sounded like there was any barrier between the source of the sound and the space I was in. It had sounded like it was in the room with me, very close, almost as if someone invisible was sitting on the bed or standing beside me, whistling in that same familiar way. My windows were shut because it was cold outside, and even if they had been open, the clarity and proximity of the sound did not match something coming from the street or a neighboring balcony. It had been right there, in my room. After that, I was more wary about what was happening in my apartment because I could not come up with a satisfying, everyday explanation for the whistling that fit all the details. I found myself listening more carefully to the environment, and noticing sounds that I might have ignored before. I do not know if the whistling triggered something, if it caused other things to start, or if it just made me pay closer attention to things that had already been going on in a quieter way. But I started to hear something else at night when I was lying in bed. It began as a kind of buzzing noise, low and steady, that seemed to hover in the background of the silence. At first I thought it might be some kind of appliance, or maybe pipes in the building, but one night when it felt particularly noticeable, I tried to pinpoint where it was coming from. As I listened more carefully, moving my head and my body, turning off anything that might be making noise, I realized that the buzzing seemed to be coming from the walls of my bedroom themselves, not from the ceiling or the floor, but specifically from the wall next to my bed. Curious and a little unsettled, I got up and pressed my ear against the wall. As I did, the vague buzzing resolved into something much clearer. It was music. At first it just sounded like abstract noise, but as I listened, I realized that it was similar to the kind of experimental electronic music you hear at the end of certain songs, the kind with layered sounds and distorted tones that seem to swirl around rather than follow a simple rhythm. The closest comparison I could find in my mind came from a song I knew well, The Widow, by the Mars Volta. A friend of mine in Vancouver had sent me a mixed CD about a year before with that song on it, and I had listened to it many times. The song starts off more traditionally, with lyrics and structure, but at the end it dissolves into a long stretch of experimental, electronic-type sound, full of strange tones and textures that are interesting at first but, at least in my case, often went on longer than I had patience for. I had been listening to that song a lot lately, but I usually changed the track before the entire experimental part at the end finished, skipping ahead to something else. The music I was hearing inside the wall reminded me strongly of that long, abstract ending of The Widow, as if someone was playing that part on a loop somewhere just out of sight. At this point, the situation had moved beyond what I could easily laugh off, so I decided to talk about it with a friend of mine who I trusted to believe me and not immediately dismiss everything as my imagination or stress. This friend was open-minded about paranormal things and had her own experiences, so I felt safe confiding in her. There was also this wood panel screwed onto one of my bedroom walls that had always bothered me a little. It looked like it was covering something, not just there for decoration. I had often wondered what was behind it, and whether it was related somehow to the sounds I was hearing. Part of me had read way too many ghost stories and mystery novels in my life, so my mind was full of images of hidden compartments, old boxes full of photographs or letters, diaries sealed away to hide some long-forgotten tragedy or secret. I knew those were dramatic ideas, but I could not shake the thought that the panel had to be there for a reason other than just aesthetics. I did not want to unscrew it and look behind it by myself, though. Even if there was nothing strange, just the idea of facing it alone made me uncomfortable. So I asked this friend to come over to my apartment and help me investigate. When she arrived, we went straight to the wall with the panel and gathered the tools we needed to remove it. We were both a little excited and a little nervous, half expecting nothing more than dust and half expecting something out of a horror story. We carefully unscrewed the panel and pulled it off, revealing the space behind it. Instead of a hidden box or secret message, what we found was much more mundane but also logical. There were pipes and cobwebs and the kind of structural elements you would expect in an old building. It quickly became clear that the panel was probably there simply because it provided access to the pipes leading to the bathroom, which was very small and cramped. There was not enough room on the bathroom side to create an access hatch, so they had done it from my bedroom instead. It made sense, and I felt slightly embarrassed at how many dramatic fantasies I had built around that panel. Once we were done with our little investigation, and had put the panel back in place, we started to hear the buzzing noise again, the same sound that had been bothering me at night. My friend walked over to another wall, not the one with the panel and the pipes, but another one that my bedroom shared with a neighbor's apartment. She pressed her ear against it and listened for a few seconds. Suddenly, she gasped and jumped away from the wall, her face reflecting genuine surprise and discomfort. Her reaction freaked me out a little because she was not someone who scared easily. I immediately asked her what was wrong, my voice a bit higher than usual. She did not answer right away. Instead, she said, "Just listen." I took a deep breath, steadied myself as best I could, and pressed my own ear to the wall. At first, I heard what I had heard before, the strange, buzzing, experimental music that sounded like the end of that Mars Volta song. It swirled and pulsed in an odd way, clearly musical but not easily pinned down. As I kept listening, though, another sound began to emerge underneath or on top of the music, blending with it in a way that made it feel even more unsettling. I began to hear someone breathing right in my ear, a close, intimate, human breath that did not match my own. It was not the sound of distant breathing, not something muffled by walls or distance. It felt like whoever or whatever was breathing was right there next to my head, almost as if they were sharing a pillow with me, exhaling and inhaling in a slow, deliberate way. The sound was so close that my body reacted instinctively. I put my hand over my mouth, as if that could stop any sound from escaping me, and I jerked away from the wall, eyes wide, looking at my friend. She met my gaze and simply said, "Yeah," in a tone that told me she had heard the exact same thing. At that moment, all my desire to be brave evaporated, and I wanted nothing more than to get out of my bedroom. We stepped into a hallway just outside my bedroom door and stood there, hearts racing a little, trying to process what we had just experienced. We started talking about where the noise could be coming from, trying to find some rational explanation that might make it easier to sleep at night. My friend suggested that perhaps one of my neighbors had sleep apnea or some other condition that caused noticeable breathing sounds, and that what we were hearing could be that sound traveling through the wall, maybe mixed with music from their stereo or computer. The wall we had been listening at was indeed one I shared with a neighbor's apartment, and given the layout of the building, it was likely his bedroom wall too, since the units were all arranged in a similar way. That idea at least gave us a possible human source, even if it did not fully explain the music that sounded so specific, or the way the breathing had felt so close. My friend also mentioned that there was a possibility this was paranormal, or that I might somehow be creating some of it without realizing it, perhaps through heightened sensitivity or stress, especially given everything I had been going through emotionally with the breakup and living alone. As we were standing in the hallway, midway between wanting to rationalize and wanting to accept that something unusual might be happening, the buzzing noise started again, this time more clearly audible even from where we stood. It grew louder and seemed to intensify, like it was trying to pull our attention back toward the bedroom, as if something inside those walls wanted us to come closer and press our ears against them again. The timing of it, starting right as we were talking about it and getting away from the room, felt almost deliberate and made the hairs on my arms stand up. Luckily, my friend had come prepared for that possibility. She had had a lot of experience with paranormal situations in her own life and had mentioned before she arrived that she would bring some sage with her just in case I wanted to use it. Sage smudging is a traditional practice in many cultures, used to cleanse spaces of negative energy or unwanted presences, and although I did not know for sure if I believed in its power, I was definitely willing to try anything that might help. We decided then and there to smudge the apartment. We lit the sage and let the smoke drift through each room, especially my bedroom and the hallway, moving slowly and focusing on the intention of clearing out anything that did not belong there or that meant harm. We opened windows where we could, even though it was cold, to give whatever might be there an exit. As we did this, we both spoke quietly, more to ourselves than to anything specific, asking for peace and for any restless presence to move on. When we were done, the air felt different, lighter somehow. I do not know if that was the sage, the placebo effect of doing something proactive, or some actual shift in the energy of the apartment, but I remember feeling calmer. After we finished, nothing strange ever happened in that apartment again. I continued to live there for a couple of years after that, long enough that it was not just a temporary lull. During that time, I had my son while living there, bringing an entirely new kind of life and energy into the space, and when he was 9 months old, we finally moved to a different place. I still do not know exactly what was happening in that old apartment during those months when the whistling, buzzing, and breathing were part of my life. Maybe it really was the smudging that made it stop, pushing out or calming whatever was causing the disturbances. Maybe, as my friend suggested, some of it was coming from me, from my emotions and mind and the way I was processing loneliness and heartbreak, and once I became aware that this might be the case, I unconsciously shut it down. Another theory I have is that the source might have been my upstairs neighbor. He was an elderly gentleman who I never felt fully comfortable around, not because he did anything overtly wrong to me, but because there was an odd tension in our interactions. Shortly after I moved in, I remember walking out of the building one day and hearing him yell at me from his balcony in French. At that point, I had only been living in Quebec for about 2 years and my French was terrible, still not perfect now, but at least better, so I could not understand a word he was saying. He sounded angry or upset, but I had no idea what about. I did not know if I had accidentally done something to offend him, or if he was just venting his frustration at the world in general. Because I did not understand him, there was a strange distance between us. Before the phantom whistling and the buzzing started, I saw him one day being taken away in an ambulance on a stretcher. He had some medical emergency, and it looked serious. I did not know the details, but I saw him leave and then, for a while, he was gone. He would have been someone who had heard me playing the guitar many times through the floor or the walls, especially when my ex-boyfriend had been around whistling along to that one particular song. If he was in some altered state in the hospital, maybe in a coma or heavily sedated, it is not impossible in a purely speculative way to imagine that part of him might have been trying to come home, clinging to familiar sounds and habits, perhaps even imitating the tune my ex used to whistle because he had heard it so many times. It is a strange theory, and I cannot prove it, but it crossed my mind, especially because he came back from the hospital not long after my friend and I smudged the apartment, and the sounds stopped. Maybe it was all connected. Then again, the cell phone noise, that phantom text message tone, had started before he ever went to the hospital, so if he was involved, it would not explain everything. In the end, I am left with a handful of possibilities and no definitive answers, just the memory of lying in my Montreal apartment, ear pressed to the cool surface of a bedroom wall, listening to experimental music that should not have been there, and the unmistakable sound of someone breathing right where no one could be seen. I used to be the kind of person who laughed at ghost stories. I enjoyed watching horror movies, especially Japanese, Thai, and Chinese films, the kind that made other people cover their eyes or sleep with the lights on. I loved the tension, the jump scares, the creepy music that builds up slowly and then explodes into something shocking. But for me, those things stayed on the screen. When the movie ended, I turned off the TV, lay in my bed, and slept peacefully. I told myself ghosts were only good ideas in a writer's mind, shadows in a director's imagination, tricks of light and sound put together to scare people for fun. I would sometimes even joke with my friends that if ghosts were real, they would have shown themselves to me already because of how many horror movies I watched. I was confident, even proud, that none of those things bothered me in real life. But this year, everything changed. It did not happen all at once. It started slowly, so quietly and simply that at first I didn't even think it meant anything. I have always been a person who sleeps early. Most nights, I am already in bed by 9 o'clock. My routine is simple: eat dinner, maybe watch a little TV or read something on my phone, and then sleep. I usually wake up around 5 or 6 in the morning feeling rested and ready for the day. For a long time, that pattern did not change. My body was used to it. I hardly ever woke up in the middle of the night, and if I did, it would be to drink water or use the bathroom, and then I would fall back asleep easily. That was normal for me. Then, over the last 3 months, something began to disturb that normal rhythm. Without fail, I started waking up at exactly 3 o'clock in the morning. It was not like waking up because of a noise or a bad dream. It felt more like something pulled me out of sleep. One moment I would be deeply asleep, the next moment my eyes would open and I would feel strangely alert, as if someone had called my name or shaken my shoulder. I did not hear any voice, I did not see anyone, but I knew something was wrong. The first few times it happened, I thought it was just my body adjusting to stress or maybe something I had eaten before bed. I tried to ignore it. But the more it happened, the harder it was to pretend it meant nothing. The first night I really noticed something strange. I woke up in the middle of the night, and my whole room was quiet. The only light came from the faint glow of the street outside slipping through the edges of the curtains. My clock on the bedside table showed 3 a.m. exactly. I lay still for a few seconds, trying to figure out why I was awake. Then I realized there was a feeling of weight on the bed, near my feet, like someone had quietly sat down beside me. At first, I told myself it was just my imagination. Maybe the mattress shifted when I moved. Maybe I was dreaming and had not fully woken up yet. I closed my eyes again and tried to fall back asleep. But then I felt something else, a cold sensation near my feet. It was not like a simple breeze coming in from the window. Before I went to sleep that night, I had opened the windows a bit to let in fresh air, so I knew the room might be a little cool. At first I blamed the open windows and tried to convince myself that was all it was. But after 10 or 15 minutes, I began to wonder why the rest of my body felt normal but my feet were freezing. The cold seemed to stay only there, in one small area at the end of the bed, almost like something cold was sitting or standing right where my feet were. It was a deep, sharp cold, the kind that seeps into your skin and makes your bones feel like ice. Slowly, fear started to rise in my chest. The room felt heavier, like the air had thickened. I had that familiar creepy feeling that someone else was in the room with me, watching me silently. My heart began to beat faster. I lay there for a while, arguing with myself in my head. One side said, "Don't be silly, it's nothing, just the wind, you've been watching too many horror movies." The other side whispered quietly, "Then why do you feel like you're not alone?" After a minute that felt like an hour, I couldn't stand it anymore. I threw the blanket aside, jumped out of bed as quickly as I could, and ran to the light switch. My hand shook as I flipped it on. The bright light filled the room, pushing away the shadows. I looked around, half expecting to see someone crouched near the bed or standing in a corner. But there was no one, just my furniture, my things, the same simple room I had always slept in. The window was open a little, but nothing unusual stood there. My feet still remembered the cold, but the air around me felt normal now. I let out a nervous laugh and told myself I really needed to stop binge-watching horror films. I went back to bed, but this time I left the lights on. I thought that would make me feel safe. That bright light meant there was nowhere for anything to hide. I pulled the blanket over me and forced myself to sleep. I tried to convince myself that it had all been in my head. But I was wrong. That strange 3 a.m. waking did not stop. It started happening again and again. Some nights the windows were open, some nights they were closed, but still I woke up at 3. Sometimes I would feel that pressure on the bed near my feet. Sometimes I would feel that same sharp cold touching only my legs or toes, even when the rest of the room was warm. At first, I tried to ignore it and pretend everything was normal. I did not tell my parents or my friends because I did not want them to think I was being dramatic or crazy. I told myself that it would go away eventually. But instead of stopping, it continued, night after night, until it started to affect my sleep. I began to dread going to bed. Even though I was tired, I would lie awake, listening to every little sound, waiting for that moment when I would suddenly wake up and feel something near me that I could not explain. During the day, I felt exhausted and my mood dropped. It is hard to act normal and cheerful when you feel like the one place that is supposed to be safe, your own bed, is not truly safe anymore. Lack of sleep and constant fear started to eat at me slowly. I was getting more and more anxious, and I had no idea what to do. Then came the night that changed my beliefs completely. Compared to what happened this time, all the cold feet and strange awakenings before were nothing. I remember that night very clearly, even though part of me wishes I could forget it. I was in a deep sleep when I felt something again. It was not a gentle waking up like opening my eyes because I had slept enough. It felt like a wave of icy air pushed me back to consciousness. The room was dark, but I could tell it was still that same time of night, the quiet hour when most people are asleep. I became aware that there was a weight on my bed again, like someone was sitting or kneeling close to me. The pressure was stronger this time, not just near my feet but closer to my side, as if someone had quietly moved closer while I slept. But even then, I did not open my eyes. Some part of me knew that if I looked, I might see something I was not ready to face. Then I felt it, a hand. It was cold, not like a normal hand, not like a person's skin that is just a little cool. It felt colder than ice, colder than anything I had ever touched. The hand began to gently touch my face, stroking it slowly, and then it slid up and into my hair, as if trying to comb through it or play with it. The movement was soft and careful, almost like how a mother would touch her child to comfort them or put them to sleep. That familiar tenderness made it even more disturbing because I knew that whatever this thing was, it was not my mother. My entire body froze with shock. Fear flooded through me so quickly that it felt like all my muscles locked up. I could not move my arms or legs. I could not turn my head away or lift my hand to push the unseen figure off me. It was as if a heavy invisible weight was pressing me down into the mattress. My chest felt tight, and even though I was breathing, each breath felt trapped inside me. The hand did not stop. It continued to caress my face and mess with my hair in that slow, steady way, as if it had all the time in the world. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. My mouth would not open. My voice refused to work, as if someone was covering it with a thick cloth or pressing down on my throat. In that moment, I understood why people talk about feeling paralyzed by fear. I had always thought that was just an expression, but now I was living it. I was awake, completely awake, aware of everything around me, aware of that cold touch on my skin, and yet I could not do anything. I could not move, I could not shout, I could not even open my eyes. I felt trapped inside my own body. I did not want to know what was touching me. I was terrified that if I opened my eyes, I would see a face inches away from mine, some pale, hollow-eyed person or some twisted, horrifying image that I would never be able to forget. So I kept my eyes shut as tightly as I could. But even without seeing, I could feel the presence very clearly. It was strong, close, and focused entirely on me. In my mind I started to speak. If my mouth could not form the words, then I would at least try to send them out with my thoughts. "Please leave me alone," I said inside my head. My silent voice sounded desperate and small, but I repeated it again and again. "Please leave me alone. Please leave me alone." I must have said it 3 times or more. But the hand did not stop. It kept moving over my face and hair, slow and almost gentle, but the coldness and the wrongness of it made my heart race even more. Then I felt a little release in my throat. It was like something loosened just enough for me to push out a sound. I took that chance immediately. I gathered all the strength I had left, all the fear and panic, and forced my voice to work. I shouted, "Mommy! Mommy! Mommy!" over and over. For an 18-year-old, shouting for my mother like a small child felt embarrassing in a normal situation. But there was nothing normal about that moment. I did not care how old I was. I just wanted help. I wanted someone living to come into the room. The very second I managed to shout, the cold hand stopped. The weight on the bed lifted, and the air in the room changed. It felt like something had quickly pulled back or stepped away. I still did not open my eyes immediately. I was gasping for breath, my heart pounding so hard it hurt. A few moments later, I heard fast footsteps in the hallway. My brother, who had still been awake in another room, rushed into mine and turned on the lights. The brightness stung my eyes, but I was so relieved to feel it. I slowly opened my eyes and saw my brother looking at me with concern. My room looked normal again. No one was there except the 2 of us. My blanket was half on the floor, and my hair was messy, but there was no sign of any stranger, no shadow moving on the walls, no cold hand reaching toward me. Trembling, I told my brother what had happened. I explained how I woke up, how I felt something sitting on my bed, how the hand touched my face and played with my hair, how I could not move or shout until I forced myself to call for our mother. I expected him to laugh, or to say I was probably dreaming, or that it was just sleep paralysis and stress. But he did not. Instead, he looked at me seriously for a moment, and then said something that sent a new kind of chill through me. He told me that when he was 16, the same thing had happened to him. He had also been lying in bed one night when he felt a strange cold presence near him. He had felt hands touching him and had been unable to move or shout at first. But unlike me, he had opened his eyes. And when he did, he saw a woman. He said she was wearing a white cloak, something loose and flowing that covered her body. Her face was pale, and she was looking right at him. She was so close that he could see every detail. That image stayed with him, and he had never forgotten it. He did not tell our parents at the time because he thought they wouldn't believe him, or would just brush it off as a bad dream. Hearing him say all of this made my skin crawl. The idea that the same presence, maybe even the same woman, had visited my brother years before and was now doing the same thing to me was terrifying. It meant that whatever this was, it had not come only once. It had been here before, and maybe it would come again. We decided not to tell our parents. Part of it was because we were afraid they would worry too much, and part of it was because we did not know how to explain it without sounding crazy. How do you tell your mother and father that something invisible, something cold and silent, comes into your room at 3 in the morning to sit beside you and touch your face? What could they do about it except feel afraid for us? So my brother and I kept it as our secret, something only the 2 of us knew. But even if we did not speak about it openly, That experience changed me completely. I could no longer say with confidence that ghosts were only in movies. I could no longer laugh easily when someone talked about feeling a presence in their room or waking up unable to move. I had felt it myself. I had been touched by something I could not see. I had been watched by something that did not belong to the world of the living. From that night on, I refused to sleep in my room alone. I would find reasons to stay late in the living room or ask my sibling to stay with me, or I would sleep with the light on and the door slightly open so that any sound outside could reach me. Even then, there were moments when, close to 3 in the morning, I would wake up suddenly and feel my heart race, afraid that if I moved my leg I would once again feel that sharp, icy touch near my feet. Every little sound, the creak of furniture, the soft rustle of the curtains, even my own breathing, felt louder and more important. I still love horror movies, but now when I watch them, I no longer tell myself, "This is all fake." Instead, I watch and remember that there are things in this world we cannot easily explain, things that do not always show themselves but are still there. Maybe not every story is true, maybe not every noise is a ghost, but I know now that some things are real, because I have felt them with my own skin. I have lived through nights when the line between the world of the living and something else became very thin. And because of that, I can say honestly that I will never again say, "Ghosts do not exist." Because on one cold, dark night, and many early mornings, something that felt very much like a ghost sat beside me, touched my face with frozen hands, and reminded me that we are not always as alone as we think we are. I was part of a youth organization that liked to hold retreats and small conventions whenever schoolwork was light, usually during summer or breaks. We were a mix of students from different schools and colleges, and we spent a lot of time together planning activities, praying, talking, and trying to help other young people grow closer to God and to each other. That year, it was March, and the leadership team decided we would hold one of our bigger activities in Bataan, inside one of the old private high schools in the province. It was a well-known school, and some of our members who lived in Bataan told us about it many times. They said it had been around for decades, and you could tell from the buildings that it had a long history. Some parts looked new, but other sections, especially the old buildings, still kept their original style with wooden doors, high ceilings, and long corridors that felt like they had seen many generations of students. The school allowed us to use their grounds and facilities for 3 days and 2 nights. There were newer buildings, but for our retreat we were given permission to use the older building where the administration office, some classrooms, and a few special rooms were located. That old building had a different feeling from the rest of the campus. The walls looked slightly worn, the paint a little faded, and the air felt cooler inside, almost as if the place was always in shadow even during the day. The floors made soft sounds when we walked, and in some corners the lights seemed a bit dimmer than usual, even though they were working fine. Still, we were excited. For us, it felt like an adventure, and we were more focused on our program than on the atmosphere of the building. We arrived in the afternoon of the first day, carrying bags, sound equipment, printed materials, and snacks. Some of us were assigned to arrange the sleeping areas in the classrooms. Others handled registration, food, and technical needs. I was part of the group that helped with liturgy and prayer activities, so I knew I would be spending more time in quieter parts of the building. Our leader explained that one room near the administration office would be designated as the prayer room for the whole retreat. Anyone who wanted to spend time in silence, pray the rosary, read the Bible, or just sit and reflect could go there at any time. Because of that, the room needed to be watched and kept in order. On the first night, I was assigned to take care of the prayer room. My task was simple: stay there for a certain number of hours, welcome anyone who came in, make sure the candles were safe, keep the place quiet, and lock up properly afterward. I thought it would be a peaceful job. The room we chose was right next to the administration office, and the hallway outside it was not very busy at night. The window of the prayer room looked out onto part of the courtyard, and even though the glass was old and not perfectly clear, I could still see some of the trees and the faint outline of the building across from us. As part of my personal devotion, I decided to pray all 15 mysteries of the Holy Rosary that night. At that time, the mysteries of light had not yet been added, so 15 mysteries was already a lot. I sat on one of the simple wooden chairs, lit a small candle, placed a simple image of the Blessed Virgin Mary on the table, and began to pray. The building was quiet. I could hear distant sounds from other parts of the retreat, soft laughter, a door closing, footsteps fading away, but in that small room it felt like I was in my own little world. Bead after bead, I slowly finished the joyful mysteries, then the sorrowful, then the glorious. It took some time, and my voice grew a bit tired even though I prayed mostly in silence, just moving my lips and whispering the prayers in my mind. After I finished the rosary, I felt my shoulders stiff, so I decided to rest for a while. I leaned back, closed my eyes, and took a few deep breaths, glad that my assigned task for the moment seemed calm and simple. I started to look around the room to get more familiar with it, since we would be using it for the rest of the retreat. The walls were plain but clean. There were a few small religious pictures hanging, probably left from some old school activity. The window was on one side, with thin curtains that moved a little whenever the wind outside blew. While I was looking in that direction, something caught my eye. Outside the window, against the darker background of the courtyard, I saw what looked like a smoke-like figure. It did not look like ordinary cigarette smoke or fog. It was like a grayish form hanging in the air, not too dense, but not completely light either. It seemed to slightly twist and move, but it stayed in one place. For a second or two, I stared at it, trying to figure out if it was just my tired eyes playing tricks. Maybe it was the reflection of the candle. Maybe it was just the way the light from the hallway mixed with the light outside. I told myself there must be a normal explanation. I was alone, and I did not want to scare myself. So I decided to ignore it. I looked away from the window, told myself not to overthink, and stood up. I thought I should stretch my legs and check the room next door, which was the administration office. It was connected to the same hallway, and I knew it was empty since it was already night, and the school staff had gone home. I stepped out of the prayer room, walked a few steps, and gently pushed open the admin office door. The room inside was bigger than I expected. There were several old wooden desks, metal filing cabinets, and shelves filled with folders and books. In one corner, there was an antique-looking mirror hanging on the wall. It had a carved wooden frame that was dark and slightly worn, the kind of mirror that makes you think of offices from many years ago. I walked toward the mirror almost without thinking, curious to see my reflection after that long time in prayer. The lights in the room were not as bright as the ones in the main hallway, but they were enough to see clearly. When I stood in front of the mirror and looked, my body went still. At first glance, it was me. I could see my face, my clothes, the way my hair was tied that day. But something was wrong. The mirror showed my full body, including my feet, even though I knew it should not. The mirror was positioned on the wall at a height, an angle that normally would not show my feet unless I moved back quite far. But I was standing close to it, and still my whole figure was there. Then I noticed the eyes in the reflection. I was looking straight ahead, but the eyes that looked back at me did not feel like mine. There was a sharp, almost ghostly stare in them, like they belonged to someone else using my face. My expression in the mirror looked colder and more intense than I felt. Inside, I was just slightly uneasy and tired. But the face looking back seemed more serious, almost as if it was staring into me rather than from me. For a few seconds I could not move. It felt like I was looking at myself, and at a stranger at the same time. A small chill ran up my spine, and I felt uncomfortable. I told myself again not to panic. Maybe I was exhausted from the long day and from praying all 15 mysteries. Maybe the angle of the mirror was just confusing my mind. Still, something in me did not want to stay in that room alone anymore, especially with that mirror. I stepped back, turned away quickly, and went back out into the hallway. I decided it was better not to be alone in the prayer room for a while, at least until I calmed down. I went to our leader and quietly explained that I was feeling uneasy staying by myself. I did not go into full detail, but I said I would feel better if someone else could be in the prayer room with me. Our leader listened and did not make fun of me or tell me I was just being paranoid. Instead, he nodded and told me I could take a rest and maybe get something to eat. He then assigned 2 more people to take over my responsibility for the prayer room for the next hours. He said I had already done enough for the moment. Relieved, I went to where some of my colleagues were gathered. Those who were not assigned any specific task at that time were sitting together near one of the classrooms, having a quiet, friendly talk and sharing snacks. I joined them, took a small pack of biscuits and some juice, and tried to pull my mind away from the strange things I had just experienced. We started chatting about normal things, school, friends, the activities planned for the next day. Their laughter and relaxed mood helped me feel less tense. For a while, I forgot about the smoke outside the window and the odd reflection in the mirror. After some time, 3 of my friends suddenly decided they wanted to walk around the 2nd floor of the building. They said they were curious to see all the classrooms and get a feel of the place at night. Maybe they were just bored and wanted a small adventure. They invited others to join them. Some people preferred to stay and continue talking, but for some reason, I decided to go along with the 3 who wanted to explore. Maybe a part of me thought that seeing the rest of the 2nd floor with other people would make the place feel less scary. We went up the stairs together. The hallway on the 2nd floor was long, with classrooms on both sides and windows that looked out onto different parts of the campus. The lights were on, but they were not very bright. The corners of the hallway had small shadows, and the silence made the sound of our footsteps stand out. As we climbed the stairs, I walked slightly behind the others, looking around and trying to take in the details of the old building. That was when I noticed something at the far end of the corridor. I saw a figure. At first, it was just a shape, a bit plump, moving slowly along the hallway. It seemed to be going in the same direction we were heading. Immediately, I noticed something unusual. It did not seem to have feet. The lower part of its body was misty, as if it was floating at a constant height above the floor, moving smoothly without any visible steps. The figure was dressed in what looked like an old-fashioned black habit, similar to those worn by Dominican nuns in the past, with a long dark robe and a black veil covering the head and shoulders. The outline of the habit was clear enough that I could recognize the style, even though I could not see the face clearly from that distance. My heart started beating faster, but I did not say anything. I thought maybe my eyes were tired again, or that perhaps it was just someone from the school wearing a long skirt or robe that looked like a habit from far away. I did not want to scare my friends or make them think I was imagining things. So I stayed quiet and kept walking, though my eyes did not leave the floating figure. As we continued along the corridor, I kept checking if my friends noticed anything. They were still talking softly to each other, pointing at classroom doors and trying to read the names or numbers on the signs. The figure moved ahead of us, still floating along the corridor, and then, when we were about halfway down the hallway, it crossed directly in front of us. It passed from one classroom door to the opposite door, right across our path. In that moment, everything felt very real and very clear. We were close enough to see that it was indeed shaped like a nun in a black habit, with a black veil covering most of the head. The fabric did not move the way normal cloth would when a person walks. It was more like a solid shadow gliding. There were no footsteps, no sound. The figure moved smoothly, as if it was sliding on air, and disappeared into the other classroom. We all stopped walking at the same time. The hallway was quiet, and for a second or two, nobody said anything. I could feel the hair on my arms stand up. Then, almost in unison, we all blurted out, "Did you see that?" Hearing my own surprise echoed in my friends' voices made my stomach twist. It meant that it was not just in my mind. I was not the only one who saw the black figure. We looked at each other with wide eyes, each of us trying to process what had just happened. One of my friends pointed to the classroom door where the figure had gone in, and whispered that maybe it was just a teacher or a sister who lived in the area. Another friend shook his head and reminded us that the school administrators had already gone home, and that we had been told nobody else would be on that floor at this hour except our group, and we would all be staying in certain parts of the building only. Besides, he said, did we not notice that the figure did not have visible feet? Someone else added that the way it moved was not like a normal person. The more we discussed it, the more it became clear to all of us that what we saw did not fit any ordinary explanation. Without really deciding together, we turned around and started walking back toward the stairs, this time faster than before. Our footsteps echoed louder against the old floor. By the time we reached the stairs, our slow walk had turned into almost a run. We hurried down to the lower floor, wanting to be around more people and feel safer. When we reached the others, some of them noticed that we looked shaken and asked what had happened. We tried to describe the figure as calmly as we could, a plump shape in an old-style nun's habit, black veil, floating instead of walking, passing quietly from one classroom to another. As we talked, some people listened with serious faces, others exchanged glances that said they did not know if they should believe us, but no one laughed. A few of the local members from Bataan said they had heard stories before about a nun seen in that old building, especially at night or during quiet times. They said the school had a strong religious background and had been connected to different priests and nuns in the past. Over the years, students and staff had occasionally told stories about seeing a nun walking along the corridors or near the chapel after hours, always silent, sometimes floating, sometimes just appearing for a moment, and then disappearing when someone looked again. Hearing that made me think about everything that had happened that night, from the smoke-like figure outside the prayer room window, to my strange reflection in the antique mirror, to the black-clad figure on the second floor. It felt like all those small moments were pieces of a bigger picture, like the old building was trying to remind us that it held many memories, not just of living people but also of those who had been there long before us. We finished the retreat, but that first night stayed in my mind more strongly than any talk or activity we had. I kept praying, but now with a different awareness. I realized that not everything in the world can be easily explained by simple logic. That experience in Bataan was one of the first times I clearly saw something I could not explain with ordinary reasons. It was not just a sound, not just a feeling, but something I saw with my own eyes, and that my friends also saw. Even now, when I think back to that night, I can still picture the dim hallway, the old wooden doors of the classrooms, and that quiet, floating figure in black crossing our path as if it belonged there, as if it had walked those corridors many times before, long before our youth group arrived with our snacks and guitars and retreat schedules. And I can still remember the moment after we all said, "Did you see that?" When we knew, without question, that we had shared something unusual and real, something we would never quite forget, no matter how much time passes or how many other stories we hear. It was around April of 2006 when my life took a very strange turn. That was the month we were moved from our old place to Manila because of work. The relocation was not something I chose, it was something the company decided for us, and since I needed the job, I just went along with it. We were assigned to stay in a staff house on 10th Street in the Gilmore area. I remember clearly that someone casually mentioned it was only a few kilometers away from Believe Drive. At that time I already knew Believe Drive had a scary reputation, but I just shrugged it off. I told myself that was only for horror stories and rumors, and that I was there for work, not for ghost hunting. I will not name the company anymore because I want to avoid any problems, but I can say it was a proper, known company, and the relocation house was officially provided by them. I grew up in Baguio, and people there often say that the place is sensitive, full of spirits, old stories, and strange happenings. Maybe because of that, I became a little more sensitive and careful whenever I heard warnings about places. So when the HR staff first brought us to that house and I stepped through the gate, I instantly felt something I could not explain. It was not a strong feeling yet, just a small heaviness in the air, as if the house was holding its breath and watching us. I tried to ignore it, but somewhere at the back of my mind there was a little voice telling me to be alert. The HR personnel who accompanied us tried to act normal, but you could tell they were a bit tense. While we were walking through the property, one of them said, in a serious tone, that whatever we saw or heard in that house, we should just ignore it. It was said lightly, like a joke, but the look in their eyes told a different story. I asked what exactly they meant by that warning. Were there thieves around? Was the neighborhood noisy? Were there animals that entered the compound at night? The moment I asked for details, they stopped talking and refused to explain anything more. They just repeated that we should not be scared and that we should focus on our work and rest. For some people, that kind of warning would just be annoying. For me, being someone from Baguio who had heard many stories and felt strange things before, it was a clear sign that something was hidden about this place. The house itself was an old Spanish-style house, and the moment we saw it, we all said "wow" in our heads. It was huge. It had high ceilings, thick walls, and big windows with old-style frames. The structure looked like it had been standing there for many decades, surviving changing times and changing owners. Inside the compound there was a half-basketball court where people could play or gather, and next to it was a big garage that could fit several vehicles. Inside the house were 3 huge rooms and 1 medium-sized room. The kitchen was also very large, the kind you see in old family mansions, with space for long tables and many people cooking at the same time. There was a laundry area at the back, and behind the house was a wide open space with a grilling area made for parties. If you didn't know anything about its history, you would think it was a perfect place for company outings, team building, and happy gatherings. During the first week of our stay, we were busy with work and with adjusting to the new location, so we didn't really spend much time thinking about ghosts or strange warnings. We arranged our beds, tried to divide the rooms fairly, argued a little about who would get which bed, and eventually settled into a routine. Some of us slept early, some stayed up late, some watched TV in the living area, and some stayed in their rooms with their phones or music. The house felt a bit heavy, but since nothing unusual happened at first, we slowly relaxed and tried to treat it like any other staff house. We joked about it being so big and old that maybe it had secret passages, but no one shared any serious experience yet during that first week. My bed was on the top bunk of a double-deck bed. The bed itself was placed a bit apart from the other bunks, maybe 1.5 to 2 meters away from the nearest top bed. So imagine a room with several double decks, but my bunk had a small open space separating it from the next one. I did not think much of this arrangement at the beginning. In fact, I liked it because it gave me a small sense of privacy, like my own little corner. I could lie up there, look at the ceiling, think about things, or just rest without feeling like someone was right beside me the whole time. Our second week in that house was when everything changed. It was late at night, around 12:30 to 1:30 in the morning. Some of my housemates were still awake, maybe watching TV or talking, but the room where I slept was already dim and quiet. I remember feeling a bit thirsty, the kind of dry feeling in your throat that makes you want a cold glass of water. So I decided I would get up and go to the kitchen to drink. It seemed like a very simple plan. I lay there on the top bunk, eyes closed, then slowly blinked them open, ready to sit up carefully and climb down. The moment my eyes opened fully, I froze. I did not even get the chance to move my arms or legs. Right there beside me, lying next to me on the narrow mattress of the top bunk, was a woman. She was facing me, very close, as if she had been there the whole time watching me sleep. Her face was covered in blood. It was not just a little bit painted here and there. It was smeared and dripping, making her features almost hard to recognize as human. Pieces of her skin seemed to be peeling away from her face, as if her flesh was already decaying. You know how rotten fruit looks when it starts falling apart? Her skin looked like that, but with blood, and it was horrifying. Her eyes were glowing red, not like the faint shine you see when light hits someone's eyes, but like they were lit from inside, burning and angry, staring straight at me. It felt like those eyes were not just looking at my face, but reaching into my chest, looking for my fear, feeding on it. For a second or two, my mind refused to accept what I was seeing. I thought I must still be half asleep, dreaming or imagining things. But the more I stared, the more real she looked. I could see the texture of her damaged skin, the wet shine of the blood, the coldness in her red eyes. I could feel her presence, heavy and close, like a cold weight pressing the air between us. My heart started pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I wanted to scream, but my voice seemed stuck in my throat. I wanted to jump off the bed, but my body would not move. I was completely shocked. Finally, some instinct for self-preservation pushed me to act. I prepared myself to jump out of bed, to get away from her, maybe to throw myself to the floor and roll away, no matter if I got bruised. But before I could finish the thought or move my legs, something unseen grabbed me with such force that I was thrown sideways. I did not feel hands exactly, but I felt a sudden, strong impact on my body, as if something had slammed into me. The next thing I knew, my body flew from the top bunk where I had been lying, across the gap of about 1.5 to 2 meters, and collided with the next top bunk. The world became a blur of motion, pain, and fear. I hit hard, and then I was no longer on the bed, I was on the floor. The impact was so strong that I felt a sharp pain in my mouth, and my whole body ached. I cursed loudly, half in pain, half in pure terror. I could taste blood in my mouth. My roommates, who had been half asleep or already drifting off, suddenly woke up because of the noise. They heard the slam, my curse, and the sound of me hitting the floor. In panic and confusion, they scrambled to turn on the lights. When the room finally brightened, I could see their shocked faces surrounding me. I was on the floor, breathing hard, my head spinning, my lips and mouth full of blood. My roommates helped me sit up and kept asking, "What happened? What happened?" I tried to focus, tried to find my words even though my whole body and mind were shaking. My mouth hurt a lot, and when I touched it, I realized something was wrong with my teeth. They checked my face and saw that my lips were bleeding and that one of my front teeth had broken. Later we found the other half of that tooth on the top bunk where I had been thrown. That small broken piece of tooth was clear proof that something very physical had happened to me. It was not just a bad dream. You cannot break your tooth like that by just imagining it. And the way my body had moved from one bunk to another, across that distance, then down to the floor, was not something that could happen naturally while sleeping, especially not from a lying position. When I could finally speak, I told them exactly what I saw. I described the woman beside me, her bloody face, her peeling skin, her glowing red eyes. I told them how I was about to jump off the bed but instead felt myself being slammed into the other bunk without any chance to control my movement. As I talked, my roommates listened with wide eyes and pale faces. None of them laughed or told me I was crazy, because they could see the blood, the broken tooth, and the way my body had clearly been injured. We were all disturbed and scared, and we knew this was not a normal accident. Early the next morning, as soon as there was a chance, we went to report the incident to HR. We told them everything in detail, from the strange warning they gave us during the first day, to what had happened that night, to the physical evidence of my broken tooth and injuries. At first, they looked like they already expected something like this would eventually happen. They were not completely surprised, but they were clearly uncomfortable. It was only then, after we pushed them for answers, that they finally told us the real story of that relocation house. They explained that the house had previously been owned by a Chinese businessman. Years ago, when he still owned and used the house, something terrible had happened there. A maid who worked in the house had been raped. It was not just a simple crime, it was brutal and cruel. After the assault, the attacker did not stop there. He beheaded her. Her body was dumped in the creek just behind the house, not far from the backyard where the grill and open space were. Her head, however, was not thrown into the creek. It was buried under a bolete tree that stood at the back of the house, inside the compound. When we heard this, everything began to connect in a dark way. The bolete tree was right outside the window near where my bed was placed. From my bunk, if you looked out the window, that tree was what you would see. It stood there quietly in the night, its branches reaching out like long arms, its roots probably tangled around whatever was buried underneath. Behind that tree, still within the compound, were the maid's quarters. That meant her place of work, her place of rest, and the place where her body and head found their final, violent separation were all within the same area. No wonder the energy around the house felt heavy. We also noticed something around the bolete tree. There were 3 glass bottles partially buried in the ground around it. The bottles were placed with their mouths facing inward, toward the tree, and their bottoms slightly visible above the soil. It looked deliberate, not like trash. Some of the first occupants of that relocation house, which included a batch of staff before our group, had already asked about these bottles. They had been told that those bottles were used to hold or trap spirits, to stop them from roaming freely. It was some kind of local protective practice, done by someone who knew the story of the maid and probably wanted to contain her restless spirit. According to the older staff, for a time, things were quiet. Maybe those bottles helped keep her spirit from moving around too much. But then came one particular night when some of the house occupants had a drinking session in the backyard, near the grill area and not far from the belite tree. People were laughing, joking, and drinking heavily. At some point in their drunken fun, one of them stumbled and accidentally broke one of those bottles. No one really thought much of it at that time. They were too drunk to consider anything spiritual. But after that bottle broke, that was when the strange and frightening events began in the house. Hearing all this from HR made me feel a mix of anger, fear, and sadness. Anger, because they had moved us into that house knowing its violent history and paranormal activity, and only gave us a vague warning to ignore what we see or hear. Fear, because now I knew that the woman who had appeared beside me, with a decaying, bloody face and burning red eyes, was very likely the spirit of that maid, raped, beheaded, buried without proper justice. Maybe she was still trying to express her pain and anger. Maybe she was looking for revenge, or simply unable to rest because of how her life ended. Sadness, because beneath the horror of the experience, there was the story of a real person, a woman who had once been alive, working in that house, with her own dreams and family, before someone destroyed everything. Thinking back to that night, I realized that her face looked the way it might have looked after being attacked and left to rot. Her eyes burned with pain and rage. She did not speak, but everything about her presence screamed of suffering. When I woke up and saw her beside me, she might have been trying to show me what had been done to her, to force someone to see her reality. Maybe the violent way she threw me across the room was also part of that expression of anger. Or maybe she simply attacked whoever was near, not caring if we were innocent or not. To a spirit trapped by trauma, anyone sleeping peacefully in the same place where she was hurt might feel like an insult. I also could not ignore the detail that my bed was placed near the window overlooking the belite tree where her head was said to be buried. It felt like I was positioned right next to her strongest anchor to this world. Maybe that position made me more vulnerable to her presence. The broken bottle around the tree suggested that whatever protection or binding was once there had already been damaged. It was as if a barrier had cracked, and what was inside had started reaching out again. After HR told us everything, we, the occupants, became more careful and more tense. We did not walk around alone at night anymore unless really needed. We tried not to stay up too late in the rooms. Some people started placing religious items near their beds, rosaries, small crosses, printed prayers. A few of us, including me, said quiet prayers for the soul of the maid whenever we remembered her story. Even if we were scared of her, we also felt sorry for her. She was not an evil creature from some legend, she was once a normal person whose life ended in a cruel way. Still, no amount of sympathy removed the fear of seeing her again. Whenever I lay down on my bunk after that, I felt nervous when I closed my eyes. I would check the space beside me again and again before turning off the light. Sometimes I would sleep with the light on. Sometimes I would force myself to stay awake until sunrise, just to avoid that time of night when everything was quiet and the house felt full of things unseen. The experience also changed how I looked at old houses and silent warnings. When people say, "If you see or hear anything, just ignore it," I no longer just shrugged and laughed. I understand that sometimes they are hinting at stories they do not want to fully share. And I learned that in some places, pain and violence do not simply disappear with time. They leave marks on walls, on floors, on trees, and sometimes in the form of restless spirits that still move in the darkness, trying to be seen, trying to be heard, trying to remind the living of what was done to them. Up to now, when I think about that night on 10th Street near Gilmore, the image that always comes first is that face beside me on the top bunk, bloody and broken, with glowing red eyes staring into mine. Then I remember the sudden force, the flight through the air, the crash onto the other bunk, the broken tooth on the mattress, the taste of blood, the bright light when my roommates turned on the switch, and the long, heavy story we were told the next morning. All of it feels like a piece of my life that I did not ask for, but cannot erase. It was the night I truly understood that some horror stories are not just tales from far places. Sometimes they live in the same house you sleep in, only a few meters away from your bed, waiting in the dark for the right moment to show themselves. This is a story my mother used to tell me when I was a child, back when bedtime for me meant not only goodnight kisses and soft blankets but also long, detailed stories about her own life when she was little. There were funny stories about school and friends, and then there were stories like this one, the kind she only told when the night was quiet and the lights were already turned off, when both of us were lying down, and she thought I was brave enough to hear about things that were not so easy to explain. This particular story happened when she herself was still a young girl growing up in Mindanao, and even now, when I remember the way her voice would change as she told it, I can feel the same chill I felt as a child. What makes it stand out even more is that these days she does not talk about it anymore. If I try to bring it up, she quickly changes the subject or just smiles a little and pretends she has forgotten. But I remember every detail she shared with me back then. My mom's family lived in a big house in Mindanao, the kind of house that makes you feel small when you stand in front of it. It had 4 levels if you counted the rooftop, the ground floor, the second floor where most of the bedrooms were, the third floor, which was used as an attic, and then the rooftop above. The house was made to fit a large family, so there were many rooms and long hallways. When my mother described it to me, she made it sound both grand and a little lonely, because big spaces meant that at night there were many dark corners and many places where sound could echo. At that time, her family also had a nanny who lived with them. This nanny helped their mother take care of the children, cook sometimes, and did many of the daily chores around the house. My mom said their nanny was a kind woman, someone who scolded them gently when they were naughty, who helped them with their clothes, who watched them eat and made sure they finished their food, and who tucked them into bed at night. My mother grew very close to her, because the nanny was always there, every day, like another warm and gentle presence in the house. But the nanny fell ill. My mother told me that the sickness came slowly at first. It started like a normal weakness, like she was only tired, but as days passed her strength left her body more and more. She could not complete her chores, and some of the tasks she usually did were left untouched. My mom remembered one small but clear detail. Her nanny had a favorite blanket, a simple blanket she used when she slept or when she rested. One day, when she was already feeling very sick, the nanny vomited on that blanket. My mother did not know what disease it was. When she told the story to me, she would always say, "I can't remember exactly what sickness it was, only that she became very weak and then she died." Back then, medical information was not as clear to them as children, and parents did not always explain in detail. The children just knew that their nanny was sick, then very sick, and then, suddenly gone. The week before she died, the chores she usually did were left unfinished. Some laundry was not folded, some things were not put back in their place, and little signs of her absence appeared around the house. Because it all happened gradually, it only felt real to them when she was no longer there at all. One day she was in bed, pale and tired, the next day she was gone, and there was no more soft voice calling the children's names, no more warm hands tucking blankets around them. The house went on, but my mother said that for a while everything felt a little empty, as if a part of the house's daily rhythm had been cut out. About a week after the nanny's death, something strange happened. My mother was still a young girl then, and she shared a room with some of her siblings. Their bedrooms were on the second floor, and the nanny's room was up on the third floor, in the attic. At that time, they still used mosquito nets over their beds at night, because of the insects. Her bed, like her siblings' beds, was covered in this thin net, which gave a soft, dreamy feel to the room when the lights were off, almost like sleeping inside a white cloud. It was around midnight when it began. My mom was asleep, like her siblings. The house had already gone quiet. The lights were out, the night sounds from outside were faint, and only the small sounds of people breathing in their sleep could be heard. Then my mother opened her eyes. She was not sure what woke her. Maybe it was a feeling, maybe a small sound, maybe just her body adjusting. But when she opened her eyes, she saw something that made her entire body turn cold. Floating in the dark room, not too far from her bed, was a ball of fire. That was how she described it to me, a ball of fire, like a glowing, burning light, with no clear shape except a round, bright ball. It was not the kind of fire you see from a candle or a lamp. It was more like a concentrated, floating flame, hanging in midair where no flame should be. It glowed in the darkness, casting strange shadows on the walls and ceiling. To a small girl, opening her eyes in the middle of the night, it was both unbelievable and terrifying. At first my mom just stared at it, completely frozen. Her heart began to pound in her chest. She tried to tell herself that she was only dreaming, but she felt fully awake. She could see the familiar shapes of the furniture in the room beyond the mosquito net, the outlines of her siblings asleep in their beds, and then this ball of fire, bright and glowing. It was not staying still either. Slowly it began to move. What scared her even more was that she saw it coming toward her. The ball of fire floated gently at first, then closer and closer to the bed where she lay. The thin mosquito net made her feel a little safer, as if it was a small shield between her and whatever this thing was. But as it moved nearer, she saw the net begin to lift. It was as if the ball of fire had a presence, a weight, even though it was made of light and flame. The net did not burn, but it rose up, pushed by something she could not see, like hands lifting it from underneath. In that moment, the fabric that had always protected her from mosquitoes suddenly felt useless against something supernatural. My mom tried to wake up her uncle, who was sleeping nearby. She whispered his name at first, then tried to shake him lightly. But he did not wake up. It was as if he was in a very deep sleep, unreachable no matter how scared she was. She looked at the ball of fire, then at her uncle, then back at the ball. Panic rose inside her chest, and she felt tears gathering in her eyes. She wanted to scream, but something in the room, the strange heaviness, kept her quiet. Just as she was about to cry, something unexpected happened. Instead of feeling more afraid as the ball of fire drew nearer, she suddenly felt a wave of comfort wash over her. The warmth from the glowing ball did not feel like the harsh heat of a flame. It felt like the warmth of arms around her, the way you feel when someone you trust hugs you tightly. The fear in her heart softened, and then slowly faded. The cold in her body left, replaced by a gentle, familiar warmth. She told me that this feeling was the same feeling she used to have when their nanny tucked her into bed at night. Back then, the nanny would draw the mosquito net properly, make sure the blanket was in place, pat her gently, maybe hum a little, and say a few soft words before leaving the room. That combination of safety and love, that sense that somebody was watching over her, was exactly what she suddenly felt now, as the ball of fire hovered near her bed. That was the moment when her fear turned into a strange kind of calm, and she became sure in her heart that this ball of fire was not just any random thing. She believed it was her nanny's soul, visiting them. So instead of screaming or crying, my mother slowly closed her eyes. She did not try to touch the fire. She did not move at all, she just relaxed into that feeling of comfort. She said that as soon as she accepted the feeling and stopped fighting it, the heavy fear lifted completely. When she opened her eyes again after a while, the ball of fire was gone. The mosquito net had fallen back into its normal place around the bed. The room looked exactly the same as before, with her siblings still asleep and the darkness quiet around them. If not for the strong memory of the warmth, and the clear picture of the glowing fire in her mind, she could almost have believed she had only dreamed it. But she knew she had been awake, and she knew what she felt. However, that was not the only strange thing that happened in the house that night. While my mother's experience with the ball of fire was happening upstairs in the bedroom, the rest of the family also experienced something disturbing. The bedrooms were mostly on the first and second floors. The third floor was the attic area, and that was where the maid's room was, the room that had belonged to the nanny before she died. That night, when everyone was supposed to be sleeping, the whole family began to hear strange noises coming from above, from the direction of that attic floor. They described it later as a mixture of different sounds, all of them heavy and full of pain. First, they heard a noise like someone dragging something very heavy, like thick chains, back and forth. It was not a light clinking sound. It was a deep, dull, metallic dragging, as if heavy chains were being pulled across the floor. Along with that dragging sound, they heard cries, the kind of cries that sounded like someone in great pain or great sorrow. The noise moved back and forth, from one side of the attic to the other, as if whatever it was refused to stay still, restless and suffering. Then, as if that were not enough, they began to hear the sounds of a cat and a dog fighting. Normally, the sound of animals fighting is loud on its own, but my mom said that the way it echoed that night made it feel more fierce and frightening. The growls, the hissing, the shrill cries, the thumping sounds of bodies hitting the floor or walls, all of it seemed amplified. The animals sounded like they were locked in a brutal struggle, an endless and desperate battle. The combination of the dragging chains, the painful human-like cries, and the animal fight sounds created an atmosphere of chaos and fear in the quiet of the night. Everyone in the house heard it. Nobody was completely asleep through all of it. People woke up, sat on their beds, looked at each other with wide eyes, and whispered to ask if the others were hearing the same thing. They all knew which floor the sounds were coming from. The third floor, the attic, had only one room, the maid's room, the nanny's old room. That fact made the whole thing even more alarming. It felt as if something, or someone, was still up there, trapped in that space, struggling with chains, with pain, and with dark shapes. By the time morning came, the whole family was shaken. They talked about what they heard, and my mother shared what she had seen and felt in the bedroom with the ball of fire. Piece by piece, a picture formed in their minds. The nanny had only died a short time before. Her room, her personal space, was still there upstairs in the attic. Her chores had been left unfinished. Her favorite blanket had been stained when she vomited days before her death. It felt as if her spirit had not fully moved on, as if she was still attached to the house, still walking its floors, still visiting the children she loved, still trapped in her old room where she used to sleep. The family decided they could not just ignore it and hope it would go away. They asked a priest to come and bless the house. The priest walked through the rooms, prayed, sprinkled holy water, and especially focused on the attic and the maid's room. He prayed for the soul of the nanny, asked for peace for her, and for protection for the family. My mother said that after the blessing, the loud, painful noises from the attic stopped. They did not hear chains or animal fights or cries like that again. As for the ball of fire, it did not visit her again in the same way. But the memory of that feeling of comfort stayed with her for a long time. When my mother told me this story, she always ended it with the same thought. She believed that her nanny's soul was not at peace at first. Perhaps the nanny did not realize she had died, or she could not accept that she had left the children and the home she had spent so much time in. Maybe she was confused, thinking she still had chores to finish and children to tuck in at night. The ball of fire, in my mother's heart, was not an evil thing. It was a gentle, loving presence trying to reach out one last time to the little girl she had cared for, to let her know she was still there for a moment. The noises in the attic, the dragging of chains, the cries, the fight between unseen creatures, those things felt like the restless part of her soul, the part that was trapped and in pain because she did not know how to move on. After the blessing, my mother liked to believe that the nanny finally understood and found her way to rest, leaving behind only the memory of warmth, comfort, and that strange ball of fire that had once lifted a mosquito net in the middle of the night and made a frightened child feel safe again, even while standing at the edge of something supernatural. Last year our class had our long-awaited holy retreat at a retreat house in Pansol, Laguna. Everyone in class had been talking about it for weeks. We were excited because for us it meant 3 days away from regular schoolwork, a chance to be with friends, to reflect, and also to enjoy the pool and the hot spring water that Pansol was famous for. We were all imagining late-night talks, snacks in the dorm, and a little bit of freedom. But under all that excitement there was also a nervous feeling inside many of us, because even before we left, we had already heard strange stories about the place from other students who had gone there before us. Some of the older students told us that during their retreat they felt like they were being watched in the dormitories. Others said they heard footsteps at night when everyone was supposed to be asleep. A few even claimed they had actually seen ghosts inside the retreat house. At first, we were not sure if they were just exaggerating to scare us, like older students often do to the younger ones, but they told their stories with serious faces. No giggles, no punchline at the end. They said the retreat house was a spiritual place, and not everything there was visible to the eyes. One of my closest friends, Thea, made it worse for me a few days before we left. She said her older sister had gone to the same retreat house a year earlier. According to her sister, there had been a girl in their dorm then who roamed around at night, while everyone else was supposed to be sleeping. Thea's sister said that she and a few other girls had seen that girl walking quietly between the beds, looking down at the people who were sleeping, moving slowly from one spot to another. At first they thought she was just another student who couldn't sleep, but then they realized they did not recognize her from their group. When they whispered to each other and tried to follow her with their eyes, she would suddenly disappear into the shadows. Thea also said that in the boys' dorm, some of the students had another experience. Her sister told her that the boys complained that they could not rest properly during their retreat because someone, or something, was preventing them from sleeping. They said they felt weight on their chests when they lay down, or they would hear something or someone moving near their bunk beds, touching the bed frames or pulling at their blankets. Some of them felt like someone was pushing them gently whenever they tried to close their eyes. They were not really hurt, but the feeling of being disturbed and the sense that something unseen was there with them kept them awake night after night. The way Thea told these stories gave me goosebumps. I tried to laugh it off and told her maybe her sister was just trying to scare her, and that she was now trying to scare me. But the picture of a strange girl roaming between the beds stayed clearly in my mind. I told myself it was just my imagination, yet every time I thought of the retreat house, instead of just feeling excited, I also felt a quiet tug of fear somewhere inside me. I did not tell my parents about the ghost stories because I knew they would either laugh or tell me not to be silly. So I just kept it to myself and pretended to be only happy about the coming trip. The day of the retreat finally came. We climbed into the bus with our bags, pillows, and snacks, shouting and laughing. The energy in the bus was so high that for a while I forgot about the scary stories. We played music, took pictures, and shouted every time the bus passed something interesting. The trip took a few hours, and as we got closer to Pansol, the buildings and city noise slowly turned into trees, small houses, and signs for different resorts. It felt like we were slowly leaving our normal school life behind for a short time. When we arrived at the retreat house, we all pressed our faces against the windows to get a first look at it. From the outside it looked peaceful and quiet. There were trees, a gate, and the building itself. The place was beautiful in its own way, but it had an old, almost antique feeling. It was not modern like some of the newer resorts we passed. The walls, the windows, and the designs seemed from an earlier time. The paint was clean but a little faded in some areas, the way old houses can still be pretty even when they show small signs of age. It did not look like a haunted house from a movie, but there was something about the silence and stillness that made me feel both calm and uneasy at the same time. As we walked with our bags towards the dormitories, we noticed some unfinished structures at the side of the property. They looked like houses or small buildings that had started construction but had not been completed. There were pillars, roofs, and walls that did not have windows or doors yet. The cement was rough and gray. Some of us joked that the ghosts probably lived there, in the half-built houses, and then visited the retreat house at night when guests arrived. We laughed at the joke, but I could feel that under the laughter we were all thinking the same thing. There was something about those unfinished buildings that made the area look a little lonely and strange. When we finally reached the rooms, our teachers and the staff told us which dormitory was for the girls and which one was for the boys. We were given a little time to arrange our things and choose which bed we wanted. Our dorm was large, with simple beds arranged in rows. There were bunk beds and single beds. The walls were plain, painted in a soft color, and the fluorescent lights on the ceiling made the room bright, like a normal school dorm. There was a bathroom at one end of the room. There were windows along one side, but the view outside was mostly of trees, walls, and a little bit of sky. Most of us were excitedly claiming beds next to friends, planning where to put our bags, and talking loudly. I placed my bag on a bed I liked and started to arrange my clothes and small things. I was focused on folding and placing things neatly when something caught my eye. Near the bathroom, just a little distance from where I was standing, I saw a little girl. She was small, maybe around 7 or 8 years old, wearing a light-colored nightgown that looked like something children wore to sleep in older times. The nightgown was long enough to reach past her knees. She stood very still, almost too still, and she looked pale and thin, as if she had not been out in the sun for a long time. My first thought was that maybe she was a younger sister of one of the students who somehow came along, but then I remembered that this was a school retreat. No younger siblings were allowed. Everyone here was supposed to be of our age group. I watched her for a moment, my heart suddenly beating faster. The noise of my classmates seemed to fade a little as I focused on this one strange figure near the bathroom. I tried to get a closer look. I took a step in her direction, and then another. Her hair was dark, hanging down around her face. Her skin looked almost too light. There was something about her face that seemed blurred from where I stood, like the features were not very clear. I wanted to go one more step closer, to see her properly and maybe ask her who she was, but in that instant, she vanished. One moment she was there, standing quietly in that spot. The next moment, there was only the empty space near the bathroom door. I stopped walking. A wave of cold ran down my back. I felt the hair on my arms rise and my hands go a little numb. I quickly turned to my friend Roxy, who was nearby, arranging her own things. I asked her if she had seen the little girl near the bathroom just now. She looked at me with a puzzled face and said no, she had not seen any little girl. She thought I was joking. I tried to explain exactly where I had seen the girl standing, but Roxy just shrugged and said maybe I was only tired from the trip or my eyes were playing tricks on me. I tried to convince myself that maybe she was right. Maybe I had just imagined the girl. The retreat had barely started. I did not want to scare myself too much this early, so I tried my best to push the image out of my mind. For a while I managed to calm down, especially when we went outside for the first activities, prayers, and orientation. Being with the whole class in the bright afternoon made everything feel normal and safe again. Later in the retreat, we had one of our most important sessions in the conference hall. It was during the pre-final session, the one where we were asked to look deeply into ourselves, to think about our lives, our families, our mistakes, and our hopes. The conference hall was a big room with chairs arranged so we could all see the front where the retreat master stood. During this session, he asked that all the lights be turned off. The only light was from a single candle placed in front, near where he stood. That small flame was the only thing that cut through the darkness of the room. The effect was strong. The whole hall was filled with shadows. The candle flame flickered a little, and the air felt heavy, as if all our emotions and secrets were sitting there with us. Our retreat master spoke in a calm, gentle voice. He guided us through reflections, asked us questions about our relationships with our parents, our friends, ourselves, and with God. We were asked to write answers to some questions and share if we wanted. That session became very emotional. Many of us cried quietly in the dark. Some sobbed openly as they talked about their struggles. The candlelight made the tears on our faces shine and made our shadows on the wall move slowly as we shifted and wiped our eyes. I was sitting there, tears in my own eyes, when I noticed that my friend Stevie beside me was crying harder than usual. She was shaking and covering her face. I turned to her and started comforting her, placing my arm around her shoulders and whispering that everything would be okay, that she was not alone. I was so focused on her that I hardly noticed what anyone else in the room was doing. My legs were stretched slightly forward, with both of my feet flat on the ground. I was wearing pedal pants, so from my knees down my legs were bare. The floor felt solid and cool under my feet. Then suddenly, something strange happened. I felt something touch both of my legs at the same time. It was not like someone bumping into me or stepping on my foot. It felt like hands. 2 hands, one on each leg, gently but clearly touching my skin. The touch was not warm like a human hand. It was ice cold, as if someone had placed 2 small bags of ice on my legs. A wave of cold rushed from that point of contact up through my body. Goosebumps rose instantly along my thighs and arms. For a moment I froze. The hall was dark, so I could not easily see what was in front of me. I tried to look down at my legs, expecting to see maybe someone's hand there by accident, maybe someone kneeling or reaching for something. But when I looked, I saw nothing there. There was no one near my legs. The chairs were arranged in neat rows. Everyone around me was sitting in their seats, focusing on their own thoughts, crying quietly or holding a friend. No one was bent over or reaching under the chairs. Still, I could clearly feel the shape of fingers on my calves and shins, cold and firm and real. I was scared, but for some reason I did not scream. Maybe I did not want to interrupt the session. Maybe my voice was stuck in my throat. Maybe part of me still hoped it was only my mind playing tricks on me. I moved my legs slightly, and the cold touch faded slowly, like a sensation pulling away from my skin. My heart was beating fast. I wanted to grab Stevie and tell her what was happening, but she was already in tears because of her own problems. I did not want to add to her fear. So I stayed silent, breathing slowly, trying to calm myself. After the session ended and the lights were turned on, our retreat master asked us to stay seated because he wanted to tell us something. His face was serious, but his voice was still gentle. He said that he knew some of us might have felt or seen things during our time in the retreat house. He said that we should not be surprised or too frightened because, according to him, there really were spirits roaming around the retreat house. When he said this, a ripple of reaction went through the room. Some students gasped, some looked at each other with wide eyes, and some immediately became pale. I felt my heart sink. The cold feeling on my legs suddenly made sense in a way that I did not want to accept. Our retreat master continued speaking. He said that from what he knew, there were 3 kinds of spirits in the house. The first kind was what he called the playful ones. These were spirits who liked to tease, to play with things, to move small objects, to poke at people or give light scares, but did not mean any real harm. The second kind he described as mischievous. They were a little more troublesome. They might try to disturb people's sleep, pull blankets, make strange noises, or cause more serious fright, but even then they were not exactly evil. They were just restless, confused, or drawn to people's energy. The third kind, he said, was the evil ones. He did not go into detail about them, but the tone of his voice became even more serious when he mentioned them. He only said that these spirits carried anger, darkness, and bad intentions. He then gave us a clear warning. He told us that for our own safety we should all be in bed and asleep before midnight. He said that after midnight, the spiritual energy in the place became stronger, and that was when more things tended to happen. He did not explain exactly what those things were, and perhaps that was his way of protecting us from more fear. But his eyes and the way he emphasized that rule made almost all of us feel very uneasy. When it was finally time for bed, I could not stop thinking about everything he had said. I kept remembering the touch on my legs, the girl at the bathroom door, and the rumors I had heard before the retreat. In the dorm, the lights were switched off one by one, leaving only a small night light near the bathroom. The room, which had been full of noise earlier, slowly became quiet as more of my classmates drifted off to sleep. Some of them whispered to each other for a while, but eventually the whispers died down as well. I lay in my bed, staring at the ceiling in the darkness, trying to convince myself to relax. I told myself that if I closed my eyes and fell asleep quickly, nothing would happen. I tried counting slowly, breathing evenly, and telling myself that it was only 2 nights and that soon I would be back in my own bed at home. At some point, my body gave in to tiredness and I did manage to fall asleep. But the peace did not last long. It felt like somebody or something woke me up. I did not know what time it was, but the dorm was quieter than before. Most of my classmates were already sleeping. The night light by the bathroom cast a faint glow over part of the room, but most corners and the spaces between the beds were covered in shadow. I lay still for a moment, confused why I was awake. I listened carefully. I did not hear anyone calling my name or moving near me, but there was a heavy feeling in the air, like the room itself was holding its breath. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I noticed something near the bathroom again. There was a shape there, darker than the rest of the shadow. At first, it did not have a clear form. It was like a dark blob floating just above the floor, slowly shifting, but not walking or moving like a person. The edges of the shape were soft, not sharp, as if it was made of thick fog or smoke. The light from the bathroom seemed to bend around it instead of showing it clearly. My heart started pounding. I turned my head slightly to look at my classmates. Some of them were indeed still awake, whispering softly to each other and peeking out from under their blankets. I could see from their faces and their wide-open eyes that they could also see the strange shape near the bathroom. We did not need to say anything to know we were all seeing the same thing. We did not dare to make a sound louder than a whisper. No one shouted or called the teacher, even though every part of me wanted to. The only thing we could do was watch as the blob of darkness floated a little to one side, then back again, as if it was exploring the area near the bathroom. At the same time, we started to hear faint shouts and screams. They did not sound like they came from our room. They seemed distant, like echoes coming from somewhere else in the retreat house, or maybe from the boys' dorm or another part of the building. The screams were not playful. They sounded like sudden cries of fear. Hearing those sounds while seeing the dark shape made all of us more terrified. My friend beside me grabbed my hand under the blanket. I could feel her fingers shaking. We pulled the blankets over ourselves, covering as much of our faces as we could while still leaving a small space to breathe and to see. Under the blankets, it was hot and stuffy, but we stayed hidden there, hoping that whatever was moving in the shadows would ignore us and leave. I closed my eyes tightly and tried to pray silently. I asked for protection, for the strange thing to go away, for morning to come quickly. Time felt very slow. I do not know how long we stayed like that, holding our breath every time we heard another small sound. Eventually, after what felt like a very long time, the atmosphere in the room slowly changed. The air did not feel as heavy anymore. The screams from outside or from some other room stopped. When I finally gathered enough courage to open my eyes and peek out from my blanket, the blob near the bathroom was gone. The area looked normal again, just a corner of the room lit dimly by the night light. I looked around at my classmates. Some had drifted back to sleep out of sheer exhaustion. A few were still awake, their eyes tired and scared. We did not talk about it right then. It was as if we all agreed to be quiet until it was finally daytime. I turned on my side, clutched the edge of my pillow, and forced myself to keep my eyes closed until sleep came again, which it eventually did. The next day, when the sun was up and everything looked more normal, we finally talked about what we had seen and heard. In the bright light of morning, we could almost laugh about how scared we had been, but the fear we felt in the dark was still real in our memories. Some of the girls admitted that they had seen the little blob-shaped shadow near the bathroom just like I did. Others said they had only heard the distant screams. No one thought it was just a dream. We compared details and found that many of our experiences matched. When we met with some of the boys later, they also shared their own stories from that night. They said something strange had also happened in their dorm, similar to what we had heard earlier from older students. Some of them felt something pressing down on them while they slept, or heard someone walking near their beds even when everyone else was lying down. A few of them said they saw something move near the ceiling or the corners of the room. We realized that whatever was roaming our dorm was not the only thing moving around the retreat house that night. Soon after, the retreat ended, and we packed our things and went home. On the bus ride back to school, the mood was lighter again. People joked, played music, and talked about their favorite parts of the retreat. We also talked quietly about the strange things we had witnessed, but we did not shout about them or exaggerate them. We did not need to. The images were already clear in our heads. Even now, when I think about that retreat in Panso, The first things that come to my mind are not only the reflections or the spiritual lessons, although those were important. I also remember the pale girl in the nightgown near the bathroom, the icy hands on my legs in the dark hall, the retreat master's warning about spirits, the floating shadow in the dorm, and the distant screams we heard while hiding under our blankets. These memories still give me goosebumps. I do not know exactly what those things were, and I cannot fully explain them, but I know what I saw and felt, and I know that I was not the only one who experienced them. This happened back in November of 2008, and even now when I think about it, I can still remember the room, the sound of our voices singing, and that strange cold feeling that spread through me when I finally realized something was really wrong. People always say that old buildings and ghosts go together, like they belong to each other somehow. I had heard that many times in different stories I read and from things other people told me. Most hauntings, they say, happen in old hospitals, old schools, or old houses where a lot of people once stayed or passed through. I never really paid much attention to those ideas before, because I thought they were just stories people like to tell to scare themselves. But I didn't know that during one of our chorale practices, inside an old school building that I had walked through many times before, my choir mates and I would get our own experience, something that would stay in my mind every time I think about that building. Our school had several buildings, some newer, some older. The old building where we held our choir practices was one of the oldest in the campus. The walls were thick, the windows were tall with metal grills, and the hallway floors were worn smooth by years and years of students walking over them. Even in the daytime, the building had a different kind of feeling compared to the newer ones. The lights seemed dimmer inside, no matter how bright the sun was outside. The paint on the walls was a little faded and cracked in some areas, and the ceilings were high, with old electric fans attached that made a low humming sound when turned on. At night, when most of the students had already gone home and only a few people remained on campus, the building could feel extra quiet and heavy, like it was holding many memories inside it. Our choir group had been assigned one particular room in that old building as our practice room. It wasn't very big, but it was just enough for all of us to sit and stand comfortably while we sang. The room had a chalkboard in front, old wooden chairs and desks pushed to the sides, and a big, heavy wooden door at the back that opened into the hallway. A few fluorescent lights hung from the ceiling, and sometimes they flickered a little before brightening fully. The windows had curtains that looked like they had been there for years. The room smelled like chalk, dust, and old wood, like many classrooms in old buildings do. Whenever we had choir practice, especially when we were preparing for the school choir competition, our practices would often last late into the evening. Sometimes we started right after classes ended and stayed until 8:30 or 9 o'clock at night. I remember how much I used to hate that part, not because I disliked singing, but because by the end of practice my whole body felt tired and my eyes felt heavy. The rest of the school would already be dark and quiet, and our voices would be the only sound echoing through that part of the building. On the night this happened, everything started out normal. It was November, the air outside was a little cooler than usual, and the sky was already dark when we began practice. We had a competition coming up, so our conductor was more strict than usual. He wanted us to hit every note correctly, to blend our voices smoothly, and to keep our timing perfect. The atmosphere in the room was serious. We were all trying our best. Before I describe what happened, it might help to explain how we were seated and what the room looked like at that time. All the choir members were seated in rows of chairs facing the chalkboard in front. Our conductor sometimes stood in front, sometimes moved along the side as he sang with us. Since we were all facing the front, none of us could naturally see what was happening at the back of the room unless we turned our heads or shifted in our seats. The heavy wooden door was at the back, slightly off to one side. If someone entered the room, the sound of the door opening and closing could be clearly heard, but we wouldn't see who it was right away because our backs would be turned to them. The lights were on, but as usual, the room still had that slightly yellowish, old feeling. Some shadows gathered in the corners near the ceiling, and in the sides near the windows. We were sitting close together, our songbooks in our hands, waiting for our conductor to signal the start of another round of our competition piece. We had already gone through the piece a couple of times, and we were now on our third round of practice. We were fully focused on the song. Our voices rose together, filling the room with sound. Our conductor was singing with us this time, standing near the front, his hand moving slightly to guide our tempo and volume. While we were in the middle of singing, the door at the back of the room suddenly opened. The sound was clear and sharp. The old wooden door made that familiar creaking and clacking sound it always did whenever someone pushed it open. All of us heard it, but we didn't stop singing right away. In our minds, we all assumed it was just another member of the choir arriving late, or maybe someone from another group who needed to talk to our conductor. It was not unusual for people to come in or out during practice. As we continued singing, we heard footsteps entering the room from behind. They sounded like normal footsteps, not too heavy, not too light. The steps moved forward, approaching where we were seated. The sound became louder as whoever it was walked closer down the aisle between the chairs. We were still singing, our eyes mostly on the chalkboard or on our song sheets, but in our heads we were thinking the same thing. Who came in? And why isn't the conductor stopping yet? The footsteps kept coming, but then, just as they reached the area near the back row of our seats, they suddenly stopped. There was no sound of a chair being pulled out. No sound of a bag being put down. No one moved past us to go to the front of the room. There was only silence behind us while we sang the last few lines of the piece. I did not turn around. I was focused on the song, and honestly, I did not think much of it yet at that moment. But I noticed something else. My friend, who was sitting right next to me on my left side, kept glancing backward. While we were still singing, I could see from the corner of my eye that her head was turning slightly over her shoulder, as if she was trying to look at something at the back of the room without making it too obvious. Every time she did that, her body tensed a little, and her voice, which was usually clear and steady, sounded a bit shaky. We finally finished our third round of the song. Our conductor let the last note fade and then signaled us to stop. He took a breath and then, in a slightly tired voice, announced that we would have a 15-minute break before continuing practice. Usually during breaks some of us would stand up, stretch our legs, or go out into the hallway to get some fresh air or water. But that night, for some reason, almost everybody just stayed in their seats. It was like we were all too tired to move, or maybe we just felt too lazy to get up. The room felt quiet except for our soft talking and the sound of pages being turned. I decided to use that break time to finally ask my friend what she had been looking at a while earlier. I turned to her and lightly touched her arm. Before I could even say anything, I noticed something strange about her. Her hands, when they wrapped around mine, felt icy cold, like she had been holding something frozen just a few seconds before. That was unusual because the room was not cold. It was just the normal indoor temperature. There was no electric fan near us blowing directly on her, and she had been sitting still beside me. It didn't make sense for her hands to feel that cold. I looked at her face and saw that her eyes were a bit misty, as if she was about to cry or had just stopped herself from crying. Her lips were pressed together tightly, and she seemed to be trying hard to stay calm. I asked her gently what was wrong. Instead of answering right away, she leaned a bit closer and lowered her voice, as if she didn't want anyone else around us to hear. She whispered, "Do you believe in ghosts?" In that moment, I smiled, trying to lighten the mood. I thought maybe she was just teasing me or making a joke to scare me because of the old building and the late hour. So I answered in a casual way, half joking. "Hell no, they're not real." I tried to sound confident and amused, as if the whole idea of ghosts was silly. But my friend did not smile back. She looked straight at me with serious eyes and then said quietly, "Someone is standing behind us." The way she said it made my smile fade quickly. A cold feeling crawled up my spine. Slowly, without saying anything at first, I turned my head along with her and looked towards the back of the room. At first, I saw only the usual things: the rows of chairs behind us, the plain back wall, the closed windows. Then I noticed something darker near the door. It was not a clear, solid figure like a person standing in bright light. It was more like a shadow, but not the kind made by the light above us. It had a shape that almost resembled a man, taller than most of the girls in the room, with a head and shoulders and a hint of arms and legs. But it was made of darkness, like a thick, gray-black outline rather than flesh and clothes. It did not have clear details. I could not see its face or its eyes, but I could clearly see that it was there, just behind our rows of seats, close to the area where the footsteps had stopped earlier. As we watched, the shadowy figure moved. It did not move like a normal person who walks, whose feet step firmly on the ground. It glided a little, as if it was sliding across the floor, its shape shifting slightly as it went toward the door. The heavy wooden door that had opened earlier without us seeing who had entered now stood half open. The shadow moved through that open space, and right after it passed through the doorway, the door slowly closed by itself. The sound of the door closing echoed in the room. My friend and I stared at the door for a few seconds, our hearts beating fast. Some of the other choir members who had turned around with us also saw the shadow and the door closing, and I could hear small gasps and whispered, "Did you see that?" from behind and beside us. I looked back at my friend and tried my best to smile again, even though I could feel the fear rising inside me. I said in a light voice that I hoped sounded calm, "It's nothing, don't be scared." I wanted to comfort her, and maybe also to convince myself. But she shook her head and replied, "How can you explain the door? It opened a while ago and then it closed by itself. There was no one there." Her eyes were wide, and she was clearly shaken. Her hands still felt cold. I tried to think of a normal explanation. "Maybe it was the wind," I said. "Let's just check." I didn't really believe my own excuse, but I wanted something logical to hold on to. We stood up and, along with a couple of other curious choir members, walked to the back of the room to examine the door more closely. We touched it, pushed it, and pulled it a little. The door was made of thick, heavy wood and metal hinges. It was the kind of door that would not easily move unless someone pushed it with some strength. The windows in the room were closed, and there was no strong wind coming from anywhere that could have pushed it open or closed like that. The hallway outside was also quiet, with no gusts of air blowing through. We realized that for the door to open on its own, then close slowly the way it did, it would have needed a force strong enough to move that heavy wood. But there had been no one there, and there had been no strong wind. It was hard to ignore the fact that the only thing we had seen going in and out of that doorway, at least in that moment, was that shadowy figure. After this, the mood in the room changed completely. Our laughter and casual conversations died down. Nobody felt like joking anymore. People were whispering to each other, their faces serious and a little pale. Some were hugging themselves or holding on to their friends. The 15-minute break that was supposed to help us relax had turned into a period of silence and nervousness. Our conductor, who had been slightly away near the front of the room talking to someone else, asked us what was going on. A few of us tried to explain what we had seen, and while he listened, I could tell from his expression that he was unsure whether to believe it fully or not. But he also saw that most of us no longer had the mood or energy to continue practicing. Our voices were shaky and our hands were still cold. In the end, he decided it was better to end the practice early for that night. He said we could continue again another time, in another place if necessary. We packed our things quietly, no longer talking as much as we usually did. As we left the room and the old building, many of us kept looking back down the hallway, half expecting to see that shadow again near the doorway of the room. The next day, when we met for practice, our conductor told us that he had requested to move our rehearsals to another building, one of the newer ones on campus, farther away from the old building where the incident had happened. He did not say in detail that it was because of what we had seen, but the meaning was clear. None of us complained. In fact, we all felt relieved. Before that night in November 2008, I did not really believe in ghosts. Whenever someone asked me, my answer was always a firm no. I thought ghost stories were just the product of imagination, of fear, of shadows and lights playing tricks on our eyes. I would laugh at horror movies and tell people that there was always a second, scientific explanation behind every paranormal incident. But after hearing those footsteps behind us when no one was supposed to be there, after seeing my friend's hands turn freezing cold, after watching that shadow shaped like a man move past our seats and through the doorway, and after seeing the heavy door close on its own, I could no longer dismiss it so easily. We checked the door. We checked the room. There was no wind, no string attached, no prank. Many of us saw it, not just one person. I still don't know exactly what that thing was. I still cannot fully explain what happened in that old practice room, why the door moved, why the shadow was there, or why my friend felt so cold. Maybe there are things in this world that don't fit into simple explanations. Maybe some old buildings really do hold more than just history and memories. All I know is that after that night, every time I passed by that building, especially in the late afternoon or early evening, I would always walk a little faster, look straight ahead, and try not to think too much about what might be standing quietly in those old classrooms when no one else is there. When I think back to that time in my life, I always remember the strange feeling of riding those building elevators in the middle of the night, when most of the city was asleep and only a few of us were awake, answering calls from people on the other side of the world. I was working in a company in Ortigas, and our office was inside a tall 20-story building. Most of the floors were used by our company, while some floors were rented out to other offices and businesses. There was one floor, though, that everyone knew about for a different reason, the 18th floor. People always said that the 18th floor was vacant, and because it was empty, it became the center of many stories and rumors. They said the building used to be a residential building before it was turned into an office building, and there was an old tenant on that floor who had committed suicide there. Over time, that simple story of a death turned into all sorts of tales about restless spirits, and strange things happening whenever anyone passed that floor. When I joined the company as a customer service representative, I did not think too much about it at first. My shift was from 8 in the evening until 2 in the afternoon the next day, Manila time, and like most call center agents, I was busy adjusting my body clock, learning the systems, and trying not to fail the training. During my first 2 months, I stayed mostly on the 4th and 12th floors, where the training department had its rooms. Those floors felt normal enough. People laughed, trainers shouted, phones rang, and computers hummed. There was always light, movement, and noise. Still, even at that time, I had already heard the rumors. Other agents, especially those who loved to tell scary stories during breaks, warned the new hires about one thing: if you ever find yourself alone in the elevator late at night, and the elevator stops on the 18th floor, be ready, because there might be a surprise. They said it with half smiles and half serious faces, as if they were not sure themselves if they believed it, but had heard it enough times to repeat it. Some said you would hear crying. Some said you would feel suddenly cold. Some even claimed something invisible would ride with you. I listened, I laughed, and I just treated it as one of those stories people tell to entertain themselves when they are tired. I did not realize that one day I would have my own story to add. After I passed my training and nesting period, I was finally assigned to a regular team. My new team was based on the 19th floor, so it meant that from then on, I would have to ride the elevator up to the higher part of the building every day. I remember feeling excited on my first day with the team. It felt like a small promotion to move up above the floors I had been used to. I also knew that on the 20th floor there was a cafeteria that everyone recommended. They said you could get really good food there at affordable prices, which, for a call center agent living on a simple budget, was great news. That first day, I arrived at the building at around 1 in the morning. My shift officially started at 2, so I was not in any hurry. The lobby was quiet, with only a few guards around and maybe 1 or 2 other employees passing by. The air felt different at that hour, cool, a bit heavy, with that familiar smell of air conditioning and floor cleaner. I tapped my ID, waited for the elevator doors to open, and stepped inside. To my surprise, I was completely alone. Usually there was at least 1 or 2 other agents riding up with me, but that time, it was just me, the closed metal walls, and the soft humming sound of the elevator machinery. I decided I would go to the 20th floor first to eat before heading to the 19th floor for work, so I pressed the button for 20 and leaned back, thinking about what I might order later. The elevator started moving smoothly, the light above my head steady and bright, the small display showing the floor numbers as we went up from the lobby. Everything felt normal until suddenly, without any warning, the elevator stopped. There was no shaking, but the movement just gently ended. I heard the usual soft ding that meant the elevator had reached a floor, and then the doors slid open. I looked up to check which floor it was, expecting it to be maybe the 10th or 12th, but my eyes froze when I saw the number 18. The doors opened to darkness. There was no light in the hallway outside, just a faint gray shape of walls and maybe a distant emergency light somewhere far away. It was very different from the bright, busy floors I was used to. There were no people waiting, no guards, no noise. It felt like the building had suddenly turned into a different place. For a moment, I just stood there and stared out through the open doors. The stories I had heard about the 18th floor rushed into my mind. My heart started beating faster, and I got that strange feeling that something about this moment was not normal. Usually, if a floor was empty, the elevator would just pause for a short second, then close again and continue. But this time, it felt like the elevator wanted to stay open longer than usual, like it was inviting someone or something to come in. I did not see anyone outside. There were no footsteps, no shadows moving in the hallway. Still, the hairs on my arms slowly stood up, and a cold feeling began to spread over my skin. I tried to calm myself down by thinking logically. Maybe there was some error in the elevator system. Maybe somebody had pressed the button on the 18th floor earlier, and then changed their mind and walked away. I told myself it was nothing, but then the doors closed again, and as soon as they did, the temperature inside the elevator suddenly changed. A deep, cold chill filled the small space. It was like stepping into a walk-in freezer. The warm, normal air from just a few seconds earlier disappeared, replaced by an icy feeling that made me shiver. I could see goosebumps appear on my arms. At the same time, the alarm buzzer inside the elevator started to sound. It was the same sound it made when the elevator was overloaded with too many people. The small monitor above the door flashed a message, "Overloaded." My mind froze. Overloaded? But I was alone. There was no one else there. Instinctively, I looked around the elevator, as if maybe I had missed someone standing in a corner. But I was sure, I had been alone when I entered, and I had not seen anyone come in afterwards. The doors opened again. Once more I saw the darkness of the 18th floor hallway, silent and empty, stretching beyond the door. No figure stood there. No person tried to enter. Yet the cold air remained all around me, as if an unseen presence was standing very close. The monitor still blinked, overloaded. For a second, I thought about stepping out and maybe taking the stairs or another elevator, but the idea of walking alone on that dark floor scared me even more. So I stayed where I was, hardly breathing, my mind racing. The doors slowly closed again. As soon as they shut completely, the cold started to fade, like someone had opened an invisible door and let the chill escape. The icy feeling left my skin. The air returned to normal temperature. At the same time, the alarm stopped, and the word "overloaded" disappeared from the monitor. In its place, the elevator once again showed the floor number, and then I felt the familiar gentle movement as it started going up. This time, it did not stop on the 18th floor again. It just went straight up to the 20th floor, exactly as I had originally requested. When the elevator doors opened to the bright, warm light of the cafeteria floor, I stepped out as quickly as I could. I tried to act normal, but inside I felt shaken. I went to buy food, but I realized I was not really hungry anymore. The whole time, my mind replayed what had happened. It made no sense. How could the elevator be overloaded when there was only one person inside? Why did it become suddenly so cold? Why did it only happen on that floor? I tried to convince myself it was only a technical problem, some kind of sensor malfunction. But deep inside I remembered the rumors. They said that the spirit of the woman who had died on that floor still stayed there, wandering, maybe riding the elevator, maybe reminding people that she existed. After that first experience, I became more careful every time I rode the elevator alone at night. Whenever it started to slow down near the 18th floor, my heart would beat faster. Sometimes it passed by without stopping, and I would silently thank God. But there were times when it stopped again on the 18th floor, even though no one had pressed the button. The doors would open to that same darkness, the lights in the hallway always turned off, the floor completely empty. Sometimes the cold feeling would come back. Sometimes the overloaded message would flash. Sometimes there would only be the sound of the elevator doors and my own breathing. I was not the only one who felt it. One of my friends at work, who was also sensitive to these things, often experienced similar events. There were nights when we rode together, just the two of us, and the elevator would stop on 18 without any reason. Once, when we were both inside, the buzzer sounded again and the monitor flashed overloaded, even though we were only two people and the elevator could easily hold many more. It was not like we were carrying heavy bags or equipment. My friend looked at me with wide eyes, and I could see that she felt the same coldness that I did. The air around us seemed heavy, like we were not alone. On some occasions, we did not see anything, but we heard something instead. As the doors opened to the dark hallway, we would hear a faint sound, like a soft cry coming from somewhere deep in the floor, hidden in the shadows. It was not loud. It was not clear enough to know if it was a man or a woman. But it sounded sad, like someone sobbing quietly to themselves. When the doors closed again, the sound would disappear. Other times, there was only silence, but the feeling of being watched remained. It reached a point where riding the elevator at night became an experience we prepared ourselves for mentally. We would joke about it in the lobby before going up, saying things like, "I hope she doesn't ride with us tonight," trying to make it lighter. But every time the elevator slowed near the 18th floor, we still held our breath, waiting to see if it would stop or pass. One day, after our shift ended before noon, my friend and I decided that we had had enough of just wondering. We were curious by nature, and although we were scared, we wanted to know more about that floor. We wanted to see it in proper daylight, not only through the narrow frame of the elevator door in the middle of the night. So we agreed to survey the floor. It was a strange decision, but at that time it felt like we needed to face whatever was there instead of always fearing it from inside the elevator. The sun was high in the sky when we stepped into the elevator that day. It was almost lunchtime, and the building felt more alive, with more people coming and going. We waited until the lift was not too crowded, then we entered and pressed the button for the 18th floor directly. This time, we were fully aware of what we were doing. The elevator moved up smoothly from the lobby. It dinged floor after floor until it reached 18. The doors opened, and instead of darkness, we saw a quiet, almost empty hallway lit by weak white lights. The atmosphere was still different from the other floors. Even with the lights on, it felt a bit dull and sad. The walls were plain, some spots slightly discolored. There were no signs of active offices, no posters, no welcome signs, no people walking around. It really was vacant. We stepped out carefully, our footsteps echoing slightly on the floor. The hallway stretched in both directions, with doors on each side, most of them closed. Some were slightly open, showing a bit of empty space inside. There were no decorations, just bare doors and walls. The air felt still, as if nothing had moved there in a long time. Still, somewhere inside that stillness, there was a strange feeling, like we were not truly alone. My friend and I walked slowly, trying to be quiet so we could sense anything unusual. We did not want to disturb whatever might be there. We passed by one door with a small piece of old tape on it, like something had once been posted there. Another had dusty glass panels that showed only darkness inside. We did not enter any of the rooms, because we knew we were already pushing our luck just walking there without permission. As we walked closer to the middle part of the floor, both of us felt the same thing at almost the same time. The air around us suddenly seemed to change. It became slightly colder, not in the way that air conditioning feels, but in a way that made the back of our necks tingle. It felt like someone had just entered the hallway behind us, quietly, and was now watching us. Together, without speaking at first, we slowly turned to look back. There was no one there. The hallway was empty. But the feeling did not go away. Then, from the corner of my eye, near one of the doors a few meters away, I thought I saw a small movement, like a shadow slipping quickly to one side. My friend later said she also saw something near that area, like a shape standing close to the wall. As we focused our eyes, trying to see more clearly, the shape seemed to grow clearer for a second. It looked like a middle-aged woman, with shoulder-length hair, wearing something simple and plain. There was no strong color in my memory of her, only a kind of grayish impression, as if she was not completely part of the world we were in. She was not solid like a real person, but not completely transparent either. She just stood there, not moving, not speaking, only watching us. There was no anger in her face that I could recognize, but there was a deep sadness, like someone who had been alone for a long time and had gotten used to it. My friend squeezed my arm, and I knew she was seeing the same thing. We did not move closer. We did not try to talk to her. For a few seconds, we only looked back at her, frozen in place. Then, just as quickly as she had appeared, she seemed to fade into the background, and the hallway returned to its empty state. The coldness lessened a little, but it did not completely disappear. My friend whispered that we should go, and I agreed. We walked back to the elevator, trying not to run, even though our hearts wanted us to. We pressed the button, waited for what felt like forever, and finally the doors opened. We stepped in, pressed for the lobby, and did not speak until the elevator started moving down. Only then did we breathe out fully and begin to talk about what we had just seen. After that day, we felt sure that the stories we had heard about the 18th floor were not just imagination. Maybe there really was a spirit of a middle-aged lady attached to that place, unable or unwilling to leave. And maybe she was not alone. Sometimes, in other parts of the building, especially late at night when most people had gone home, we would sense other presences too, like something unseen walking in the hallways or standing quietly in the corners near the elevators. But it was always the 18th floor that left the strongest impression on me. The elevator that stopped with no reason, the buzzer that screamed overloaded when only I was there, the sudden cold, the faint sound of crying, the silent gray figure of a woman. We did not have scientific proof, but for us, that was enough. We knew that some part of the building held memories of people who had lived and died there, people whose stories had not fully ended. Even now, when I think of that old building in Ortigas, I first remember the long nights of work, the laughter with teammates, the calls, and the deadlines. But right behind that, I always remember the 18th floor, the empty hallway, and the feeling of sharing an elevator with someone I could not see. I have been working in the call center industry for several years, and almost all of that time has been spent on the night shift, because our clients are mostly from the United States and they operate during their daytime. When I first joined the industry, I thought the hardest part would be learning the systems, dealing with angry customers, or adjusting to the pressure of targets and quality scores. But very quickly I realized that the strangest and most exhausting part was training my body and mind to live in reverse. While the rest of the city was getting ready for bed, I would be packing my bag, putting on my ID, and walking into brightly lit offices that looked almost like daytime inside, even though it was dark and quiet outside. Over time I got used to that routine and even found my place in that world. Eventually I became a trainer in one of the biggest call centers in Makati City, and that made me proud because it meant I had done well enough on the floor to be trusted to teach others. As a trainer, my shift usually started around 8 in the evening, which was 8 in the morning Eastern Time in the United States, and I would finish at around 5 in the morning, when their office day ended, and ours too. I was responsible for new batches of trainees every few weeks, and each batch had its own personality, its own energy, its own stories. Some batches were very noisy and active, others were quiet and serious, and some were sleepy all the time because the night shift was new to them. In those years, I handled many groups, but there was one particular training batch that I will never forget. not because they were the most talented or the most difficult, but because something happened during our time together that I still think about up to this day, and that changed the way I look at empty rooms, windows, and reflections forever. From experience, I already knew that after the trainees' first 1-hour break, which usually happened around midnight or a bit past it, most of them would feel very sleepy. Their bodies were still adjusting from daytime schedules to nighttime schedules, and around 1 or 2 in the morning their eyelids would start to drop no matter how interested they actually were in the topic. I did not want them to fail just because they were fighting sleep, so I learned to be very lively in front of the room, especially after that break. One technique that always worked for me was to be very animated while speaking. I did not just stand behind the trainer's desk and read off slides. I moved around, used my hands a lot to emphasize points, changed my facial expressions, acted out situations, and even cracked jokes now and then to make them laugh and wake them up. Sometimes I would tell funny stories related to customers or share simple experiences from my own time on the floor. I did everything I could to keep the class awake and engaged, because a sleepy class is a dead class, and once they lose focus, it is very hard to bring them back. This style became part of my identity as a trainer. Trainees from other batches would sometimes pass by and say they could hear laughter from our room, and that always made me feel happy because it meant my efforts to keep everyone awake were working. The training room where this story happened was on the 10th floor of our building. If you walked in from the hallway, the first thing you would see was the trainer's station at the front of the room. It was a simple desk with a desktop computer, a monitor, a mouse and keyboard, some markers, a remote for the projector, and usually a stack of printed materials or attendance sheets. In front of that, facing me, were 2 long tables in the middle of the room. Trainees sat around these tables during lectures and discussions, usually with notebooks, pens, and sometimes coffee cups in front of them as they tried to absorb all the information. On both sides of the room, left and right, near the walls, were desks with computers. Those were used for product training, simulations, and mock calls. During the first days of training, we spent more time at the middle tables, but later on when they started handling practice calls, they would be at the side stations. At the very back of the room were large windows looking out over the city. Because we were on the 10th floor, we had a wide view of the buildings, roads, and lights of Makati. However, since we worked at night, the windows usually showed only the darkness outside with some scattered faraway lights. The brightest light source was always inside the room, not outside. Because of that, the glass at the back of the room worked almost like a huge mirror. When I stood at the front and looked toward the back, I could see the reflection of the whole class, including myself, in those windows. It was sometimes useful, because I could check if someone at the back was doing something else or falling asleep without turning around. I just had to glance at the glass and I could see their silhouettes or faces, and that made me feel like I had eyes in both directions. The batch I am talking about was around 20 people, a mix of fresh graduates and people who already had some work experience. Most of them were friendly and tried their best to participate. One trainee stood out to me, not because she was noisy but because she was the opposite. Her name was Ella. She was quiet, polite, and always sat somewhere near the middle, not exactly at the front but not hiding at the back either. She listened carefully and answered only when called, but her answers were usually good. There was something slightly sensitive about her, as if she noticed small details that others did not. During the first days of training I did not think much of that. I just thought she was the serious type. I did not know that she would later tell me something that would make a lot of things suddenly make sense. On the night of the incident, we had finished the first part of our training outline, and the class had just come back from their long break. It was past midnight, maybe around 1 or 2 in the morning. I could see that some of them were already tired, their eyes a little red, their bodies leaning back in their chairs. I decided it was time to switch into my most energetic mode. I stood in front of the trainer's desk, walked from one side of the room to the other, raised my hands as I explained points from the slide, and even acted out a few sample dialogues between customers and agents. At that moment, all my attention was on keeping their focus. I remember that I was explaining something about how to properly greet customers, how to sound confident, and how to handle a difficult question. To make it more fun, I exaggerated some gestures, like pointing at my imaginary headset or putting my hand on my chest to show sincerity. The trainees laughed a little and followed along, and that encouraged me to move even more. While I was in the middle of one of these explanations, I happened to glance at the back windows, almost by habit. I often checked the reflections to see if anyone was talking or not paying attention, but what I saw that night made my breath catch in my throat. In the glass, I could see my own reflection at the front of the room, moving my hands, turning my head, making all the usual gestures. But beside my reflection, slightly to one side yet close enough to look like we were standing together, there was another figure. At first I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, maybe because I was tired or because of the angle of the light. But as I continued to speak and move, I realized that this other figure was also moving, copying what I was doing almost exactly. When I raised my right arm to emphasize a point, the figure raised its right arm too. When I tilted my head or took a step, it tilted its head and took the same step. It was like watching someone play a mirror game with me, but this someone was not a trainee, not a co-trainer, and not a person standing inside the room, at least not that I could see when I looked directly around me. In reality, on the floor in front of me, everyone was sitting down. No one was standing beside me. Yet in the reflection, there I was, side by side with another shape, like a tall shadow trying to imitate me. My heart suddenly started to beat very fast. For a second my mind wanted to freeze, to stop talking, to stare directly at the back of the room and check what was happening, but my body, out of habit as a trainer, kept going. I did not want to alarm the trainees because I knew that if my face changed or my voice shook, they would feel it. So I forced myself to continue the explanation, but I tried to avoid looking at the windows. At the same time, I tried to tell myself that it might only be double vision or a reflection from another glass surface. Sometimes, when you look at a window at night, there can be strange angles and overlap, especially if there is another reflective surface behind you. I told myself that maybe, because I was tired, my eyes were making extra shapes. I tried to breathe slowly and ignore what I had seen. However, even as I tried to calm down, I noticed that something was wrong with one of my trainees. Ella, the quiet girl, was sitting a bit off to the side where she could see me clearly. Her body language had changed. She looked very uncomfortable. Her face had gone pale, even paler than usual under the fluorescent lights. Her hands were gripping the edge of the table, and every few seconds, I saw her eyes shift, not just looking at me, but focusing on something near my right side, as if there was something or someone standing next to me that only she could see. Each time her gaze moved there, her expression became more troubled. She would then look down at her notebook, or at her pen, then slowly look up again, only for her eyes to wander back to my right side. It was like she was trying to check if what she was seeing was real, and the more she checked, the more afraid she became. At that point, I felt a knot form in my stomach. I realized that I was not the only one sensing that something strange was happening in the room. I knew I had to do something before anyone else noticed that I was losing focus, so I decided to give them an unscheduled break. After finishing a sentence, I smiled as naturally as I could and said something like, "Okay guys, we've been going at it pretty hard. Let's take your last 15-minute break now. Stretch your legs, get some water or coffee, and we'll continue after." Everyone seemed happy for the extra break. Chairs moved, some trainees stood up and talked, others went to the comfort room or pantry. I watched Ella stand up slowly, still looking a bit shaken. I did not want to embarrass her in front of everyone, so I waited until the others had left the room or were busy chatting. Then I approached her gently and asked in a casual tone, "Are you okay? You looked a little uncomfortable earlier." She looked at me and then quickly looked at the door, as if checking if anyone else was nearby. Her voice was soft when she answered, and she said, "Ma'am, can we talk outside? Just you and me?" I felt a small chill when she said that, because I had an idea of what it might be about, but I nodded. "Sure," I said, trying to sound calm. I led her out of the training room and down the hall to the trainer's pod, a small area with cubicles where trainers prepared their materials, checked emails, and rested during their own breaks. It was quieter there, and we could talk without the rest of the class listening. Once we were inside the trainer's pod, Ella sat down and took a deep breath. I could see that she was struggling with something. I pulled up another chair and sat nearby, giving her time to collect herself. After a short pause, she looked at me and said, "Ma'am, I'm sorry if this sounds weird, but I've been seeing things inside the training room since the first day." Hearing those words, I felt my heart skip, but I just nodded for her to continue. She explained that she sometimes saw figures walking past the door even when no one was supposed to be in the hallway at that hour. She noticed shapes standing near the back corner of the room while everyone else was focused on their monitors. She said she heard whispers whenever the class was completely silent doing written exercises, whispers that did not belong to any of her classmates and did not come from outside. She tried to ignore them, thinking that maybe it was just her imagination or that she was too tired, but the experiences kept happening. As she said all this, I remembered small moments when I had felt an odd heaviness in the room in the previous days, or when the air suddenly felt cooler near the back even though the air conditioning was working normally. Alone, those moments were easy to dismiss, but now, combined with what Ella was saying, they sounded like pieces of a bigger picture. Then she told me about what she had seen that very night, during our animated discussion. Her voice shook a little when she said, "Ma'am, I don't want to scare you, but a while ago, when you were in front, there was a tall man standing right next to you. He was very close to your side, and he was copying everything you did. When you raised your hand, he raised his. When you moved, he moved too. It was like he was mocking everything you were doing. He looked like he was enjoying it." The moment she said that, I felt the blood drain from my face. The image of the reflection in the window came back to me clearly. The figure that I had tried so hard to explain as double vision or light tricks suddenly had a new meaning. It was not just my imagination. Someone else had seen it, not in the glass but in the room itself. Ella had seen the same person, or entity, standing beside me, doing the same gestures I was doing, only to her, it looked quite real. I felt my head start to spin a little. The hairs on my arms and the back of my neck stood on end. I realized that while I was joking and moving around to keep the class awake, something unseen by most of us had been standing at my shoulder like a shadow playing a cruel game. I tried to stay calm for Ella's sake, because I did not want her to feel like she was crazy or alone. I thanked her for telling me and told her gently that she did the right thing by speaking up. Inside, however, I was shaken. I knew that I could not go back to that room as if nothing had happened. My mind was already imagining standing again at the front, moving my arms, watching the reflection in the window, wondering if that tall man was still there, copying every move. I did not want to risk losing control in front of the class or suddenly freezing in the middle of a lecture. So, after taking a few minutes to think, I decided to call another trainer and ask for help. I contacted one of my colleagues and told her that I was not feeling well and that I needed someone to take over the class for the rest of the shift. I did not give all the details right away. It is hard to say. "There is a ghost in my training room, can you please replace me?" Without sounding strange, so I kept it simple at first, and said that I had to step out because I felt dizzy. She agreed to cover the remaining hours. While my colleague prepared to enter the room and continue the module, I stayed in the trainer's pod with Ella for a while, letting her calm down. I reminded her to focus on the training materials and told her that if she felt overwhelmed, she could step out for a breath. Eventually, she went back to join her classmates, and my colleague took over the session. I stayed in the pod or in another area for the rest of the shift, trying to process what had just happened. When my workday finally ended at 5 in the morning, I went home feeling exhausted, not only physically but mentally and emotionally. In the weeks that followed, I avoided that particular training room as much as possible. If I had to use it, I tried not to look at the windows at the back when it was dark outside. I also realized that I had become more sensitive to the feeling of certain spaces. Some rooms felt light and comfortable, while others had a kind of weight in the air that is hard to explain. I still did my job, still trained new batches, still used my animated style to keep people awake, but there was a part of me that was more cautious, more alert to things that could not be explained by simple logic. Eventually, I left that company and moved to another call center. This time, our clients were Australians, so our schedule changed and I finally experienced what it was like to do training during daytime. Instead of walking into the office at night and stepping out when the sun was rising, I now woke up early, went to work in the morning, and saw natural daylight outside the windows during sessions. It felt strange at first but also refreshing. I told myself that maybe the strange things that happen in offices at 3 or 4 in the morning are less likely to show up at 10 in the morning when everyone is awake and the city is full of movement. Training in the day shift gave me some peace of mind. Still, the memory of that tall man in the reflection, and Ella's pale face as she described him standing beside me, never fully left my thoughts. Up to this day, when I remember that particular batch, I do not only remember their names or their scores or how they performed on the nesting floor. I remember that night when my reflection was not alone in the glass. I remember the cold feeling in my chest when I realized that someone or something invisible to most people had joined my training session, not as a student but as a silent imitator. I remember asking myself over and over, why did I see him in the window, when I have never seen any other spirit clearly before? Was it because of the way the light and the glass interacted? Was it because I was tired and my mind was more open? Or was it because, for some reason, that entity wanted me to know that it was there, and the reflection was the easiest way to make itself visible to me? I do not have a clear answer, and maybe I never will. All I know is that in that moment, my belief that everything in a modern, bright office can be explained by logic and science was shaken, and I began to accept that sometimes there are things in the room with us that we cannot see directly but might catch for a second in the corner of our eye or in the surface of a window at the back of a quiet training room in the middle of the night. When I first joined the company, everything felt big and new, like I had stepped into a world I had only heard stories about. It was my first time working in a call center, and I was both nervous and excited. Some of the people in my training batch had already worked in other call centers before, so they walked around like they knew exactly what they were doing. They talked about metrics, and tools, and floor support, like it was just another ordinary thing. I, on the other hand, was just trying to remember where the pantry was and how not to get lost on the way back to the training room. The office was in a building that had been converted into a business site. From the outside it looked like any other office building in the city, with glass doors, security guards at the lobby, and ID scanners at the entrance. But if you looked more closely, you could see small signs that this building had not always been used this way. The tiles were a bit old, the hallways were a little narrow, and the ceilings in some areas were lower than usual. Someone later told us that the place used to be an apartment building, with small units where families once lived. That detail did not seem important at first. It was just a random piece of information that floated in my mind, and then disappeared again while I tried to focus on my new job. On our first day of training, everyone tried to look their best. Some of us wore new clothes. Others brought notebooks and pens like we were back in college. The trainer came in smiling, introduced himself, and tried to make us feel relaxed. The training room itself was simple. There were long tables in the middle where we sat side by side, our chairs facing the whiteboard and the projector screen. On the sides of the room were workstations with computers and headsets, which we would use later for practice calls. At the back of the room there was a corner that looked a little darker than the rest of the room. It was not really dark in a scary way. It was just that the light from the ceiling did not reach that part very well, so the corner always looked a bit shadowy. In the first few days, everything was about adjusting. We tried to learn the systems, understand the product, memorize the scripts, and get used to the night schedule. Our shift usually started in the late afternoon or evening and ended early in the morning. It was hard at first because our bodies wanted to sleep around midnight, but that was exactly when the more serious parts of training happened. The trainer knew this, so he tried to keep us awake with jokes, activities, and questions. We did introductions, group games, and call simulations. There was a lot of laughter and nervous energy in the room. Among my new batchmates, there was one guy I became close to early on. He sat near me, and we quickly became buddies. We joked during breaks, walked together to the pantry, and shared small complaints about the cold air conditioning and the long lectures. He was more experienced than I was, because he had worked in another call center before, but he was friendly and never made me feel dumb when I asked questions. For this story, I'll just call him my buddy. During the first week, everything seemed normal during the day and early evening. We listened to the trainer, did our exercises, and slowly got to know one another. However, after a few days, I started to notice something strange about the room, especially around a certain time. It was not something big at first, just a feeling that I could not easily explain. The feeling usually came between around 11 at night and 2 in the morning. It was like the room changed a little during those hours, even if nothing physically moved. The air felt heavier, and sometimes it felt cooler in one part of the room and warmer in another, even though the temperature setting of the air conditioning was the same. There were moments when I felt a slight chill on my arms even though I was wearing a jacket. I would look around to see if anyone else felt different, but most of my batchmates seemed busy with the training, too focused or too sleepy to notice anything else. Then, one night, while the trainer was talking, I heard something that did not seem to come from any of us. At first it sounded like a small burst of laughter, light and playful, like the sound of a child giggling. It was very quick, almost like a breath, and then it disappeared. I thought maybe someone at the back had made a joke, or whispered something funny, but when I turned my head slightly to check, everyone looked normal. Some were writing, some were looking at the trainer, some were staring at the slides on the screen, trying hard not to fall asleep. I told myself it was probably just my imagination, or maybe the sound of a chair moving or someone clearing their throat. I tried to ignore it. But then, after a few minutes, it happened again. Another small, playful laugh. It was not loud, but it was clear, and this time it seemed to come from the darker corner of the room at the back, where no one was sitting. Without thinking, I turned my head and gazed at that corner. The chair there was empty. The corner looked the same as always, a bit shadowy, but nothing special. As I was staring, I noticed something else that made my chest tighten a little. My buddy also turned his head at the same moment, and looked toward the same corner. Our eyes met briefly, and I saw a question in his face that matched my own. Why did we both look there at the same time? Did he hear it too? Did he also feel something odd? I quickly looked away before the trainer noticed that I was distracted and forced myself to pay attention again. During our break that night, I finally decided to ask my buddy about it. We went out of the training room and into the small hallway, then to the pantry where we got some vending machine coffee. Once we sat down at one of the tables, I asked him in a low voice, "Hey, did you hear something earlier? Around the time when we were doing the activity? It sounded like, I don't know, like a kid laughing." He stared at me for a moment, as if deciding whether to say what he was thinking, then he nodded slowly. "Yeah," he answered. "I thought it was just me. I heard it last night too, and the night before. It's always around midnight or a little after. And it sounds like it's coming from that corner at the back." I felt a shiver run down my spine when he said that. It confirmed that it was not only my imagination. I told him that I also heard it more than once and that I had been trying to ignore it. We then both admitted that, at certain times of the night, the training room made us feel a bit uncomfortable, even if nothing obvious was happening. It was not a strong feeling of fear, more like an awareness that something else was there. We joked about it a little, teasing each other, pretending that we were just scaring ourselves because we were sleepy. But deep inside, I knew that both of us were a little unsettled. On the second week of training, that strange feeling did not go away. In fact, it seemed to get stronger, or maybe we were just more sensitive to it because we were now paying attention. One night, out of curiosity and maybe a little foolishness, my buddy suggested that we sit closest to that back corner. Normally, we sat somewhere in the middle of the room, but that night, when we entered, we walked toward the back and took the seats near that lone chair in the shadowy spot. At first, everything was fine. The lights were on, the The trainer was in front explaining some process, and our classmates were spread out across the room with their notebooks. I tried to act normal and not to think too much about the corner behind me. I told myself that if we sat near it, maybe we could prove to ourselves that nothing was there, and everything we heard and felt before was just coincidence. But as the hours passed and the clock moved closer to midnight, I felt the atmosphere around us start to change again. The air felt a little colder near my arms, and I could sense a kind of pressure behind my back, like someone was watching us from a very short distance. I tried to brush it off, but my body reacted on its own. The small hairs on my arms and at the back of my neck stood up, and my heart started to beat faster even though I was just sitting in my chair. I glanced at my buddy and saw that he did not look okay. Even though the air conditioning was set to a cool 18 degrees, he was sweating. Small beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and I could see damp patches starting to appear on his shirt near the collar. His face looked tense, and he kept adjusting himself in his chair as if something was bothering him. I whispered, "Are you okay?" under my breath, but he just nodded quickly without looking at me, as if he did not trust his own voice. The trainer, who was used to reading the mood of the class, seemed to notice that something was off. But at that moment, before he could say anything, something happened that I still remember clearly. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a movement in front of my buddy's desk. It was like a small shadow that did not match any of the people in the room. I turned my head slightly to look, and then I saw it. Right there, in front of my buddy, close to his knees, was a small figure, about the size of a child around 5 to 7 years old. It was not sharp and clear like an ordinary person, but it was not completely transparent either. It looked like a child made of shadow and pale light together. It was hard to see details, but I could tell it was small, seemed to be crouching or playing near the floor, and then slowly straightened up. For a second it moved like a kid who had been playing with something and then looked up when someone called their name. I sat frozen in my seat, too shocked to breathe. Then the small figure lifted its head and stared directly at my buddy's face. Those few seconds felt like a very long time. I could not see its eyes clearly, but I could feel the weight of that stare. It was as if time slowed down. My buddy's hands gripped the edge of the table, and his body tensed even more, like he wanted to jump out of his chair but could not move. The childlike shape looked at him for about 5 seconds, just silently studying him, and then it shifted its attention, looked around briefly, and moved away, almost like smoke being blown by a gentle wind. It faded near the darker corner of the room and then was gone. I knew that what I had seen was not a trick of light. It was not a reflection or a shadow from someone else's movement. There was no one else standing there, nothing else moving in that spot besides that strange little figure. My chest felt tight, and I tried not to look panicked because I did not want to disturb the whole class. The trainer, however, noticed that both my buddy and I were acting odd. He paused in his explanation and looked at us. His face showed concern, and he asked, "Are you two okay? Do you need water or something?" We both quickly shook our heads and forced small smiles. I did not dare tell him in front of everyone what I had just seen. The last thing I wanted was for the whole class to start asking questions and turning the training into some kind of horror story session. He stared at us for another moment, like he knew something was not right, but then decided to continue with the lesson. Even while the trainer resumed talking, my mind was not on the topic anymore. Inside my head, everything was spinning. I tried to understand what had just happened. My buddy looked like he wanted to be anywhere else but that seat. He kept wiping his forehead with a tissue, even though the air in the room was cold and dry. Every now and then he glanced down at the space in front of his desk as if expecting something to appear again. When lunchtime finally came, I was more relieved than hungry. Usually, lunch break was a time when everyone rushed to the pantry or outside vendors to buy food, joked around, or sometimes went to a nearby convenience store. That day, as soon as the trainer dismissed us for lunch, my buddy and I walked straight to him instead of going out with the others. We approached the trainer at the front of the room, and he looked up from his papers. I could tell from his face that he had been waiting for us to say something. I did not know how to start, but my buddy spoke up first. In a low voice, he said something like, "Sir, can we ask you something about this room? Or about this floor?" The trainer looked at us for a few seconds, then let out a small sigh, like someone who had been expecting this kind of question. He glanced at the door to make sure no one else was listening closely, then he gestured for us to sit near the front. We took the chairs near his table, and he lowered his voice as he spoke. "You're not the first ones to ask about that," he said quietly. "And you're not the first ones to feel something unusual in this room. Since you're already noticing things, I guess it's better to tell you a little, but I don't want you to panic, okay?" We both nodded, nervous but curious. He explained that before the company leased the space and turned it into a call center site, the building had been an apartment complex. The units on our floor used to be small apartments where families lived. The training department, with all its rooms, had been built over what used to be several separate living spaces. Over time, walls were removed, new ones were added, and the whole layout changed, but that feel of the place, in a way, still carried the memory of what it once was. The trainer told us that there was a particular story that had been passed around quietly among some of the senior staff and guards. According to those stories, one of the apartments on this floor used to be occupied by a small family, a mother, a father, and a young child. People said that the family had moved in and lived there for some time, but their life did not end happily. The details were not very clear, because the story had been told and retold many times, but the most common version was that something violent happened in that apartment. The parents were killed, and the child also died there. Some said it was a robbery gone wrong. Others whispered that someone they trusted hurt them. No one knew the full truth, or if they did, they were not telling the newer employees. So when this place was converted into an office building, the trainer said, some people believe that not all of the former residents completely left. There have been reports over the years from different batches and different trainers. They usually mention the same thing: a small boy playing around, sometimes laughing, sometimes hiding things, sometimes just standing in the corner. He doesn't seem to hurt anyone. He just plays. Hearing him say, "small boy," made my skin prickle again. It matched exactly what I had seen in front of my buddy's desk. We told him, as calmly as we could, what had happened that night: the laughter, the strange feeling, and the appearance of a childlike figure. My buddy admitted that when the figure stared at him, he felt a mix of fear and sadness, like the child was silently asking for attention. The trainer listened carefully and nodded, as if the story did not surprise him. "You two are not the first from this room to describe him that way," he said. "A few batches before yours had people who mentioned the same thing. They also heard laughter near that corner. One even said their pen disappeared from the table and later appeared inside their bag without them putting it there. Another trainee said her notes were rearranged on her desk when she looked away. It doesn't happen to everyone, though. Some batches never feel anything at all. Maybe some people are more sensitive, or maybe the kid chooses who to play with. I don't know." He then leaned closer and added, "Most of the time, he's just playful. But if you feel bothered or scared, you can always say a short prayer in your mind, or talk to him politely. Some people say that works. Just tell him you're here to work, that you respect the place, and that you don't want any trouble." The way he said it made it sound like we were dealing with a real child, not just some random, unexplained thing. I did not know how to feel. Part of me was scared and wanted to ask if we could transfer to another room. Another part of me felt strangely sad for the idea of a small child's spirit, stuck in a place that used to be his home, now turned into rows of tables, computers, and fluorescent lights. The trainer ended the conversation by saying, "Just be careful, and don't panic. So far, he hasn't harmed anyone. Mostly he just appears, laughs, and sometimes hides things. But yes, you're not imagining it. And yes, this room used to be part of a family's home." After that lunchtime talk, I saw the training room differently. It was no longer just a room with walls, computers, and chairs. It felt like a place with layers of time stacked on top of each other. Under the carpet and under the paint on the walls, it was easy to imagine that there had once been a small living room, a narrow kitchen, and maybe a bedroom where a little boy once slept. Now we were sitting in the same space, wearing IDs and learning how to answer calls from people halfway across the world, while that boy's spirit, if that was really what it was, still moved around as if his life had not completely ended. In the days that followed, my buddy and I remained more aware of every small sound and every tiny movement in the room. There were nights when we heard the soft laughter again, almost like someone was trying not to be too loud so they would not get scolded. Sometimes we felt a light tug on the strap of a bag or a chair move very slightly when no one was pushing it. Once, my buddy lost his ID for almost an hour. He searched his pockets, his bag, and the top of his desk, but it was nowhere to be found. Later, when he had already asked the trainer if they could print a temporary pass for him, he opened his bag again, and the ID was lying right on top of his notebook, in a place he was sure he had already checked several times. We looked at each other, and did not even need to say anything. We both thought the same thing. Maybe the kid was playing with us again. We never saw the small figure as clearly as that one night in front of my buddy's desk, but we continued to sense that we were not alone. The strange thing was, as weeks passed, the feeling of raw fear softened a bit and turned into something else, like a quiet acceptance that this was part of the room's reality. Of course, we still got scared sometimes, especially when the laughter came unexpectedly or when things moved. But there were moments when I found myself thinking about the boy's story and feeling more pity than terror. Some of the older employees who had been with the company for years shared more pieces of the rumor when we talked quietly in the pantry or at the smoking area. According to them, the spirits of the boy's parents were also believed to still be around the building, not as visible or playful as the child, but present like a faint echo. Some people claimed to have seen a woman in the hallway late at night, or a man standing near the old fire exit, only to disappear when someone called out. It was as if the whole family was still inside the building, wandering around separately, never fully crossing over. No one really knew if those stories were true, but they fit with what we had heard earlier from our trainer about the building's past as an apartment. Whenever our batch entered the training room after that, especially at night, I sometimes wondered if the boy was already there, sitting on one of the empty chairs or hiding under a table, waiting for us to settle down so he could start playing again. I did not talk to him directly, but in my mind, sometimes when I felt that prickle on my neck or that sudden change in the air, I would think, "We're just here to learn and work. Please don't scare us too much." It made me feel a little braver, like I was setting some small boundary. Training eventually ended, as all training batches do. We moved on to the production floor, got assigned to teams, started taking real calls, and dealt with real customers and real pressure. The training room became just one part of our memory of those early days. Other batches came after us and used the same space. Sometimes, when I met new hires in the pantry and they mentioned which training room they were using, I would quietly ask, "Have you heard anything strange in that room?" A few laughed and said no. Others would pause, look at me in a serious way, and say, "Actually, we did hear something once." I never forgot that small figure in front of my buddy's desk, or the way it stared at him for those few seconds that felt like forever. I never forgot the soft, playful laughter coming from the empty corner of the room, or the way the trainer looked at us when he realized we had joined the list of people who had encountered the child. People say that the boy is still there, even after renovations have changed the layout again. Computers get replaced, trainers come and go, batches move on to other jobs or other countries, but somewhere in that training area, a small playful spirit continues to run around, playing with bags, moving IDs, laughing in the middle of the night, while everyone else is too busy learning scripts to notice. I don't know if he will ever find rest, or if one day he will finally be reunited with whoever he is waiting for. Maybe his mother and father, who, according to some stories, also still wander the place. But when I think back to those first weeks of training, the excitement, the anxiety, the long nights, and that odd combination of fear and sadness, I remember him clearly. Not just as a scary story, but as a reminder that the spaces we use now were once parts of other people's lives, and sometimes, pieces of them remain, watching us quietly while we think we are alone.